This time on Between the Wheels.
A lot of guys build it for top speed. I built this for how fast I can get to that speed. This engine here is just under 400 horse. This is 8 cylinders. Okay, so it's 306 cubic inches. Getting into a plane and the liftoff, I love that feeling.
So what drives you with this car?
Just the fun of having it. And this.
You're 6 years old. So I'm standing here in Emblem with Gilles, with his beautiful Mustang here. It's nice to meet you, man.
Hey, nice to meet you too.
This is a hell of a car. Tell us about this vehicle.
It's just my old $75 car.
75 bucks.
Yeah, a friend of mine who was a neighbor when I was out living in Orleans, and he was working in Rockland at a used car dealership, and saw this car sitting out in the back. It just been traded in. Figured he'd ask his boss, well, what's with the old Mustang in the back? He says, my niece traded it in. It's a piece of junk. Doesn't run anymore, stuff like that. And I come home from work, he's sitting on my front porch. He says, come with me. He says, I want to show you something. I bought something, but I want to show it to you. You know, I get into his car, go into Rockland, and shows me the car in the back. No, that's pretty clean. It's not bad. It's pretty beat up, but it's pretty clean. He says, yeah. He says, I bought off my boss for 75 bucks.
And what year was this in?
Around 93, yeah. The car was like 10 years old at the time, but it was pretty beat.
75 bucks worth a little more back there, but not. I mean,
yeah. Well, what you get for 75 bucks now isn't what you got for 75 bucks then.
No,
you know?
But still, that's a ridiculously low amount of money for any vehicle.
Yeah. It's a 1990 block, Ford Racing heads, Edelbrock aluminum intake, Ford Racing X-Cam, Holley's 650 double pumper carburetor. Block is out of a Crown Vic.
Really?
Yeah. And the internals of it are like hyper-eutectic pistons, balanced crankshaft from Ford Mustang HO.
So this is not the original engine, obviously.
No.
You pulled this engine?
The engine that was in this car was just a 4-cylinder.
Right, okay.
Just a 2.34 cylinder that idled at 3,200 RPM because the engine was shot.
Oh my gosh. And how much horsepower does that have versus what you have here?
That engine was probably about 75 horsepower.
75, feels like a lawnmower. Yeah. That's hilarious.
My four-wheeler's got more power.
Oh my gosh, 75 horse.
Yeah, and this engine here is just under 400 horse. This is 8 cylinders.
Okay. So
it's 306 cubic inches.
Okay, so
It's
V8.
302 bored 30 thou oversized, which comes up to 306 cubic inches.
Unreal.
So the cylinder heads are all aluminum, the intake manifold's aluminum. The engine block is actually painted to match the car. It's painted the same color as the car.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and so and everything I can get chromed or nickel plated or polished, I did.
Mm-hmm.
So like the headers used to be chrome, but now like they're 30 some years old, so they're not chrome that much anymore, but
right.
They turn like a dark gray and blue and stuff like that. But it's
the engine's beautiful though, looks amazing. Like you've done a really good job maintaining it. So one thing you've done here is you've actually hidden all the wires, because I can't see almost any wires.
No, they're all hidden behind the fenders and inside the wiper cowl. That was a thing back then. When I was doing shows, you're looking for hidden points. Mm-hmm. So what the hidden points is, if you got wiring that's hidden all over the place, like I got professional judges who were saying, like, you know, put your wires down lower where it's not the first thing you see when you open the hood.
Okay.
Because the wires, like, they're an eyesore. They run up on top here and all this is full of wiring. Up here is all full of wiring.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing you see. So it takes the attention away from what you want to show.
So did you think of the idea to put in the fenders, or did someone tell you, or did you hear?
No, I thought of it, and I was thinking of a way to hide
Wow.
hide the wiring, and it's like,
Trailblazing. I love it.
you know, so it's like I'd seen other cars that shows where the wiring was hidden, but not the Mustang. It's all hidden.
But that's the thing. Like taking these to car shows, it's all about paying attention to detail, and
Yeah.
that's what you did here, hiding things like the wiring and making things kind of inconspicuous, making your attention the focal point, the engine, and not
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
stuff that
exactly.
comes with it. That's a brilliant idea.
You don't want the traffic. My nephew,
He's got a cool car too. Another Ford.
I built that car.
Really?
The rims on that car were on this car.
Wow. Bonjour. It's Ford
we're
City.
We're videoing the car. Okay. Yeah, I painted that car outside in the back.
Wow. What year is that one?
89.
89. It's a good year. Unreal. Well, that's really cool. Oh, you know what? So you're definitely a Ford guy. So
Yeah. So it's like, no, you know, I wanted, like, this is not the first engine that was in this car.
right.
Because the first engine that was in this car is actually going in my old van in the back.
Yeah. So you actually have
So
a
it's
van.
like-
You have your very first vehicle you've ever
Yeah.
owned. It's still sitting in the back. It's also Ford.
Yeah, it's a 74 Ford Club Wagon, a window van. Some people would call it a pedal van, but pedal vans don't have windows, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
I call them school buses. Yeah, that's it.
So
we actually bought a school bus as a parts truck for the van, so it's like.
and that's a project you're planning on actually doing.
Yeah, I want to rebuild it again.
Nice.
So I've got other toys too on the burner, and
That's right. You got another impressive Mustang that we're going to do next year. Actually, you want to quickly talk about that car?
yeah, it's a 1968 Mustang Coupe. I bought it as a rolling chassis, and basically I had no front end on it. Had a hit in the left front, no interior, no motor, no nothing. Just four wheels and a steering wheel. That's all it was when I got it.
Nice. And we're going to cover that one next year.
Yeah.
And that's it's kind of things to come. But let's talk about this car more. What
Yeah.
else did you do with this in terms of exhaust? Any other upgrades you did? What else have you done with vehicles?
This car here is a 1983 body, okay? But these cars were made from 79 right up to 93. So every part from 79 to 93 fit these.
Really?
Yeah. So you can take an older front end
Okay.
and put it on a newer car.
That reminds me of the Jeep Cherokee. It's like the same thing.
Which is pretty much what I did with this one. Most people would take the new front end and put it on the old car. I went backwards.
Yeah.
I put an older front end, which the nose is off a 1980 Cobra, and the hood is off a 79 pace car.
I was going to say, because when you sent me pictures here,
Yeah.
the look didn't match the year when I saw it. So what the heck is going on with this car?
So this nose has been on the car for maybe 7 years now. So the nose is from 80, the hood is 79, the roof is 81, fenders are new,
Wow.
suspension is 1990 LX, doors are 90 GT, spoilers on the trunk are from an SVO Mustang with the sail panels, the shifter boot, the park brake lever is all leather wrapped from the SVO Mustang.
Right.
Tail lights, I reproduced some SVO tail lights or 93 Cobra, which are the same tail lights.
So this thing's just like a mishmash Frankenstein.
It's a Johnny Cash
creation.
Mustang.
That's amazing. That's
It's a
cool.
Johnny
I like
Cash
that
Mustang.
better, Johnny Cash Mustang.
Yeah, so, you know, he did a Cadillac, I did a Mustang. Hey, why not?
Why not? That's amazing.
You know, and
Amazing
basically the coil springs in the front are 4-cylinder coil springs because the 93 Cobra was running the 4-cylinder springs from the to give it the stance.
Right.
And they were running the convertible springs in the back, which are a bit heavier to give it like that rake.
Wow.
So the differential was actually a differential when I worked at the Ford dealership
Okay.
in Ottawa. And it was a 85 Mustang GT. The guy went around a corner, you know, you like burning around corners and sliding the car. Well, he decided to hit a curb,
Oh,
broke the axle.
so there she goes.
So the insurance bought him a new differential and fired the differential in the car, and this one here was sitting in my bay.
Yeah.
Throw it out, it's scrap metal.
Right.
So I still had the differential in this car. So what I did is I took the axle out of my diff in this car, which was like a 7.5 rear end, which the axles fit the 8.8.
Yeah.
I slid my axle in, thump, I got an 8.8 inch posi in my Mustang now.
Wow. And what kind of advantage does that give doing that kind
It's
of
a
upgrade?
bigger differential, much stronger for more power, and it's a more common rear end.
Okay.
The gears in the differential are 410 gears, but they're out of an Explorer.
Wow. And what does that do in terms of performance? Like, what would you get?
It gives you a better acceleration off the line. So it's The drag racers like them because your engine revs faster. It's not that good for fuel economy.
That's not what these are meant for, though.
I built this car. A lot of guys build it for top speed. I built this for how fast I can get to that speed.
Wow.
I don't like driving fast. I like getting there fast.
So this car was built all for acceleration.
Acceleration, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I love the sound of the acceleration. I like the feel, like, you backing into your seat when you're accelerating. You know how the feeling when you're getting into a plane and the liftoff? Yeah. I love that feeling.
The G-force.
Yeah, it's the G-force. It's all about the rush getting there. Yeah. Not how fast you can get there, but how the rush of getting there.
Yeah, well, I can't wait for this drive. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun.
All right, so you worked on this car for over 2 years just to get it on the road.
Yeah.
And how many years did you restore it for?
It's still an ongoing project. So it never ends. Like 3 years ago, I put a brand new interior in it.
Yeah. So you've had it for over 30 years, and it's still not done.
It's an ongoing project. I built the car basically to get it the way I wanted it.
So what type of shape was it in when you saw it?
It was pretty rough. Like the roof had a sunroof on it. It was rust over here, and the fenders were all folded over as if they drove on flat tires. And
oh wow!
The hood was all flattened in the front because the hood didn't latch properly, so we're jumping on it to close it. So it was all caved in the front. The doors were all dented. And
wow!
Had like a dark chocolate brown interior and not the right seats in it. It was pretty crappy looking. I was actually looking for a rolling chassis. So my buddy knew I was just looking for a chassis, something that was rust-free. And this car was rust-free, other than like the roof skin being rotten here and dents and stuff like that. But, I didn't want a sunroof, so I cut the roof off, and it's just a sheet metal.
No kidding.
It's a skin. So you take the trim off here, and underneath that is all the spot welds. And here there's like lead fill right there.
Wow.
So the joint's like this wide here, and it's indented. Sit the skin on, spot weld it back in, and done.
No
so this
kidding.
roof is actually off a 1981 Capri.
You would never know. That looks mint. I would put all my money in the line to say nothing's ever been done there.
Yeah, the doors are off a 1990 Mustang GT.
Okay.
The front suspension's off a 1990 LX. The fenders are brand new Ford fenders. Back then you were able to buy them because they'd still made the cars.
Right.
93 was the last year for making the Foxbody.
So how many years did they make this body style for?
From 79 right up to 1993.
1993? Okay.
Yeah, 79, the only difference in doors was the door handle was down at the bottom.
Okay.
That's the only year they had the door handle down at the bottom.
Interesting.
So the rest of them, the door handles at the top. 87 and up, they had speaker holes in them. Pre-87, they didn't have a speaker hole in them because the speakers were in the dash here. I put some different mags on it. I showed the car for years and years, and now it's like, car shows are getting dull. Even my wife's not interested anymore. I used to do 16 shows a summer.
Wow. But here's the thing about the shows. We're speaking off camera. You actually mentioned that this car has won a lot of first place.
Yeah. It won, class winners. I did 2 inside shows at the Speedorama and Autorama in the 90s. It won class winner there. Wow. I went to Norwalk, Ohio.
Okay. Oh wow, you had all the way in Ohio too.
Brought it to Norwalk, Ohio, won class winner there. I went to Maple Grove a couple times, won class winner there. 1 year we went there and the engine caught fire on the way there in Cortland, New York.
Oh, no kidding. So what did you do?
Had a fuel leak and basically
saw
this guy at the traffic light. We were getting off at Cortland, off the interstate, and I can smell fuel for a few kilometers,
Okay.
And I go, this is not good. We got to pull over, and I'm following some friends. So we decided we're going to pull over in Cortland at the Wendy's, pick up a burger, pick up some lunch, and stopped at the traffic light in front of the Wendy's. And the guy's looking under the car, and he's like this. So the fuel is leaking quite a bit. I go, that's not good.
No.
So the second I touched the accelerator, the hood just lifted with the explosion.
So how'd you put it out?
I rolled it into the parking lot, stopped the car. There was a car behind me. He's leaned on the horn. It's like, he almost rear-ended me. So I told my wife, grab the fire extinguisher. She grabs the fire extinguisher. I popped the hood. I ripped the handle off the hood release. Adrenaline was pumping. I opened the hood. Flames come both sides of my arms. Trying not to scratch the paint with the prop rod because I didn't have the lift support on the hood at the time. As the flames were rolling up both my arms, I had no hair on my arms. My eyebrows are burned and singed. And so wife's trying to pull the pin on the fire extinguisher, but she's squeezing it so she can't get the pin out.
Oh my God.
Give me that. So I grabbed the pin, never found the pin.
Yeah.
and put the fire out, and the fuel leak was all over the intake and all over the motor. The engine bay was all burnt and everything. And
So you just pulled the pin out like Thor and you just...
oh, I didn't squeeze it. No, if you squeeze it, you can't. You're just like jamming the pin in. So basically, I pulled the pin out and just threw it. I don't know where it went.
Wow.
If I hit somebody, or who knows?
Yeah. So I think the lesson there is drive with a fire extinguisher. I ironically had a fire once in the back seat of my car as well. So
the only reason this car still exists now is because of the fire extinguisher.
Yeah. What a shame it would be. Like, look at this vehicle. There's a lot of work put into this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So basically, that day, the afternoon was spent in Cortland, New York. There was a Parts America across the street. I walked across the street, went and got an air filter. I went and got some engine cleaner. I went and got some rags and separating all the wires one by one.
Right.
Taping them all up. I brought a
gosh.
toolkit. So anyways, I had some tools, some tape, stuff like that. You're going on a long trip, you always bring tools. I got it cleaned up, got it running and everything, so we kept on our way. And the stress from having the fire to getting to Maple Grove in Pennsylvania, well, gauges weren't working right anymore.
Right.
There's all sorts of little things. You're all stressed. Okay, is there something else going to go wrong with the car? It's not running right, and there's little things here and there, and you still got the smell from the fire in the car, and so it's like, okay, so we drove it, got it there, and that whole night, at least 8 hours from the time we got there till about 11 o'clock at night, flashlights, and we're cleaning the car, getting it ready for the show the next morning.
So you had a car fire. You put it out and you still went to the car show.
Still went to the car show. I get to the car show in the morning.
Unreal.
And you get a whole bunch of people coming around the car, and they're, Pennsylvania, they got that accent. I can't even duplicate it.
Yeah.
So they say, so this is the infamous fire car from Canada, huh? How'd you find out?
Fire car?
Yeah, the infamous fire car from Canada. That's what they call it.
How quick does the word travel there? My goodness.
But I said, I didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
But the people I went with, they just talked to one person, and the word got around.
Yeah.
So, check out that car over there. It caught fire yesterday, and it's here.
Still
it's
here,
like all the aluminum was just dark gray and black just from the fire, and the paint on the hood was all bubbled underneath, and I had a little bit of bubbling up here, but not much, but it was under the cowl, so whatever was bubbled was under here, so the cowl's hiding it.
Wow.
So whatever shows is fine.
Yeah.
So that's fine, that's okay. So got the fire out, and I still won first place.
Unreal. Well, you know what? That was well deserved, because that's a Rocky story right there. You got up and you just fought back.
It's like you don't give up.
No, you can't give up.
You kick me when I'm down, but I'll still get up.
That's right.
You don't give up. You got to fight for what you want, and that's it.
Definitely got that aggressive punch to it.
This is the only way I want to get into the corn. Tires broke loose there.
Yeah. This is really, really cool ride, man. So what's it like having this car for over 30 years?
Well, it's fun. It's fun. Grabs attention, but not as much as I wanted to, but it's fun to drive.
So what drives you with this car?
Just the fun of having it. And this.
bit how it feels on the quarter mile too.
And you've obviously dragged this. Then you've done some.
Yeah, 3-4 times.
What kind of time were you getting?
I was running a 1270.
Nice.
Can't remember the mile an hour, but.
And so when you had this car, like, what are some of the things you did in the past with the car? Because you've had it for 30 years. Like,
it was mostly car shows and cruising around. Now it's basically just going to get lost in back roads, enjoying the car.
Right.
So it's, it is what it is. And I want to drive it more. Retirement's coming and stuff like that. 5.5 years, so it's like probably have more time to drive it, but.
Nice.
You never have enough time to drive them. That's the thing.
No.
Life is so fast these days that
you got to make time, though. I think.
Yeah, for sure.
It's awesome, though. And your whole family's kind of, I guess you could say, car crazy. Like, everybody seems very into them.
Yeah. My older daughter.
Is that your fault?
My older daughter likes a nice car, but she doesn't know anything about it. My middle daughter, she's got her truck and stuff like that. She gets a lot of compliments on the truck, and but she doesn't know anything about cars. But she tries. She respects a nice car. My kids grew up basically cleaning this car, getting it ready for car shows and stuff. Like the kids were like, God, they weren't even 10 years old. They were underneath the car, cleaning the bottom of the car with a toothbrush over the winter, getting it ready for car shows.
Wow. So having this car really brought your family together. Like, this is something you guys did. You spent a lot of time together.
Yeah, and they all have the respect for a car and stuff like that. Like my son, he's a big car guy. He's a licensed mechanic now here at the Ford dealer in Embro. And he's got a Bronco 2 that we built when he was 16 and stuff like that. He wants to get that fixed up again, and it's his, it's his hot rod. And
nice.
He's got his F-150. He's got a Jeep mud truck that's all stretched and on 44-inch tires. He's quite the car
44.
guy. Yeah, he's sitting on 44s.
Holy shit! Exactly. That's
one-ton axles underneath it.
Wow. Nice.
Sitting under a YJ.
Really?
The frame is stretched 24 inches. Just to give it wheelbase, because the drive shaft was too much of an angle.
Yeah. So you really had a big impact on your family there with vehicles.
Yeah.
Like, and how did this passion start for you?
My dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up basically. My dad was always working on his own cars. Back in the time when, you'd basically work on your own cars, carburetors and stuff like that. And,
yeah.
Dad got my interest in working on Mustangs, especially because he picked up a 65 Mustang Coupe up at the campground at White Lake. And I must have been probably 8 or 9 years old at the time.
Wow.
And he bought it for $50. Yeah, that was back in 1976 or something like that, when cars were cars and weren't worth anything.
And you've had a lot of Fords in your lifestyle. Like your first car, you have another Ford. Your nephew's got a Ford. There's a lot of.
My nephew basically he got his '89 Mustang. Basically, it's a passion because he loved this car.
Yeah.
He was born. I had this car.
I see. So
he rode in this car. He fell in love with this car. He always wanted a Foxbody Mustang. So. What was it, last year? Yeah, last year he picked up an '89 Mustang. It's pretty much a rotten basket case, and I rebuilt it for him. I restored it for him.
That's awesome, man. I
must have over 600 hours in the car.
Wow.
And I told him, I said, you pay the parts, I'll give you my time, and that's it. So he's got like a $30,000 restoration for like $3,000.
Wow, I love that you've done that, and you've really found a way to like spend more time with your family. It's brought your family more together, and what a cool hobby. What a great thing. That's what this show's about.
Yeah, it's cars. Cars are there to be with your family.
Right.
Like most people, you get most people and they say, oh, well, I have to get rid of my toy because I got another baby and there's no room in the car and blah, blah, blah. That's a whole load of crap.
Yeah, I'm actually getting another toy and I'm getting another baby.
I added a third seat belt in the back.
Damn right, dude.
So I got 3 kids. I added a third seat belt. All 3 of them would come to car shows with me and my wife and the dogs. And every car show, we had the 3 kids, the wife and the dogs. We did car shows. We traveled together with the cars. You know, this car's been trailered once to a show, and that's in Ohio.
Right.
And that's because it was too long a distance, and there were too many people. I went with my dad, my mother-in-law, and
no car fire though, right?
No car fire, not that time.
Oh, that's
awesome. There was one time I went to a car show. It was again, it was in a car show in the a Syracuse car show. I had another buddy from the Mustang Club. He was following me, and there was a deer trying to cross the street.
Oh no!
So I was slowing down, making sure the deer wasn't going to cross the street. And as I slowed down, he was watching the deer too, and he rear-ended me with his Mustang.
Oh no!
Oh. So basically, I had to have the rear end of the car repainted. Went to the car show again.
Yeah.
And I just took a piece of paper and I wrote deer damage and stuck it to the bumper.
So why this body type? Why the Foxbody style?
It was what was available at the time.
Okay.
Because I've always wanted like a late 60s Mustang, and there wasn't nothing. So I picked up a 1980 Mustang, which most of the parts are in this from that car, from that build.
Oh, so essentially a donor car in a way.
The first car I put on the road and mix-matched it with all sorts of parts I had kicking around. It was a scrap car I picked up for free, and had an engine kicking around, transmission kicking around, MacGyvered an exhaust, and picked up some wheels, and I worked at the Ford dealerships. I was able to get parts and stuff there pretty cheap, and so, I picked up this car and drove it like summer, winter, lasted about a year and a half, 2 years, and decided to take off from a stop one day, and seeing the car, the body was so weak, it folded a bit, and the passenger door wouldn't close anymore.
Wow.
So it's like, okay, well, I had my fun with this car, and I spent like 3 years trying to find this body here, and my buddy basically bought the car for me and gave it to me.
Yeah.
So then started the building of this car, and it's always stayed.
So he knew that you liked this body style, so that's why he kind of...
Well, he knew, because he knew I was looking for a donor body, like a body shell. Told him I don't care what shape the paint's in, what motor's in it, what suspension. Yeah. I just want a hollow Mustang shell.
Okay.
Because I've got all the parts to build it.
Nice.
So I needed something rust-free, and this was as rust-free as you can get at the time for a 10-year-old car. It was just dented.
Wow, and look at it now. Like, you've done so much to it, and it's amazing. Honestly, this is such a great story, and it's not just that story that I love. I love the fact that you're taking these cars that would essentially be either scrapped or... And you're bringing them back to life, and you're giving them a story, you're giving them purpose. Yeah. That's what the show's about.
I like saving the cars. Like, why waste the good car?
You know what? And because of that, I have something for you. Anybody on this show gets one of these Between the Wheels hat.
Oh, cool.
Because you have the true spirit of this, and you understand what it's like, to bring these cars back to life and use them for what they're designed for. So this is for you.
Hey, thanks.
Thanks so much for being on the show and sharing your story with us. Yeah, this is truly amazing.
Yeah.
I loved it, man. And we'll be back with your other Mustang next year, so make sure you keep watching.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
This time on Between the Wheels.
So this is known as the Iraqi Taxi.
There's the Iraqi Taxi or the Iraqaboo. Iraq put in the order for the cars at that time, Saddam Hussein's government.
It's pretty smooth though. I feel like I'm on a big couch just,
Massive 110 horsepower. Nothing too great.
The tortoise always beats the hare, right? Sounds very aggressive for 110 horsepower.
Without getting myself in trouble, there's probably components missing from the exhaust. Maybe, I'm not sure. I mean, this car has an unknown amount of kilometers on it. It only rolls over to 99,000. Starts all over again from zero. Reverse on this is up and to the left, and it's not normal. These back windows don't roll down for some strange reason. We don't really know why.
It's oddly satisfying being in this. Like, I feel like a lot of vehicles are over-engineered this. There's so much stuff to look at, whereas here it's like you're focusing on the road because there's nothing else to focus on.
The other odd thing about these was these came with a 200 kilometer an hour speedometer when the regular cars only came with a 180 kilometer an hour speedometer. Nobody understands why they asked for that. Yeah, I really like it. I love this car.
You're 6 years old.
So I'm standing here with Dave with his 1981 Chevy Malibu. And Dave, it turns out that we have actually known each other for over a decade.
Yeah, at least, yeah, for sure.
One of my friends, Nick, had introduced us. He's actually on the show as well. And he suggested yourself has this car, and turns out we've actually known each other for a very long time. We went to the same gym for over 10 years.
Yeah.
So it's a very small world. So it's nice to see you again after all these years.
Man. Good to see you, buddy.
I remember you talking about this car to me over a decade ago. And now we're talking about the car, and here it is. Like, what are the chances of that? It's a small world.
These cars were sold with the smallest V6, which was a little 229, really tiny. Massive 110 horsepower, nothing too great. Three-speed manual Saginaw transmission, which was, you know, it's debatable on how great these are, but I mean, I've seen these cars go up to almost 400,000 kilometers and have no issues with the tranny.
The tortoise always beats the hare, right?
Exactly. Yeah, but I mean, like the gas mileage was fairly decent on them because they were small little V6s, but they were pretty good little motors.
So V6 and 110 horsepower.
110 horsepower.
That's hilarious.
1981, end of the gas crisis of the 70s, keeping the engine small before everybody got back into the V8s and stuff in the late 80s and early 90s.
So this is when they really got into those small boxy cars. They got away from the big boats of the 60s and 70s. Eh? They started making cars a little more compact. And
yeah, so this actually, the G-bodies of this style are the smaller version of those big boats that you saw in the 70s.
Right.
So these were supposed to be the next gen of the compromise, right? The smaller versions of them. So, because even if you look at the Chevy Caprice around the same time, it's still a fairly big car. It's bigger than this. The long backstory is my dad had one. So when we were initially moved to North Bay, when my dad was military, so we moved around a lot. He was looking to get a new car. Got to North Bay, went to the Chevy dealership. Sure enough, there's a whole bunch of Malibus on the lot, all generally the same. They're either automatic V6 or automatic V8s.
Right.
And sort of sitting in the back of the lot was, you know, maybe half a dozen or 8 of these gold, blue, and burgundy.
Right.
And he didn't know why they were sort of put off to the side. So he asked the sales guy, like, why are those ones back there? And the guy said, why are different colors? So the guy gave him the brief history of why these cars were back there. And it turns out that the car itself is a very odd model of that year. So every other car around that time everything had gone obviously automatic. There wasn't any big four-door sedans at that time that were manual transmission. It was just not normal.
And your dad didn't know at the time that this car was rather unique. It just kind of looked like...
Had no idea. He was just wondering why they were sort of sat in the back, right?
Yeah, because this car looks very, I guess, basic. It doesn't stand out, but the backstory to this is pretty wild because there's not many of these around.
There was only 25,000 made total, and just around half of them are living in Iraq somewhere, and that's where they are. They're not even here in Canada or in the US. So
right.
And because the US was originally the ones that's what these were built for. These were originally built to go to Iraq.
So this is known as the Iraqi Taxi. So
there's the Iraqi Taxi or the Iraqaboo, which is which what people are always, you know, they don't want to be offended by they sort of, misinterpret the Iraqi Taxi as like a bit of an insult, unfortunately, but it's not what it's meant at all. It's meant that that's what they were being sent to Iraq for.
Right.
But now that there's been different stories about why those cars were purchased, and 2 of the stories was one that they were being sent over to be used as taxis or commuter cars or whatever over there, and the other story was that they were being given to families of military guys at certain level, officers that died in the conflict, say between Iraq and Iran, as sort of here's a gift sort of a thing. So nobody really knows the exact story. It's one of the 2, or it could be both.
So we know it ended up in Iraq.
Yeah.
How did they get there? Like, who sent the order? Who made the order? How did this whole happen? Because the United States
refused it
because Iraq and the United States were not exactly the best of friends.
They weren't the best of friends at the time. So for some strange reason, they approached GM Canada, because they run independently from GM in the US at that time. They said, yeah, we don't really have a problem with Iraq right now. We had better global relationships with other countries, so we're like, we'll do it. So they picked up the contract for 25,000 cars. Yeah. Now the funny part was when they put in the order for the car, basically they wanted it sounds weird, but they actually wanted a car that was built sort of on the cheap,
Right.
but they wanted a car that could also handle the desert. So the original configuration for these cars was, the regular Malibu was just a standard suspension system. This has an upgraded heavy-duty suspension package. Malibu here had no air conditioning and AM radio only. This has weirdly an AM FM radio with a cassette deck in it.
So they upgraded that.
They upgraded that. They also didn't come with air conditioning.
Right.
This did. This came with, weirdly, we'll see when we do a little tour later, but this has tweed seats in it.
Okay.
The regular Malibu had vinyl seats.
Right.
These back windows don't roll down for some strange reason. We don't really know why. On the regular Malibu, they were child safety windows, so they roll down about halfway.
Okay.
The other ones, I don't remember if they had these windows or not in the back.
These little fins, yeah.
But again, then the other thing was, this has the little 229 V6, which was an outdated motor.
Yeah.
And the normal motor at that time was the bigger, I hope I get this corrected, I think it was a 232.
Okay.
It was a slightly bigger V6, or you could get an automatic with a V8 in it, but that was a lot of extra cash. The other odd thing about these was these came with a 200 kilometer an hour speedometer when the regular cars only came with a 180 kilometer an hour speedometer. Nobody understands why they asked for that. So it was very, very strange. But everything else in the car, other than those things, and the other cars being, like I said, automatic, and this being a 3-speed standard,
Right.
with reverse up and to the left, which is also odd,
Yes.
was, that's what's kind of made these unique. Then they ended up having an initial problem with the first batch when they sent them over to Iraq. So I think it was the first 5,000 or 6,000 cars.
Yeah, because these cars are actually known for not being very good.
There are 12,500 of them parked in a field since last summer. And they've been running so badly and breaking down so often that the Iraqis aren't much interested in having 12,500 more. GM is trying desperately to put the deal back together.
Well, it's not that the car wasn't good. What the problem with these cars, once they fixed the only known issue with this car, which was the clutch bearing.
Okay.
So once they repaired that, this car has an unknown amount of kilometers on it. We think it's somewhere around 250,000, but we're not 100% sure. Just because it only rolls over to 99,000, so it doesn't go to the million.
Seriously?
So we don't know the exact number of kilometers on it. We have
So
to
it just
sort of
rolls over
guesstimate.
and starts all over again?
Starts all over again from zero
I have
at
never seen that
100,000
before.
K. So it could be 300,000, we don't know. But my dad, his original Malibu, which was, funnily enough, the same color and looked exactly the same as this one.
Yeah.
When we sold that to my sister's landlord at the time, 380 some odd thousand kilometers on it.
Oh, wow.
And like I was telling you earlier, I saw it about 2 or 3 years later, driving down the Queensway, and the guy was still going, and all collapsed suspension, and
So let's talk about your story of how you got the vehicle, because your dad had one of these, and then he sold it obviously at some point.
So he got rid of it.
He got rid
completely,
of it.
yeah.
What year did he get rid of it?
So we got rid of ours, I believe it was 92 or 93 we got rid of that one.
Okay.
So that one's probably in a junkyard somewhere deteriorating. Who knows where that went. My brother sort of put the nail in the coffin of that one. So we got a lot of use out of that car and abuse, and he was out with some buddies one day and had it in some back dirt road, and he ripped all the exhaust off it and all the way up to the headers. And
which is what these were kind of designed for with the suspension,
was to
though.
take the, right, which was to take the abuse, but he went into a ditch. So he was like, he kind of went off into a ditch and then tried to get back up it, and he ripped all the header off it and everything. So it was just basically blowing flame, and he like set the bottom of the car on fire.
He wasn't jumping any dunes with it.
No. And then after that, they basically parked it at my sister's, and then
that was it.
A couple of months later, they sold it. So.
And then you always liked this car, obviously, because you've spoken about this car for many years when I knew you earlier on, but also at the same time, you started hunting one down yourself at some point.
Yeah. Obviously, before the internet, it was almost impossible to ever find one. So looking, through the local newspapers and stuff, you were never really going to find one.
And this is like a needle in a haystack, because it's not a common car.
It's not common, no.
You can't just go and find one.
And guys that know about it, like if you put out like when Facebook finally came around, so like the mid 2000s and stuff, and when I was a little bit later than that, it was after 2010 when I started looking.
Yeah.
So if I put out a post or something on some car site or whatever, the people who knew what they were would make comments, but nobody really knew of any.
So how'd you locate this one?
Kept looking, and about a year later, just happened to be on Kijiji one day at work, and this popped up,
Bam, there it was.
And I was like, I kind of was comfortable that it wasn't going to go anywhere because I could sort of tell the condition was a little rough.
Yeah, it's not exactly in the most pristine of condition.
No, and that I didn't care about because so there's a show which some guys might be familiar with, called Roadkill. And so I had always talked since I was a teenager with my friends about just buying old cars, throwing some new parts on it just to get it running and driving and be able to go beat them up and go take it down back roads and just have fun with them and drive them until they died. And everyone,
that's kind of what cars are designed to do in the first place. But it seems like a lot of people don't do that these days. They buy them for show. Yeah. But you're actually one of the only people. In fact, at this point, you're the only person that daily drives this. Yeah. So they daily drive their vehicle. And I know you wanted to drive this in the winter too, although it's not the best winter car in the world.
In Ontario, it's not about it not even being like, it's great. It was great fun when I was a teenager learning to drive in the snow.
You have better
so it's not even
these
about
days.
that. The problem is, my problem always was just killing it with the salt.
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with the snow. It has everything to do with just destroying the car.
That's right. And here in Canada, they use so much salt, you'll just destroy a vehicle. But you can daily drive this all summer, which you're doing.
Yep.
And you're, like I said, you're the only person that I've had on the show thus far that has done that. And that really, I like that spirit of making, using the car for what it's designed to do.
Yeah, exactly.
So these vehicles are rather unique. How did these end up in Iraq?
Iraq put in the order for the cars. It was done through, obviously, at that time, Saddam Hussein's government.
So Saddam Hussein
government actually were the ones that put in the request for the cars.
Interesting.
And they got, once that repair was done, so they did the clutch and all that other stuff, they got about half the order sent over. So somewhere around 12,500 cars. Okay. And then all of a sudden they just canceled the remaining order. And
why did they do that?
So the assumption, I believe, was that they had gone into conflict with Iran and they were diverting funds because they hadn't paid the rest of the bill. So they just basically put their hands up and said, no, we're not doing that.
It's just funny to see a government do it and not some random guy on Kijiji.
I know. So they sent so I think there was I believe one of the stories is there was a shipment that was halfway across the ocean. They actually turned the boat around and sent it back.
Really?
So
where did these end up?
All the provinces like that, basically from Nova Scotia all the way up to here. And the reason why there's a bunch in Nova Scotia, and that's sort of another funny part of the story, is when they ended up sending, when the initial batch went over to Iraq, they sent 6 or 8 GM technicians over there to go correct the clutch bearing problem. Okay. And while
this was a pretty big problem.
It was a pretty big problem. It was failing pretty quickly after the first couple of thousand miles.
And they weren't happy about that.
So they wanted it fixed. And of course, you're buying brand new fleet cars or whatever these were meant to be used for.
Right.
Not working right off the bat. They needed that problem fixed. So while they sent the technicians over to Iraq to fix the problem, they sent some GM technicians down to the port in Nova Scotia to fix them on the dock. So they were fixing them in a hangar down there.
Okay.
Funny story. Fast forward to, unfortunately, the first summer of COVID. I was out for a drive, and this guy pulled up beside me with his buddy in a little convertible car, and he just yells and he goes, "Is that an Iraqi Taxi?" Yeah. And I was like, and I looked over, and he's a bit older, so I knew he would know exactly what the car was because he was probably in his 60s or something, maybe in his early 70s. And I opened the door for him so he could see the shifter.
Yeah.
And he goes, "That's amazing." He goes, "I fixed the clutch bearings in those in Nova Scotia when they were going to Iraq."
No kidding.
And I was like, he goes, "I probably worked on your car." And I was like, "You probably did." So he's like, yeah. So it was just crazy that some guy living in Ottawa probably worked on this car and fixed the clutch bearing who was in Nova Scotia when these were being held while they were being fixed.
Oh, there's nothing better though than even if a lot of people don't know what your car is, when that one person that does know it, you just you love it. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, exactly. And another funny note about that, when it was at the dealership, the original automatic V6 were going for, I think, somewhere around 10 grand.
Okay.
And then with the options on top if you wanted air conditioning and all the extras or whatever. And the V8s were going for, I think, 11,500 to 12,000.
Right.
These were going for 6,800.
Okay. Interesting.
But basically all you're getting, the difference between the V6 and the other one and this one was you were getting a standard and you were getting, a slightly smaller V6, but you were already getting air conditioning, AM, FM cassette in there, heavy duty suspension, better seats. These you don't sweat with these because they're airy.
Right.
And these last forever. I mean, dude, these are 40 years old and they're still in good shape.
Your dad had the car. He sold the car, got rid of it, and then you found one, you bought one yourself. And what year did you end up buying one in?
think it was early spring. I think it was like March, April of 2018. I ended up getting a hold of the guy and negotiating a bit of a price with him because he wanted $2,700 for it originally, and I thought it was a little high. The car itself was okay. It ran pretty rough. He hadn't started it in 6 months. Yeah. And it may have even been longer than that. He may have been a bit more full of crap or whatever. I have no idea. Picked it up. I ended up having to get it towed from where I actually bought it. And I got it towed home to my sister's, and it sat at my sister's for a couple of months. And then I got it towed to my driveway. Okay. And finally got working on the brakes and stuff. It took it all apart, and the brakes were non-existent. So it's a good thing I didn't actually drive it.
So how did it feel finding one of these after so many years? Like the same car your dad had. How did it feel?
It was really cool. Like actually when I got in it, and as soon as I got in it, it felt like the same car almost.
Did it just bring back memories when you were like...
Brought back good memories, because I always had good memories in the car. Like I learned to drive standard in this car. This is basically the car I learned to drive on after, got my driver's license and stuff. And so, I had this all through college. My dad gave it to me when I was in college. So, I had a good time in it, man. It was just like, I was a big designated driver guy after the bars on weekends in college. So this was the car I used to drive everybody home in, and go camping in it and with it, and throw my camping gear in the back, or go fishing with it. And it was a beast. The car never failed me. So, I had a good time with it. I always enjoyed it, and I always loved rear-wheel drive cars. Growing up in that era, a lot of people don't understand the fun, and also the fact that once you learn how to drive a rear-wheel drive car properly,
especially in the snow,
which is more what I'm talking about, it's a blast. Like you can really have a lot of fun with them. So
that's so cool. So this is a story 4 decades in the making, because your dad was one of the original owners of these vehicles, I guess you could say, and it's just really cool to see that story come full circle. But the story doesn't end there. You got something planned with this.
Yeah.
We were talking off camera that you have a really cool trip planned for this vehicle.
Yeah, so I've been working pretty steady on it. Obviously, I'm not a mechanic by any means. I'm barely a driveway mechanic. So I've done as much work on it as I can, mostly the, stuff that I can get my hands on. So like I said, I've completely rebuilt the brakes. In the back, it was remove the axles and replace the backing plates on the drum brakes, all the way up to putting new lines on it. A lot of stuff in the front, put a new alternator, new starter. I have a new water pump that's going to probably go in it before I leave. I want to get the car up to a condition where I'm bringing it tomorrow to a mechanic who's going to do the fine tune on it. So he's going to put the new distributor in that I have for it. So fine tune it really well.
So you've done all the meat and potatoes to get the car running.
It's going to get there for this road trip.
Just to get it running, yes.
Yeah, for this road trip, so that I can basically road trip it somewhere in the neighborhood of about between 1,700 and 2,500 kilometers in the middle of August, which is probably not the best idea to do it in the heat.
Does the air conditioning still work?
The air conditioning does not work because I removed the air conditioning the first summer that I had it. Right. And I love driving with the windows down.
So where are you taking it?
So we're going to actually to what's called Roadkill Nights. So if anybody who watches this knows that show, they know that they have Roadkill Nights in Pontiac, Michigan. I'm driving to my buddies. We're staying overnight in Lindsay, Ontario. Next morning we're getting up at 5 on the Friday. I cross over, drive to a campsite, stay overnight on the Friday, go to the Roadkill event the next day. Then we're staying on the Sunday. We're just gonna probably just hang out at the lake and just have a chill day. Yeah. And then from there, we're coming back across the same bridge, and then we're gonna scoot up along the bottom of Lake Erie, and we're going to go through Wasaga Beach, and we're going to slowly make our way up to North Bay. We're going to spend a night there. Nice. And because that's where him and I grew up together. Yeah. And that's the reason why we're doing this trip, is because we were supposed to do this trip on our 50th birthday in 2020, which obviously didn't happen because of
the world shutdown.
So, and the year that we met in 1981 was the year my dad bought this car. So there's kind of like little connections in there. Yeah. So 50th birthday, 2020, and meeting on the same year that my dad bought this car. So
it's meant to be.
It's kind of cool, right? So
yeah.
So the only thing we're hoping is that between the two of us, we both have CAA. Hopefully the car survives the whole trip.
Right.
And so it's gonna.
Well, I'm sure
it's gonna be fun.
Regardless what happens on the trip, I'm sure it's gonna be awesome to take this thing on the road, and I wish you luck on it. Before you take it on the road there, I think we have to take on the road and go for a drive, because I'm just dying to get inside.
Yeah, absolutely. So it sounds like a 305, but it's not.
Sounds very aggressive for 110 horsepower.
Well, there's probably, without getting myself in trouble, there's probably components missing from the exhaust. Maybe, I'm not sure, but And then I do have a bullet muffler on the back.
You just gotta say it's overpowered, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Everyone will believe you.
There's a tube muffler on the back, so it actually gives it sound like a bigger engine. So.
Well, it is a V6. That's, it's larger than a inline 4, but yet the horsepower is hilarious. It just doesn't add up in today's standards. But
and the thing is with the small 229, you can't really do anything to it. It's not worth trying to like oversize the rings or make it stronger or any of that stuff.
It's too small of a block, to modify.
You're better off if you want a bigger V6 with more power. You're better off going to a 4.3 liter. Then you can oversize the rings a little. You can put a turbo on it. Usually they're pretty good. They're usually up around 200 and 210 horsepower to start. And with the right modifications, you can take a 4.3 liter well over 300 horsepower if you want. So
that is a wild shifter. So I'm looking right now, and the first thing I notice it's backwards. It's upside down, I guess. Usually first.
So this is very like
go straight into
European
the left.
style. This is normally reverses over and down.
Right.
To the right. Reverse on this is up and to the left, which is, I believe that's very European. It's not normal.
It's also weird you putting first
down
because I feel like you're starting in second, but it only has 3 gears, first of all.
Exactly. Because normally it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I think it's up and to the right, which is reverse. And this is, down and to the right is reverse. Up and to the right is fifth. So, and also with the way that the transmission's designed in this, if you're doing anything under about 60 kilometers an hour, you live in second.
Right.
So, because as soon as you shift into third's too low.
Okay, so it's really
or it's too
odd.
high, sorry. So you go like this, and it kind of goes blah, 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 blah. It doesn't like it because you're not.
No.
But I can get it all the way up to 140, 150 in third gear. It's perfectly fine.
Which is more than sufficient for what
exactly
it's designed to do. You haven't ever shifted into reverse by accident?
Only at low speed. Yeah. At a higher speed, you can't. Anyways, it wouldn't.
Right, it
wouldn't let you. But doing like 10 or 15 kilometers an hour, I've got with the clutch in, I've gotten it in, and it lets you know because it makes a horrible sound.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you just broke a whole bunch of teeth on the transmission gear, but
no, you don't want that.
So up to close to 60, and then we can live in third.
She's pretty smooth though. I feel like I'm on a big couch, just you know.
It's comfortable, man. It's a comfortable ride, and it's got lots of windshield, and
I like it. It's so simple, but I don't know. It's oddly satisfying being in this. Like I feel like a lot of vehicles are over-engineered this year. There's so much stuff to look at, whereas here it's like you're focusing on the road because there's nothing else to focus on.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a lot of conveniences in cars that are, especially for a driver, that are unnecessary. And one of the things that I love in this car is like the old winding windows, because I can wind this up as little or as much as I want by like millimeters. I don't have to do what the electric motor is telling me to do.
Right.
So
she's a smooth ride, you know. I love the bench seat too. The bench seat is wonderful.
Bench
like
seat's
it's
great,
really cool.
You could fit 2 small children in the front if you really had to.
Not that you'd want to.
Well, we used to when we were younger. My dad used to go.
Of course he did. It was back in the day
for hockey and stuff, right? Fit 3 of my friends in the back, 2 in the front, all the hockey gear in the trunk.
Wow, so you could really load this thing up if you wanted.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's a very comfortable, like chill car. It's fun. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I really like it. I love this car, and that's why I'm really excited for this mechanic tomorrow to give it a really good, proper old school tune, because it should smooth it out even more, like the kind of that little offset
any kinks
noise you're hearing in the motor. Like, even though it sounds pretty good, it should be even better. So especially with a new distributor, it's got new plug wires on it.
That's unique.
It's a Honda. Like that little should smooth out when he does all the valve train stuff. You should be able to check the lifters and everything, get everything just running in harmony.
Yeah.
And this little tiny V6 should purr all day long. Should have no problem with it.
And you know what's funny? We're driving right now, and like I said, it's a comfortable drive. I think the suspension really is quite good on this thing because I know this is a fairly smooth road, but any bumps to go over, it's very non-noticeable.
Yeah, and the whole front end is redone, right? Like I was saying, I got new upper and lower control arms on both sides, and new shocks as well. It's original springs, but it's still like if I just do a little bit of that, it doesn't dip in, right?
No.
It stays pretty flat.
She's holding really tight there.
So I have a new power steering pump on it too, so the steering's pretty responsive.
Nice.
So I replaced most of the things I get my hands on have been replaced. So you know, it's like that show that I watched, the old Roadkill.
Right.
It's their motto: new parts on old cars, and it's
Big
just
change.
like, you know, it makes them really enjoyable to drive. These cars.
That's what it's about, man. And you know what? You have this car, you're enjoying it, and that's the best story there is, you know. And
Yeah, exactly.
and you're keeping a legacy alive by driving these, which is really cool.
Absolutely.
That's kind of the spirit of the show. So this is really neat.
Well, even like, I know this might be a bit counter-intuitive to what a lot of other car guys might say, but you know, say in 10 or 15 years, if the industry gets to a point where gas is no longer a viable solution for the cars, and they'll be like, oh, we have conversion packs for your car for fuel cell or battery, and I'd be like, well,
the EVs are just not the same.
There's no noise, right? That's not. It's still. I mean, I would still rather drive this with a electric motor in it than you know, like a Tesla or something.
It'd be hilarious though if this thing had that like Jetson sound. You know, that boop, 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 boop. Just taking off with that. That'd be hilarious.
That'd be awesome.
They got that one right.
Which you could probably do in the new in that Tesla with a computer program or something. What the hell is this guy doing?
Somebody seems very confused. All right.
No.
When the road's closed, the road's closed. You don't question it. Okay, we'll take it back on this parkway. It's a beautiful day here. We got a really hot day. It's probably over 30 degrees, but this is fantastic. This is what Canada's about.
Exactly.
People think it's cold here. I don't know why.
It's the same, and
It gets so hot here.
I'm actually kind of hoping for the long road trip down to Pontiac, Michigan. I'm actually hoping on the Friday that it rains.
Yeah.
But I prefer that way the car will stay cool.
Yeah.
And I don't have to worry about it on the way down.
Right.
So, you know, it only needs to rain the one day. Once we're there, it can be sunny.
Well,
all right.
I wish you good luck on that trip. Now, before you go, there's something you need. I see you're wearing a hat.
Yeah, man.
Anybody that's on this show gets a Between the Wheels hat.
Ah, sweet.
So I'll give that for you. That will be for your trip there.
Thanks, man.
Thanks a lot for being on the show. I really appreciate you sharing
it,
your story, and thank you so much, man.
Good to see you again, and
nice
you'll see me back at the gym with you. I'll be back in the fall.
That's right. You got to go to the gym.
So,
That's
absolutely.
That's the best place, man.
Engineer, where are you headed? Carry me back to Tennessee. Oh, I got a little girl who's been waiting. Promised that she'd marry me. Mr. Can we leave this seat? I'll shovel coal, Lord, to pay my fare. Gotta get this train.
This time on Between the Wheels.
Well, that doesn't sound like a Jeep. It's because it's not. I was only 17 years old when I had this thing, and I've owned it for the last 18 years. The guy before me really beat this thing up, and it needed a lot of work. And all of a sudden, the Mad Max project was born. We made our mission to get this thing back to life. Holy shit, it works. Just got a tornado alert.
You're 6 years old.
So this is my 1988 Jeep Cherokee XJ. To date, it's the most popular modified vehicle out there in terms of off-road vehicles. And this one is no different. It's an absolute Frankenstein creation of mechanical engineering and creativity. So what makes this one so special? I got this car back in 2005 as a graduation gift from my dad. Graduated high school, got it, I was 17 years old, except it didn't look like this. It was in much worse condition. The guy before me really beat this thing up and it needed a lot of work. It always looked really cool, but it really needed a little bit of love. So the first thing my dad did was put me and my brother to work, sanding it down and getting it back to the original primer. I can't tell you how much time we spent sanding this thing down, but it was a great time to spend with my dad and my brother. We got it all sanded, a little bit of bodywork, and all of a sudden, the Jeep looked like new. We ended up adding some lights, changing the seats, a little bit of the interior, and all of a sudden it was good to go for the next 10 years. So the next couple of years, the Jeep was a big part of my life. Spent a lot of time in this thing. We did camping trips together. I remember we had one with my grandfather before he passed away. This was an awesome little camping trip we did. Got the whole family together. This was pretty rare for us to do at this point, so this was a great memory to have, and the Jeep was there for it. You know, at the same time, I was really getting into wilderness survival. I was doing, fire making and shelters and whatnot. Easy as pie, and all with this little buddy right here. And when I would do that stuff, I would take the Jeep and my dog. I got into survival because of the show Survivor Man. I would later end up working with Survivor Man himself, Les Stroud. We became friends, and I worked on season 5 of Survivor Man, and that was an awesome experience. But prior to that, he had me do a couple gigs for him. He's also a musician, so he would have me come out. I would drive 4 hours from my house, film one of his gigs, and then drive back. And the reason I'm saying this, because this is where one of my favorite memories with the Jeep was. I was in my early 20s, I was a young lad. I remember filming the gig and I would drive back and I would get home around 3 a.m. And when I was driving back, I had one of the most crazy, magical experiences ever. I was driving back, it was pitch black, no one around, middle of the night. The moon was out. I saw a family of wolves. And then I saw some foxes. I saw a moose, and I just had this thing. And I'm just driving there. I have all my lights on, like it's daytime. And I was listening to the soundtrack from a game called Tiberian Sun. It was such a magical experience. It was the weirdest but coolest thing ever. I can't explain it, but it was a really cool moment looking back now. And at the same time, I rolled over 200,000 kilometers on that exact trip, so I remember everything about that trip. So why am I talking about Survivor Man? Because he was actually one of the people that got me into the industry. I really got interested because of him, and the style we're shooting right now, where you just see a bunch of cameras set up, there's no camera crew on this show. It's the exact same style he's doing. We're just doing it a little more modern with a little newer technology and some new techniques. So another cool thing about this truck, it really strengthened the connection between my brother and I. Back in 2010, we went to Nova Scotia.
How you doing, Max?
We didn't take this truck. We started a show called Ottawa. It was just like a comedy thing. My name is Darren. Most people just call me Derry. We didn't really know what we were doing then, and we decided the next year to go again and write this whole script and everything. So we did that. But on the day of leaving, the car broke down. It was a Jetta and we couldn't get it going. This time I took a Jetta. It's a pretty good car. It's about 12 years old, but it's better than the piece of shit I used to have. I remember my dad trying to fix it all night. He was under that thing and he just couldn't get it going. So what did we do? We had to take this Jeep. It took us a little longer to get here this time. Mostly Donnie's fault. First, his car breaks down, German, so we had to get my car, American. You know, sure, it may get 30 liters per 100 kilometers, but I know it'll get me there because it's American. It's built to last. Donnie's just pumping her up full of gas right now. We should be on our way soon. We really didn't want to take the Jeep because it's kind of scary taking something this old on such a huge trip, 4,000 kilometers. And it turned out to be one of the best things ever because all of a sudden we integrated this Jeep into the story and this completed the whole idea. It made everything work. This was the missing piece we had. Pay for the gas? If we catch a flat tire, you're changing it.
We're not gonna catch a flat tire.
right, finished.
And it's just a great memory looking back now. It was awesome to get close with my brother like that, and I could thank my Jeep for it. So I had a lot of experiences where this truck actually brought my family together. But then things changed. 2012 came around and things got bad. My parents divorced and everyone went their separate ways. It's a really bad situation. I remember my brother moved out, my dad moved out, my mom. It was just me and my grandma. There was no one there anymore. All of a sudden, everything turned sad, and it was like that for the next couple of years. And I remember that was one of the darkest moments of our lives. All right, so here is my 1988 Jeep Cherokee with a 4-liter diesel Isuzu engine in it. And it's been sitting here for about 4 years now, unfortunately. Just over there is my 1988 Jeep Cherokee. It hasn't ran in a couple of years. It's been sitting there for about 6 years, so we're gonna try to start it up. Then in 2017, without any rhyme or reason, I decided to bring this thing back from the dead and start restoring it and filming the whole process. And all of a sudden, the Mad Max project was born. Little did I know that the next couple of years of my life would revolve around restoring this truck. So last night's tornado just took out my car. It was like a resurrection. Not just of the vehicle, but my life. Relationships that had previously faded away all of a sudden became important and began returning to my life. This event would cause a chain reaction in my life that would affect many aspects of my life and change my life and define me as a person. I started small. I started restoring the vehicle, slowly learning aspects of the vehicle build. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm not a mechanic. I know what you're thinking. Talk about fail. I was just using YouTube videos and some creativity. I've never actually put one of these in before, so I'm not really sure how, but that's kind of how I figure things out. I originally posted some videos. My dad doesn't live in Canada, so he doesn't see this whole thing. You know, he can watch it because he watches my YouTube channel. Suddenly, my dad was back in my life. We were working on the truck together just like we did 10 years ago. We spent a lot of time together. You know, that's my dad over there. He's actually the one who bought this truck. And although we haven't always seen eye to eye, these are some pretty special moments. And to be honest with you, without him, I would not have got this done. That's plus or minus?
Minus. Front, right.
We made our mission to get this thing back to life, and we decided to give one more massive goal for ourselves. We wanted to get this thing done for my wedding. We worked on this for months. Day and night, we spent many, many hours on it. 2 days before the wedding, we got it done. I can't tell you how awesome it was to bring this to my wedding. And it's such a significant part of my life, bringing it to my wedding and spending the time there with my wife.
Let's go.
And my family. It meant a lot to me. My brother and I decided to film another auto. We were back at it. Here we are, just like 10 years ago, filming together, having these fun shoots and just having a great time. So then you have to ask yourself this: why keep this thing? Now that you have a Bronco, why hold on to it? The thing is, I always have a hard time answering that. People don't really understand that it's not just a vehicle, it's so much more than that. This has been such a crucial part of my life in so many different ways. It's shaped who I am. I've had more great memories and significant moments with this truck than I can even explain. And then someone will say, well, you know, why don't you get rid of it? It's in the way. I can't do that because my heart is in this thing, my heart and my soul. You know, I've had this for more than half my life. Now, we named this truck Mad Max on account of its badass looks, but what I should have really named it was Forrest Gump, because it seems to be at every significant place in my life. This Jeep is responsible for forming relationships in my life, and then bringing them back when I need it most. And you gotta ask yourself, is it just a car, or is it much more than that? You know, this is my story of Between the Wheels, and I'm excited to share a lot of other people's stories, because I know there's lots of other stories just like this one. First, let's talk about what defines the vehicle. And for starters, this. Now I know what most of you are wondering. Well, that doesn't sound like a Jeep. It's because it's not. Let me show you what's under the hood. So this is a 1993 3.9 liter diesel Isuzu engine. I know it looks pretty nasty, but it's actually a really cool engine. So this engine is known as the 4BD2. So somebody took the time to take this engine out of a forward Tiltmaster. You're wondering what the hell is that? It's basically one of those moving trucks with a flat front. Someone put a moving truck engine into this Jeep. What a wild creation, right? Now this engine only has 135 horsepower, but has 255 pounds of torque. So that's a lot of torque to the rear tires. So if it's raining outside, you could spin the tires pretty easy. It's not the fastest thing in the world, but it is turbocharged. So you do have some speed. I feel like something might have been done with this before, because it feels like it has a lot more power. Now, typically stock engines, they don't have this inline 4-cylinder. You have a gasoline powered 4-liter inline 6 by AMC. So this engine was really popular. It's one of Jeep's longest running engines. It's known as a very reliable engine, and it's almost unkillable. So why would someone swap this? Well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure, but definitely there's not many of these around in the world. There's probably only a handful I've seen on YouTube here and there, but they are pretty cool. Now this is an absolute genius creation. To get this all to work, it takes a lot of engineering and skill. It's not something we did. This had been done previously, and kind of one of the reasons we wanted to buy this vehicle. There's not many of these around in the world. So the Jeep itself uses a 5-speed manual transmission that comes with the Jeep. In order to make this work, they had to do something absolutely insane. So they took the bell housing, which connects to the engine to the transmission from the Isuzu, cut it, took one from the Jeep, cut it as well, and welded them together. Now that is some precision work. To get that to work, that's incredible. But you know what that enables? That enables this Jeep to run on a Jeep transmission. That's right. So the transmission, we ended up swapping it last year for another one. It's called the AX15. It had the same one in before, but this one had died, so we replaced it. This is the basic transmission in the Jeep. It's a 5-speed, it's a really nice transmission. And we had to change the pressure plate, we changed the slave cylinder, and we changed the clutch itself. So this thing's all good to go. But it's still got an Isuzu engine, and it's got the Jeep transmission, which is really, really cool. So them taking the bell housing and welding it like that enabled this vehicle to use this transmission. So a lot of you that aren't familiar with this vehicle might be wondering why? Why the Jeep Cherokee? What makes this vehicle so special? Why are people modding this thing? 2 reasons. It's simple and it's cheap. They made this vehicle from 1984 all the way till 2001 with very little changes. There were some modifications, you know, some new technology and whatnot, things become more efficient, but it really didn't change much. It's so simple to work on these vehicles, and which is one of the reasons I felt comfortable working on it, because I didn't know much about these vehicles. I knew very little, but it's so simple to learn. With a couple of YouTube tutorials and just being creative, you can get a lot done. So let's talk about the front end. This is an R bumper. It came with the car. We didn't change it. We did paint it. We ended up putting on some lights. These are some spotlights. And on the roof, we got 4 floodlights. All this lighting makes it possible to drive in the darkest conditions. You can see everything. It's like daytime. We also end up switching up the headlights. We put these nice LED headlights in, and we change everything to LED. There's no more incandescence on this vehicle. And the thing that's amazing is because these are such popular vehicles, there's a lot of aftermarket stuff. You can still buy lots of the parts for this vehicle. One of the reasons I was able to work on it. So for tires, you got these 32-inch Goodyear Wrangler tires with built-in Kevlar on the sidewalls. So in case you snag something, these are really durable tires. Not only are they durable, they last a long time. I used to have these Yokohama tires that I put on, and after about 10 years, they completely cracked. But the old Wrangler tires I had on previously lasted over 20 years, so I bought the same ones. All right, so obviously this is not the stock height of the Jeep. This thing was lifted. Now it was lifted before we bought it, had already been done. There was 6.5-inch lift on the front and a 4.5-inch lift on the back. And the funny thing is, when you stand this thing next to the Bronco, they're actually the same height on the roof. But the thing is, the Bronco has way more headroom inside. This thing, you're almost touching your head at the ceiling, so it's got way more clearance. You can actually sit under there if you wanted to in some areas. So when I was working and restoring under there, I was actually sitting in some places because it's so high off the ground. It's just a really cool advantage of having these things so high up off the ground. Now, one thing we did do is we actually ended up changing the shocks because the shocks really went to garbage, so we had to change them. We put on Skyjacker shocks. This included all 4 struts and a damper shock in the front. So the damper shock just connects the front of the suspension. This ended up being crucial because a problem we've had with this thing, and a lot of people have, is something known as the death wobble. You'll be driving and all of a sudden your wheels will just go crazy. And this thing is probably the most terrifying thing. And once we changed the shocks and the damper shock, this completely went away. So finally solved that. Now there's a lot of ways you can get that problem. You know, bushings could be loose or different movement, the suspension and whatnot, but this was how we solved it. So I'm really glad we did that. One other thing we did here is we actually ended up fixing the exhaust. I didn't document this process, we just kind of did it. Ended up sacrificing some of the old pieces and making a Frankenstein creation, different types of pipes and whatnot. Added a muffler and a glass back. The roof rack, although it looks pretty boring and pretty simple, it's actually one thing that really completes the look of these vehicles. You really need to have these to kind of get that nice off-road look. This roof rack, I think my dad bought it at Princess Auto now 15 years ago or so. We ended up putting it on. Now it looked pretty rough, so I ended up restoring it. I bought these JCR off-road gutter mounts, welded it all together, put some iron on, and bam, here we go. All of a sudden, this old hunk of junk works again. Now the thing is, this thing actually was a saving grace. It doesn't look like much, but the thing is, if this wasn't here, I don't know if I would have finished this vehicle. Because back in 2018, we had a tornado. That's a hell of a storm coming. Holy cow, look at that. That is coming down hard. Just got a tornado alert. So last night's tornado just took out my car. I couldn't believe it. The tree broke, landed right on the car. You know, I was devastated. I honestly couldn't believe that. What are the chances of it landing right on top of the vehicle? But I ended up fixing it, getting it back in working order, and look, she's still here. But if it wasn't for this, I could only imagine what the damage would have been. And then the next thing we have, Bushwhacker fender flares over here. These guys are kind of an iconic look. A lot of people put these on their Jeeps. I end up putting them on because I like the look, and the stock ones are kind of boring. Putting these on was a little interesting. When I was putting them on, I was using my drill bit broke, and then bam, went right into my hand. Of course, I kept going because when you have a project like this, you really can't stop for any reason. So it was kind of a crappy experience, but ended up getting it done, and I'm so glad. It just reinforces the car, it looks much better, and if you do it properly, it can actually extend the life and the whole unibody. The next thing we had to do was the brakes. The brakes were a real challenge. Not in the front. The front, it was just stock XJ brakes. You know, we bought some new pads, new rotors, no problem. The back was a disaster. This was easily the biggest and most stressful part of this whole project, because the thing is, someone had changed the rear end, so the whole axle and everything had been changed, so nothing matched. They had some sort of kit on here. I had no idea where it came from. I couldn't source the rotors, I couldn't source the brake pads, nothing. So I ended up having to do this Frankenstein creation once again. So what we did is, the biggest problem we had is, in order to pass safety, you need to have a handbrake, and this thing just didn't have one. And you couldn't add it with this type of caliper. So what I did is I said to myself, you know, we got to figure it out somehow. So what we did is we end up finding brakes from a 78 Cadillac Seville, of all things. I ended up seeing a YouTube video, and I just remember putting that thing on. I had no idea whether it would fit or not, and I was so happy when they did. Holy shit, it fits. Holy shit, it works. Another upgrade we did, we upgraded the brake booster and master cylinder. So this stock one was a single chamber. We upgraded to a double chamber. And basically this doubles your braking power, and this really changed the ride quality. It was kind of scary driving this thing with almost no brakes before. So this one's off a 95 to 96 Cherokee. It's a great little hack, great little upgrade. The first thing everyone always mentions is the Safari snorkel. So this is our air intake. It's outside the vehicle. Enables you to drown the vehicle and drive through water if you really want to. So the snorkel is redirected to this. This is off a Subaru. Actually, this was off a childhood car we had. I learned how to drive in this car. We ended up taking the air filter and putting in here. So when it rains, the water doesn't go into the engine, but rather it separates. So there are 2 filters on this vehicle. So this thing's got Cadillac brakes, it's got a GM rear end. There's so many different things on this, it's just crazy, you know, but this just goes to show you being creative does pay off. So the rear ended up getting some modifications too. First thing we did was added this JCR off-road bumper. It's really nice because you could put on this tire carrier, which is what we did. They come separately, but we end up getting it because it's nice to have a full-size 32-inch spare on the back. This way you don't have to have it inside the trunk, you don't have to have it under the car. It's just easy to access, and it's so easy to use. It just swings open, and voila, you got access to your trunk. So it's pretty nice. And at the same time, we end up adding this trailer hitch. This trailer hitch is always a good thing to have, so you can haul any sort of materials that you want. It doesn't have a huge towing capacity. Most of these off-road vehicles don't because of the suspension. It's not so much the frame, it's just the way the suspension is made. And one other thing that we end up getting is the mud guards. It's just nice to have those because this thing likes to fling rocks and we don't want any smashed windshields. Now this wasn't the easiest job in the world, but what it did is it enabled us to actually change the gas tank below. Because when we removed the old bumper, I was able to gain access under there and upgrade the gas tank. The gas tank had rotted out, so it needed to be changed anyways, but what we did is we actually added a larger gas tank, so we ended up upgrading it. So not too many changes on the back, but you can see it looks much better with this solid steel bumper, and at the same time, we didn't cheap out on the rack. We ended up going with something that's actually pretty good, so there's a lot of Chinese knockoffs that you can get, and it just wasn't worth getting, so we ended up getting this, and I'm glad we did. Sometimes you gotta pay the extra money, get the extra quality. You know, you gotta treat these cars with respect. So now we're gonna jump inside. The interior, I'm pretty proud of it. A lot of hard work went into this, and if you look here, there's been a lot of changes done. First things first, the obvious, the ceiling. This is not how the ceiling used to look. Although, this is from a Jeep. I actually got a lot of these interior pieces from a junkyard. We ended up just taking this thing and we ended up just spray painting it. It still looked pretty crappy, and I really wanted to add, you know, a little pizzazz, make it look a little unique, so I put this diamond plate on. It was just a kind of a crazy idea, but it turned out really cool, and I'm really happy with it. Just goes to show you a little bit of junk, you can restore it and you can make something of it again. And we did the same thing in all the plastic pieces in this whole vehicle. So we took everything off, spray painted everything, put it back in. Honestly, this only cost a couple $100. Getting all these new pieces would be really difficult, and it's really hard to source these pieces, so this is the best we can do, and I'm really happy with it. End up getting these reupholstered. My mom actually did that a long time ago, so they look much better. The mirror was changed. It's an electronic mirror, so it says temperature, gives me my coordinates, so that's a nice little feature to have. Another thing we changed was the steering wheel. The steering wheel was really old and nasty, so we changed it to a Grant steering wheel. Next, I'm sitting on these awesome seats. These are Brom racing seats. We took out the old seats because they were all rotten and nasty, so we couldn't get those reupholstered, so we ended up putting these in. I'm really glad we put them in because you can actually adjust them. You can adjust the seat, you know, going front and back. They're extremely comfortable. They're, you know, a little sporty, and they just kind of make this vehicle look a lot better. If you look in the back, the rear seat looks very similar. That's actually the stock Jeep seat. What we did is we actually ended up getting that reupholstered and making it match the rest of the vehicle. Kind of went with the same style for the shifter, with the red stitching and the black leather, new knob, and everything looks pretty good. Couple gauges here. We got a boost gauge and we got an oil gauge. This was here beforehand. We didn't change this. We just kept it here. So this is the stock dashboard. However, we ended up restoring it by just cleaning it up and painting it. It was actually a lot of work to remove all this. We had it down to pretty much nothing, but we put it back in. It looks pretty good. Putting in a new dashboard would be a lot of work, so we just took off the plastic pieces and did the best we could. It was also really hard to find any sort of new dashboards in the area, so this is what I had to work with. Now you're probably wondering, what the hell is this thing on my dashboard? Well, I ended up cutting this notch out and putting this thing in. A lot of you wondering, well, what is it? Well, let me show you. I don't know why, but I like having a DVD player for long trips, you know, like putting on concerts and stuff. And at the same time, heck, you could have all your music really accessible here. I got maps on here. This is an Android device. This is a great upgrade. Because of this, now this car is modern, has all the modern features. I can go Bluetooth with my my phone, change all my music. It's awesome. Now this 88 is up to date. Now the one thing I do regret, as cool as this device is, it's pretty cheap. Like it's not as reliable as I thought, and I really should have invested more money into the whole sound system aspect. So I bought, I think this off like Amazon or eBay, something like that. Same thing for the speakers. I kind of cheaped down the speakers. I stuck to the same brand, but I really wish I had invested more money into the sound system. That's my one big regret. But you can always change it in the future, and for the amount I drive, it's really not that bad. Couple other cool things here. You'll probably notice, what are all these little knobs here? The vehicle actually turns on and off with this. So if I turn it on, I can't turn it off unless I do the fuel shut off. And because this is a diesel, it doesn't have spark plugs, it has glow plugs. And the way that works is when it's cold, they're not gonna work. So you gotta heat them up. So you gotta hold this thing, and that actually is the glow plug system. So you can see it smoking there. So you don't want to touch that. It's a pretty wild and crazy system, but it works really, really well. It's a really wild idea. This thing gets completely red hot. So if you have a nicotine addiction, it doubles as a cigarette lighter. And then this knob over here by my legs, that's actually the differential lock. So this is a four-wheel drive, so you can change it into, you know, too high, too low, all the different options you want, but you actually have the ability to lock your differential as well. Now, when you put four-wheel drive on, it doesn't mean all the power is distributed evenly. It's actually distributed based on where the power is needed. Sometimes you need to lock all the wheels in order to get out of a sticky situation. So that's what the diff lock is for. Somebody added that into this. This was not in the vehicle before, and this is a really nice feature to have. It's got me out of some messes in the past. Another thing we got is we got this little rocker panel here, and this basically allows us to turn all the lights on in the car, pick whichever ones we want. So another unique feature about this car, the back seat opens, and you got two batteries back here. So we upgraded the batteries, went from one small battery to two full-size truck batteries. These are by Cummins. Great batteries. This is an awesome upgrade, well worth the investment. So now you've seen all the changes we've done to this car. Let's go take this thing for a drive. And away we go. The first thing you'll notice, it's loud. Yeah, that's right. Diesels are much louder than gas. Now, believe it or not, we actually put a lot of soundproofing in this. And without it, it was actually much louder. If I close the window, it gets a little quieter. It's not terrible, but it's still loud. Like it's not a quiet vehicle. But you don't get this for the comfort and quietness. You get it for the rumble and the experience. Like, this is a fun vehicle. People would ask, why would you go from 190 horsepower to 135 horsepower? Well, this thing's so much fun. I don't even care about the lack of horsepower. It's got the torque. When there's rain, you could spin the tires really easily. It's a lot of fun. It's just a lot more enjoyable to drive than that four-cylinder. It's different. It's very torquey. It feels like you're driving a truck, not a car. And that's the biggest difference right there, I think. So yeah, it's a little louder, it's a little rougher, but that's what these things are made for, man. Another thing is this suspension is really stiff, so it absorbs shock pretty well. You won't lose control. You really got full control of your vehicle. However, it's louder and it's not as comfy. Like, it's much stiffer. Like, you'll feel the bumps a bit, but your steering wheel won't go flying all over the place. Now, in terms of comfort, the seats are awesome. I've had a lot of people ask me about these seats. You know, why put racing seats in a Jeep? Because they look nice and they're comfortable. I don't regret spending the money I did on them. I think it was like $1,000 or so. It was a lot more than I wanted to spend. I don't mind. Totally worth it than restoring those old seats. Now, along with that, obviously we have the suspension itself, the Skyjacker suspension. I looked at a lot of different ones. I was looking at Fox. I was looking at the Rancho shocks, all these different ones, and Skyjacker were significantly cheaper, but the reviews were really good on these ones. So I decided to go with them, and I changed this, and you know, I don't have any regrets. These shocks are awesome. You don't feel much of anything, really. You could really fly over some bumps with this thing, so this just a huge fix. And obviously not having that terrifying death wobble, that's a relief too. It's not the fastest vehicle in the world, you know, and I'm having some fuel issues too with air in my line, so right now I don't have all the power I would normally get. When you downshift with the gearing, you're almost stopping. It's like having brakes. So one question I get asked a lot is how I can own a vehicle for almost 20 years and not have a winch on it. Well, the thing is, I haven't went off-roading and beat the crap out of this thing. This was my driving vehicle. This is my daily driver for a long time, and then it was just parked. You know, this is all I had at the time. All these years later, when I started fixing it, I didn't want to beat it up and, you know, send it through hell, because this car has a lot of history. There's a lot of work that went into this thing, and as you've seen with the engine, the way it's done, there's only a couple of these on the whole planet. So is it really worth putting a winch on it just so I can go beat the crap out of it? I personally don't think so, but you may think otherwise. I understand that these vehicles are created to have fun and go off-road and whatnot. I'll have the fun without beating it up. That's totally okay with me.
This time on Between the Wheels.
So you could do some nice burnouts with this thing.
Oh, yeah.
This is a really sweet ride. I've known Sebastien for quite a few years. He's provided a lot of vehicles in the past for us for different movies we've done, a lot of wild rides, and he truly is the Burnout King.
They're 6 years old.
So today we're heading to Gatineau, Quebec, just across the river from Ottawa, to see Sebastien's 1980 Z28 Camaro. This is a really sweet ride. I've known Sebastien for quite a few years. He's provided a lot of vehicles in the past for us for different movies we've done, a lot of wild rides. But aside from providing some cars for our movies, he is a very talented mechanic and he's got his own classic car auto restoration shop. Let's go check it out. Okay, so I'm standing here with Seb and Gano, and this is your shop?
Yes.
Grumpy's Customs, where'd you get that name from?
Because I'm a grumpy guy.
That's hilarious.
Back then I used to become grumpy.
Really?
Yeah.
It's funny because he's like one of the nicest guys I know, but so this is your shop. It's a classic restoration shop.
Yeah.
So tell us about this place. How did you get this place?
I was looking to get a shop to start by my own, and I was doing my a course to get in business.
Okay.
And I always wanted to be in a car business.
Right.
And everything went like bang, bang, bang.
Worked out. It's amazing because you're the same age as me and you own your own shop
Yep.
here. You're working on some of the coolest vehicles I've ever seen, which is why I got to know you in the first place. So we did a movie in 2015 and you provided a 1955 Chevy 150.
Yep.
We used it on a movie called How It Is. It was a family movie.
Thanks, Michael. You have no idea how much I appreciate your help.
Anything for you, Mrs. A?
And it had Jeff Thorman, who's now in a part of Home Renovision DIY.
Fix that. Don't forget, lefty loosey, righty tighty.
So he's got his own YouTube channel, and he was the father, and you provided the car. This is kind of the main aspect of the movie was restoring this car and getting it going, which is what you did with your dad. So tell us the story about how you restored this vehicle.
Geez, back then I was 12, 13 years old. That was my first car. I had that as my 13th birthday. My father bought it in 1976.
Wow, 76.
And this car went to all the street machine eras, like 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Finished the era of the Pro Street. We basically took the car apart and then start the car all in new. So strip the paint off, repaint it.
So you've been doing this since you were a kid. You would say you got your skills from your dad?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, I've been in the shop, for a long time. I remember my father was carrying me with the troller inside the trunk. So he was able to work on his car, and I was sleeping in the little
car
kid
seat.
troller back then.
That's hilarious.
So that's where it starts.
Wow, that's an awesome story. So you have a lot of really cool vehicles here, but we have something really awesome to show everyone. So you have a 1980s Z28 Camaro?
Yes.
So we're gonna go take a look at that thing right now.
Yeah. It's a 1980 Z28. It does have a 350 cubic inch Chevy crate engine with around 320 something horsepower. Factory motor was called L82 and back then was 190 horsepower.
Okay, so you swapped the engine. Did you swap it yourself?
Yes.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah, I didn't want to blow the factory motor out of it because this car is all matching number.
Oh, okay.
So if I want to give it a little bit more, I didn't want it to blow the factory motor, so that's why I changed for a different one.
Okay, so you have over 300 horsepower to the rear tires.
Yeah.
So you can do some nice burnouts with this thing.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
So it's more power, more compression, just a tiny more than what it was back then. I put a EFI system on it, so it's way more fuel efficient.
Really? So
Yeah.
what kind of fuel efficiency do you get
It's
in something like
MSD atomic system I put on it.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
So how many liters do you get per 100 kilometers?
I didn't figure that out.
Didn't figure it out?
The tranny on it is the factory one. It's a TH350.
TH350.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's how many? That's a 4-speed?
It's a 3-speed.
It's a
automatic.
3-speed.
3-speed automatic.
Wow.
I have the factory differential 342 posi rear end on it. Like body-wise, it's like factory. Never, nothing been touched.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about your story.
Yeah.
So this car is actually kind of famous at this point because a couple years back we did a movie called Ottawa.
Yep.
Back in 2019, and we had a character named Magnum driving the car.
My name's Magnum. I've been for hire since '82. I solve problems, but I don't come cheap.
And you were actually his sidekick, Joe.
Yeah.
Kimchi. That's good shit, man. Put this stuff up. We're taking it all.
Good. You want them all?
I want them all.
I'm training to be the next Magnum.
Nah.
So you did a hell of a burnout with this thing in that movie.
Yeah, in that movie, that was a nice burnout, man.
It's a good reason to celebrate. Joe, let's light her up.
That was a nice burnout. So that's really cool. And then the following year we did another movie, so this car returned once again.
That's one good looking Shih Tzu.
So you were in 2 different movies. This car has appeared in 2 different films, and it's a beautiful vehicle. So what makes this car so special to you?
I have all the paperwork.
Okay.
So my father ordered that car in Gatineau, Demers dealer in 1980 as a birthday gift.
So you've had this, so this car has been in the family since the 80s?
No, it's been sold in 1984.
Okay.
And the second owner, I always stay in touch with him, and I always told him that I wanted the car back in the family. So in 2015, bought the car back.
So your dad bought this car in 1980, and then you guys sold it
in 84.
Sold it in 84, and then you bought it back.
Yep.
Wow. So this car was gone for almost, 20 years, I guess?
20-something years.
So you hunted it down and you got it back in the family. That's amazing. That's an amazing story.
Yep. This car came out with the only option, the cruise control, because my father back then wanted to cruise that car. Like the first trip he did, he went to Atlantic City.
Okay.
That was the first trip the car ever made. And he bring the oil to do the oil change there.
Really?
He wanted to go in a summer trip, and that's the car he ordered to do that. And I do the same.
So you're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna go to Atlantic City with this car?
Yep.
Wow. All right, so that's awesome, Seb. All right, let's take this bad boy for a ride. What do you say?
Yep. Good idea, man. Good one.
That's a good one, man.
I hit the cutoff. You hear that?
Oh yeah.
I was not able to shift.
Oh, that's hilarious. I was just gonna ask you why someone would want to own a car like this, and I think you answered the question.
Just for fun, man.
Just for fun, man. That's right, man.
That lights up good, eh?
Oh man, that sounds awesome. Wow, that's awesome, dude. I know you're a fan of the 80s like I am, so you like to have fun.
Absolutely.
That was awesome.
Whoop.
Yeah. Woo. That's funny. So your dad drove this in the 80s, and then you're driving it now 20 years later.
Yeah.
But someone else drove it between you guys.
Yeah.
How did you find it? How did you get the car back?
I went to the Brockville car show. So we were at the show and the car was there. Okay. So I was looking at the car and said, that's a fucking nice car. And I I bought the car back in 2015.
So how does it feel having the car back after 20 years?
It's super, super nice. Yeah, he wasn't sure. In 04, 05, 06, he wasn't sure about selling the car or keeping it, or his son wanted the car.
Right.
Because he owned the car more years than my father had it. Like, he drove that car from 1984 to up till 2015.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Yeah, that's what happened. So I got the car back. I wanted that car so bad because when I was young, I was looking at pictures of that car.
Right. What was his reaction when he found out you bought it back?
He was happy. He was happy because I do have all the paperwork.
Wow.
All the paperwork from that car when it's been bought new, I have it at home.
Right.
The paper inside the window, the sale paper, I have everything.
Right.
I do have the factory glove box paper.
Nice. From 1980. Wow.
That thing pulls good.
Yeah, I'd say so. Oh man, that really squeezes your ass into the seat. You know, it's funny. You have 30 more horsepower than the Bronco, but my God, does it feel way faster than that? Unbelievable.
That's the gear.
It's the gear, eh?
Ah, it's the gear.
Right.
342. It's between a highway gear and a race gear. It's just in the between. It's the perfect gear.
It's made for some speed. So Seb, thank you so much for showing us your vehicle. It was an awesome ride. Unfortunately, this episode almost didn't happen. A couple months back, you actually were in a really serious accident.
Yep.
Tell us about what happened there.
Geez, I was heading to get some parts for a customer vehicle. And then when I arrived on the Highway 50, I ran on a spot of ice, so I lost control. I did a commotion. I didn't remember anything about the accident, but I came out with my broken arm, broken piece here. Wow. Was kind of a bad accident. It took 30 minutes to get me out of my truck, so just to tell you how the truck was bad.
30 minutes, and this was in the middle of winter.
Yeah.
What were the chances of you surviving this kind of accident? What did they tell you?
Jeez. I don't know. Somebody was there to look at me and help me to get that, getting out of that situation, I guess.
Well, Seb, I'm really happy, that you're okay, man, because you're a great guy. Seb is an awesome guy. He's done so many awesome things for us in the movies, and he's a really good person. I'm really happy to see his shop here and everything. So we're really thankful that we were able to see you, and thanks so much, man.
Very happy, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your vehicles with us.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a week later. We're heading back to Gatineau to see Seb one more time. We're going to give him a very special gift. So anybody that appears on this show is going to get a Between the Wheels hat. So we're going there with my family to drop him off. We got my wife, my son's in the back, buried under all the boxes, and we're going to give him the hat. I'm really happy we were able to make this episode happen because, like I mentioned earlier, he's a really great guy. And having worked in the film industry with a lot of different professionals, I've worked with different cameramen, sound people, production assistants. It doesn't matter what your job is. Seb is one of the most dedicated people I've ever met in my life. He doesn't even have a film background, but he took his job as a car wrangler so seriously. Anytime I've had to work with him, he's always gone above and beyond. He's one of those guys that is a true, he's a rarity, one of these guys that's just so useful in the industry. When we were looking for cars for the movie Auto Curse of the COVID, I couldn't get the vehicle I wanted, and he spent more time finding a different vehicle for us that was actually better. And a lot of people wouldn't do that, so I'm just really glad we were able to work with him and do this episode. So we're gonna head over there now and give him his hat.
This time on Between the Wheels.
On this very special episode, we're taking a walk down memory lane, a window into the past. This is Joe's Boneyard. It contains over 400 vintage vehicles left for dead that would normally be scrapped, but instead are here to get preserved. Now these vehicles are past saving, so most of them will go in the scrapyard and get crushed, but this place is meant to preserve them. Join me now as we go take a stroll in Joe's Boneyard.
Just 6 years old. Wow.
So welcome to Joe's Boneyard. This is a vintage car sanctuary. Over 400 vintage vehicles not going to the scrap. Gonna remain here as a reminder to the past. So on this episode, we're checking out all these different vehicles. We're gonna kind of take a walk through. Now there's a hell of a lot of vehicles here. I think it would take me a couple days to go through them all. So we're just gonna go for a little stroll, check out what he's got here and see what we can find. All right, so here we are, Joe's Boneyard. This is gonna be truly interesting. We're doing 2 cameras at once, so this is the first kind of taking a page out of Les Stroud's Survivor Man's book, although I've never seen him do this before. So here we are. This place is really cool. Just walking through here, you see, it looks like there's no end to sight, first of all. It just keeps going and going and going. I did some drone stuff, and it's amazing here. We're gonna look around and see what we can find. So there's a lot of different decades of vehicles here. As we could see, they got some more modern stuff over here. If you come in here, it starts getting a little older. You know, you start getting to the 80s and even 90s. Got some Crown Vics here. Now, I'm not an expert. I'm not gonna know every single car here. In fact, I'm not gonna know most of them. But maybe you can, so maybe you can give me a hand in the comments, see which vehicles you can identify, put them in, you know? Be a lot of fun. So let's just check over here what we got. You know, a lot of these cars are really buried in the woods. Some of them are more visible than others. This one over here still got a license plate on it. That's pretty cool. It's a Plymouth. You know, I don't know how he got all these vehicles or how long it took him, but this is a really impressive collection. You know, looking here, yeah, it makes you kind of sad seeing these vehicles, you know, kind of rotting away. But the thing is, most of these cars, they can't be saved. So it's just much better that they remain here, go to the scrapyard, in my opinion. See, let's check out this truck. What do we got here? Bullet holes? Yeah, those look like bullet holes. That's pretty cool. It's an old Chevy. Wow. It's got more paint colors. Oh, you can see the primer underneath. Yeah, definitely been painted a couple times. Also has a license plate on it. That's pretty cool. Let's continue. This place is really wild, you know, just walking through here. You know, I've never seen most of these vehicles in my life in person, so this is really cool for me as a car enthusiast, you know. The idea of this show is for you to learn as I learn, so that you don't have to be a car expert and know all the answers. You know, you can walk through here, learn some new stuff. It's pretty neat. Check out this guy over here. This is interesting. Still got the engine in it. Yeah. And yes, a lot of them have trees growing through them. This one actually doesn't look all that bad until you look at the back. Yeah, it's just missing a huge chunk. So, most of the frames of these cars are compromised. Now, to be fair, I have seen a few that, you know, I think might be able to get saved, but it'll be a hell of a lot of work. You know, that's always the problem with these kind of things. It's how much work do you have to put into them. Let's keep walking. Very nice. This one actually looks like it's been in a fire. It's got char on it. The roof is gonna be, there's nothing in it. You see what I mean? Like, look at that. There's not even a bottom end to this car. There's no frame or anything. There's just part of the body. That's about it. Crazy. It's pretty precarious here too. Look at the size of that hood. That's huge. That's the thing about these old cars. They were just big boats. So, you know, some of these cars, you've heard stories of people fitting 5 people in the back seat, you know, 4 in the front, 5 in the back. It's just crazy. So wrong these days. But it's so awesome. This one you can actually see the original gauge is still here. Really cool. Wow. And then you have some vehicles that just have really nothing left to them, and that's what one of these is. This one doesn't have a frame. Cool. Whew. That's pretty. You know, there's just something about that late 60s, early 70s body style. They just did such a great job. It seems all the great vehicles were from that time. You know, the Chevelles, you know, the Chargers, the Roadrunners, Challengers, all those. And then one of my favorite cars actually, and one I'm actually looking for on the side, Chevy Nova. This is a 68 72. And yeah, really nice car. They just don't make them like that anymore. So hard to find these. You know, something about the 50s vehicles, with the way those fenders and those lights are, it just seems like, I don't know, like a haunted vehicle. So creepy, so cool, in a good way. You got some Z28 Camaros, Firebirds. Still a lot of those around, you can still get them, they're quite common. You know, the 80s vehicles, much less demand for them than the like 70s or 60s. Man, this place is endless. It just goes on and on. I think I could spend all day here. I wouldn't cover all the vehicles. But you know what? This is one of those places that you look at and you don't have to really say anything. You just have to look. Coming over here, you can see prime example of this is something that can't be saved. But how cool is it to see that? Like how times have changed. You know, this is why a place like this is so cool, because where else can you go and see one? There's only probably, you know, I would say a few dozen of these maybe in all of North America. So really lucky to be right beside one of them. Now I found this place by chance. I was looking for cars, vintage car lots basically, because I'm on the hunt for a vintage car myself. And I found this place, and wow, what a treat this is. Look at the size of this car. The moss growing inside it. It's awesome. You know, I really can't tell you how huge these vehicles are in person. Pretty cool. No, this one's completely stripped down. There's not much left to it, but still really cool to see the shell. For the most part, most of the engines have been removed on these cars, so that has gone to recycling, but you know, the shells are still here. That is an El Camino. Very cool. That is such an odd vehicle that they made, you know, let's make a pickup truck muscle car. At first, the El Camino was actually not a success. It was actually a failure, and then it was later, it was the younger generation that really got into it, and then it became kind of popular, and now here it is. It's just a very unique vehicle. But hey, unique is what sells, right? It's, you know, how many people like those VW camper vans? Those things are more popular than ever, and they haven't been made in a very long time. It's pretty difficult to get in here. You know, walking through here, it's very grown in. A lot of Chevys. Very cool. Most of them still have the license plates, so it makes me wonder. Wow. Truly impressive. Unbelievable how many vehicles he's got here. I don't know how long it took him to get them all. But this is really, truly amazing. Unfortunately, he wasn't comfortable being on camera, and I totally understand that. Not everyone is. But just letting us see this place is really amazing. This guy, wow, doesn't even have a roof. So this must have been a donor car at some point. You can actually see it's been cut off. A donor car is basically a second vehicle used for your main vehicle, and take the parts from it to finish it. So the roof's been cut off. Doesn't look like it's been an accident, so there's no reason for the roof to be off. Let's keep walking. Look at this little guy. That's a cute little car, isn't it? It looks in good shape. Wow, look at this. See if we can get a better look here. A lot of woods here, so it's tough to see exactly, like the car all the way around, but this is not too bad. All right, let's continue. Oh, this looks like something interesting. Big full-size car right there. Look at that boat. That's awesome. It almost looks like a Mercury Cougar here, actually. I'm not 100% sure what that is, but I always like the Mercury Cougars. You know, they got that really neat grille in the front, in the late 60s there, early 70s. Really neat. Now, I'm not sure what that is. I think it might be one. I might be wrong, though. Probably am. Look at that roof, just done. Now, there's not too many cars. Most of the cars here I've seen have been from the 60s, 70s. There are some from the 50s, like this one over here. So, let's check her out. Monarch. Pretty cool. Once again though, like, wow. Let's keep going. Now, walking down this area, you can see, it's not the easiest walking in the world. So, right now it's fall, which is good because I can actually kind of see things, but this is really grown in the summer, so it'd be hard to see. What do we got over here? I always found those lights pretty cool. Oh, this guy's rough. This one's rough. But like, how cool would it be to, you know, clean that up and actually be able to save the outside of the body? That'd be pretty cool. Be really cool before and after. I feel like this is a Ford Falcon, maybe. That's what it looks like to me. I'm still learning, right? Still learning. You know, my goal one day with this show is to be able to name every single car, give you all the details and everything. That's why I'm doing this show, because I want to learn. Right now, I still have a long way to go. You can barely see it in here, but there's actually a station wagon in that forest. Wow, it's buried. Yeah, you see, this is a prime example of what I mean when you have vehicles that can't be saved. Like this is way past due, but it's still here. Oldsmobile. You know, I just love that shape of that vehicle. It's so cool. Look at the space in it. It's huge. You got more room in the back than most cars do in the front these days, I swear. This one's in pretty good shape. Look at that. Pretty clean. A lot of old farm trucks here, you know. These old pickup trucks, pretty popular these days. A lot of people like to restore them. This one, no chance, for obvious reasons. Look at that. Do I see what I think I see in there? Oh no, it's a GMC. There's the Home Alone van. Kevin almost gets mulched by it. The Bandits car. Actually, this one's a GMC. Very similar styling though. Wow. Lincoln Continental, eh? I know this is a very different episode. I know a lot of people are gonna be flack, you know, well, Max, you should know everything about these cars. You should give us points. That would be pretty cool. This was kind of like a spur of the moment thing. It was like either we get it or we don't. So I decided to come and get it. I just think sometimes you don't have to say that much. Look at this car. It's completely grown in inside there. Like it's packed in the window. I'm not sure if you can see. This is a beautiful car. Wow. Oh, we used to have one of these guys back in the 90s. Suzuki Sidekick. No, not as cool as, you know, 60s and 70s cars, but, you know, being a 90s kid, it was kind of funny to see those. It's funny, you had the differential lock on the wheel, so you would actually have to get out of the car, crank the wheel if you wanted to turn the diff on. That's how it was done. So imagine getting stuck in the mud and having to do that. It's kind of a very old school system that's not really around anymore. You know, I feel like I'm walking around in a graveyard right now, but it's not, you know, of people, it's of cars, because it's essentially what it is. Wow. This is like Mike Hall's paradise here, or his hell, because he used to have the same thing. He just got rid of all his cars. Mike Hall, of course, is a very special, famous restorer. Rust Valley Restorations, awesome show. That was a convertible at one point. Doesn't have the top anymore. Very nice. So looking at these cars, all these vintage cars, so many different styles here. Yeah, like these aren't savable, but it's just so cool to see them, right? I love seeing the big difference between the 50s and the 60s, and of course in the mid 70s they changed. Very nice. Buick Rivera. There's a hearse over there. Vintage hearse, check it out. Yeah, I'm not getting near there. There might still be a coffin in there. Now it really is a graveyard. So walking around here, see all these different cars. You know, it makes me wonder all the stories these cars must have. There's just so many of them here. It'd be really cool to hear them all, but unfortunately we can't do that, but it's still really cool to see them. Looks like a Parisienne. Wow. Oh, we got a fastback over here. I always like that style. It looks so cool. Like the Ford Mach 2, like a 72. It looks really neat. I don't know. It's just like really unique looking style. Wow. This is definitely one of the oldest ones here. This looks like it's from the 30s. Very cool. Now, people watching the show, you might be a car enthusiast or you just might be interested in the show. What's your favorite car? Let us know below and tell us why it's your favorite car. Yeah, this car's days might be over. It's not going anywhere, but it's pretty cool to know that it's not gonna go to some scrapyard and get destroyed. This place, it's magical. I gotta tell you, Joe's got a really cool place here. Absolutely amazing that he was able to collect all these cars that would normally go into the scrapper and be gone from the world forever as a reminder of the past. It's really cool here. You could have old timers come here, check out cars they used to see when they were younger, and new families discover things that they didn't even know existed. Pretty cool place, if you ask me.
This time on Between the Wheels.
The younger guys, they don't really know what it is. They'll flag me to pass them. There's still a kid in me. My dad purchased a car for me in 1990, and I lost my dad in 1999. I really miss him, and for me to get rid of the car, it's something I can't do. I don't need to sell it, and it brings a lot of memories of my dad. How long have you owned your car for? I'm Steve Hamry, and I'm from Ottawa, and I owned a 1983 Datsun 280ZX. You want to go for a ride?
They're 6 years old.
So welcome to beautiful Orleans, Ontario. This is a suburb in the east end of Ottawa. And I'm standing out here outside of Corrine Wilson High School. So if you're wondering what the hell am I doing standing outside of high school, that's because our next guest went here and he's had his car since he was in high school. He's had it for 32 years. He has a vintage Datsun. He's gonna join us now and he's gonna tell us his story. Let's go check out his car. So I'm standing here with Steve in Ottawa. Steve, you're kind of a popular guy here in town. I feel like I've known you for a long time, even though I just met you, because you're actually a really popular real estate agent.
I'm born and raised in Ottawa. Went to school here, went to college here, went to high school here, public school. I am in real estate, and I do have a burger named after me at one of the local restaurants.
That's right, Oko Kitchen. So if you go there, you actually see, I guess, a painting of you up on the wall.
Yeah, my friend Joey White painted that for me. He airbrushed the whole picture, and yeah, it's kind of comical.
That's very cool, man. So let's talk about your car here. So what am I looking at here?
This is a 1983 280ZX 2+2 made by Datsun. It was the last Datsun built. After Datsun, they went to Nissan.
Okay.
And this is the last of the 280ZX before they went to the 300ZX.
First thing I noticed when I look at this vehicle, it's not exactly stock. You've done a couple things to it. I see the headlights are a little bit different, but you've also done some other modifications. Maybe take us through some of the modifications that you've done to this vehicle.
I've owned the car for 32 years, and it came from Texas. And when I originally purchased the car, the Texas sun had faded the car, so it has been repainted. Okay. It was painted well over 30 years ago. So this is a 30-year-old paint job, which
Wow.
I've kept. The car is indoors and in the garage, stored for winters. Never seen snow. I've done a few modifications to it. I've skirted the car to get rid of the black bumpers. I've modified the wheels, as well as a custom exhaust system. So if you notice on the car, the actual hood opens reverse than
Right.
a traditional vehicle.
Why is that? Is there any reason why they do that?
I think just the style. It's actually easy to work on this way.
That's true,
It looks cooler when you're at a car show too.
It definitely looks cooler, that's for sure.
It definitely catches people's eye when the hood is open the other way instead of the traditional way. So I've done a few modifications to it. Actually a polished valve cover. I've done a fuel rail. I've added a cam, header pipe, the ram air induction, as well as a big throat throttle body. These originally came with 145 horsepower.
Really?
I'm not really sure what horsepower it is now. And that's not a lot of horsepower. That's like a tractor.
and how many cylinders does this one have?
This is an inline 6.
Okay. Inline 6 and it only had 145 horsepower.
Yeah, it's a pretty indestructible motor though.
Right, Nissans are known for that.
Yeah, they haven't,
the old ones.
They changed, they got rid of the inline 6 and they went to a V6 in the 300 and continue moving forward that. You don't see many inlines anymore.
No, it's very rare. And I noticed one thing, you have actually a signature on the hood. What's the story with that?
Yeah, so I got a couple signatures. They're from car shows, and it's actually Mr. K who originally designed the Datsun back in the early 70s.
Really?
He's passed away since, but he did sign my car in a couple places under the hood and on the mirror. But he was the original designer in Japan.
Wow.
That designed the Datsun.
That is wild. So you had the original designer sign your car.
Yeah, so that was kind of neat.
That's like getting one of Wayne Gretzky's hockey stick signed. That's pretty cool.
For car enthusiasts, that's a pretty cool signature.
Wow, that's unbelievable. So you've had this car for 32 years. So tell us the story about how you got this vehicle.
So my dad was down in Texas on business, and he came home and said I might have found something. He told my mom that he had a one-way ticket to Tyler to Texas, and they flew down to Tyler, Texas, and they drove the car back.
Okay, so this thing's from the US.
Yeah, it came from Tyler, Texas. It was kind of a love story with my mom and dad that they drove it back. Had a few bonds and great memories driving the car through the States up to Canada, and we got it back in Ottawa here in May of 1990.
Wow. So your parents actually went all the way to Texas and then drove all the way back just to get you a car.
Oh yeah, my dad wore the Stetson coming from Texas. He had the Stetson hat on, he had the T-tops opened, and I don't think my mom would do it again.
That's a long drive.
That's a long drive, yeah.
It's a couple days.
Yeah, but they had a lot of fun, and I know the memories will live long forever.
That's very cool. Well, my dad actually drove to just to the border, just across from Michigan, to get my Jeep back when I was 16 years old. So not as far as Tyler, Texas, but still I understand that. And ironically, I've also owned my first vehicle since high school. I still have it, so I really like your stories.
My dad purchased the car for me in 1990, and it was when I was 18. Went to Crane Wilson. I always took care of the car. I was always cleaning, washing it. He knew the pride and joy I took care of it. He loved driving it. I loved driving it. The car was always clean. You'd never see it dirty. It would always be indoors, car cover on it in the wintertime. And I lost my dad in 1999. I really miss them, and for me to get rid of the car, it's something I can't do.
It's a physical connection that you have with this. It's this item that at one point in your life was such a big part together. I totally understand it would be very difficult to get rid of a car like this. A lot of people don't understand that unless they've dealt with it.
They don't, but people say, well, you still have that car, why do you still own it? Or their family member will say, are you gonna ever sell it? And like, car doesn't owe me anything.
You get some money for it, right? Everyone.
I don't need to sell it, and it brings a lot of memories of my dad.
You can't put value on memories like that with your family members. So
No.
I don't think any amount of money would make you want to get rid of it, obviously. So
I still enjoy driving it and going up and down St. Joseph Boulevard and Innes Road, and a lot of people look at me, and the younger guys, they don't really know what it is, or they'll flag me to pass them. But
another thing, I'm looking at the car here, and one of the things I noticed about the hood, it's got a very, very unique hood. Is this stock, or is this something?
So this is stock for the 1983 280 ZX 2+2.
Really?
But it's actually a turbo hood.
Okay. And what does that mean for
This
people
is not a turbo. The reason for the louvers is to cool the turbo down. They were grabbing the last remnants of the 280 ZX.
Okay.
And they happen to have this hood on this car.
It's very cool. It's a really nice hood. It really it's a defining look. And when I look at it from this angle here, the hood with the headlights that you did, obviously not stock headlights, didn't have LED back in the day.
No, those are LED. They're a little brighter than their traditional halogens.
Right.
But they're pretty bright, and they finally go with the car.
It looks really nice. I saw the picture and some of the pictures you sent me, and like it was kind of like a far shot, so I couldn't really see. I'm like, what are those lights? It's pretty nice. So it's getting away from the classic look, kind of getting a modern look, but it looks really nice. I think you did a really good job with it.
Thanks. I tried to keep it pretty clean, even with the interior that I redid the interior. I sort of kept it in the 80s look.
Yeah, so what did you do with the interior anyways?
So they're the original seats, and I just had them recovered, and I put a new headliner in, modified the doors with a sound system just to give it a little boost. That was years ago, but it's a comfortable car, and it's got lumbar support, and the car talks to you. Your door's open or your headlights are on.
It's kind of like
the technology was
Knight
there
Rider, right?
back in the 80s, back in the early 80s.
Right. So it's from the 80s, but you've done some modern adjustments to make it more to the times these days.
Yes.
And the rims here, obviously these are not the stock rims. Maybe just tell.
Yeah. So they would originally came with 14-inch rims.
Okay.
The offset on the rims are 0. I was able to get these. I wanted a little larger rim, a little less profile. So these are 17s with wheel spacers, so it makes the wheel look a lot bigger, and it actually lowers the car a little bit.
Really?
Suspension, I did put new springs in.
Okay, you put new springs in.
Lowered it about an inch.
Okay, so it is lowered. So okay, I was gonna say it does look lower than it would. Not that I know how high the stock vehicle is, but obviously it's a little different. And it's got a really cool roof as well. It's got like windows on the top.
Yeah, so the T-top really came back from the Trans Am, like Burt Reynolds.
That's right. It does look like the Trans Am. I was wondering where I've seen that before.
I like the roofs on, the T-tops on.
Right.
Me on a windy day, my hair goes a little crazy.
So you just bust them. How do those open anyways?
Just one lever. And then they just sit in the trunk.
That's very cool that you have the separate windows. So in case your wife doesn't want any, you can turn yours open, right?
Yeah, half and half.
That's very cool.
Yeah. I've been to the few car shows. Okay. Pulled off a couple first places.
Really?
Some in Kingston, Syracuse, New York. A few car shows in town, as well as the couple local Nissan dealerships. Back in the day, I brought it to car shows, and because this is a 2+2, I'm in my sort of own class because there's not many 2+2s around.
Okay, and what does that mean, 2+2 for people that wouldn't
2+2 is 2 in the front, 2 in the back. Back in the day in high school, we could jam about 6 people in here.
Yeah. And now you mentioned off camera that obviously you got this while you were in high school. You had kind of a wild story with the auto garage here with this car. What's that story?
Yeah, so I did take auto mechanics at Corrine Wilson. I was able to park my car in the garage on first period. There was always a spare on the second, so I usually left my car there, and then I'd pull it out at noon to take it wherever I needed to go.
That's pretty cool, kind of a spectacle people could see.
It was more my last year that I had the car in the garage, but we just sort of tinker around on it.
Yeah, well, nobody had nice cars back then, though. Like everyone's first cars are usually kind of shit boxes. So
I think it was me with my Datsun. I had a buddy with an Alfa Romeo, and maybe one guy with a Mustang. Okay. That was it for nice cars.
Nice. All right, so that's really cool, Steve. Thanks for showing us the car. Obviously, there's only one thing left to do. We got to take this thing for a rip.
Yeah, let's go. You want to go for a ride?
You know, it sounds a lot more powerful than it is.
People say, is that a V8?
It does sound like a V8. What do you got in this thing, a big block? And these mirrors are absolutely tiny. That's hilarious.
Dude.
Oh, no kidding. That's cool.
And the car will talk to you.
Left door is open.
It actually talks to you? It is like Knight Rider. It's a little cooler. I've never actually seen one of these around in town before.
Very rarely.
So how common are these cars, would you say?
You might see some 240 and 280s. They seem to be a little more popular, but the 280 ZX, I just don't see many around. But when you do, you have the Datsun Wave.
What's the Datsun Wave?
Thumbs up at the window.
And these have power windows, eh?
Yeah. Want to put those up?
Yeah. Well, there's some sound protection. You know, a lot of these cars I drive, you can't even hear us inside here.
So often I'll park my work car at home, and then I'll go to the store in this and maybe get some groceries or go get an ice cream.
Right.
My wife and I, Samantha, we'll drive to the local Dairy Queen and go for an ice cream.
So you got to find reasons to drive it. It's not your daily driver, obviously, but it's just explain what a feeling it is being able to drive this after so many years and just go out and do something. Like, how does that feel to you?
It just feels like yesterday. Like, it feels like when I was 18 again.
Nice.
We had a lot of great times. We'd drive my friends home from school and pick my friends up to go to school, and we'd go to parties together, pack 3 or 4 people in the back.
In the 2-seater? Wow.
We were a lot smaller back then.
Right. Well, it's much more fun sitting in the front now. So the transmission, you got a 5-speed manual here.
5-speed manual transmission. Yeah, stick shift, obviously, yeah. It's actually a really easy car to drive. The way the clutching works and the transmission, it's very smooth. It almost feels like you're driving an automatic. Maybe I'm just good with the clutch.
I think you got really used to it after those 32 years.
I've been trying to teach my son how to drive it so he can take it out, but
okay.
He's almost there.
How old is he?
He's 17.
Well, it's time to drive manual, that's for sure. They're not going to be around forever, but, you know. Is this something you would pass down to your son in the future?
Yeah, I already asked him if he wanted it, but he wanted to get his own car first. So.
Oh, come on, really?
He knows he can always take this out.
Okay.
No questions asked.
How would you say no to this? This is so badass.
He's pretty, he's a lot like me. He likes to detail the car, he likes to keep it clean. Yeah. He's a very careful driver.
Wow. Well, my dad, the first car he let me drive was a 1990 Mazda MPV with no rear windshield. Not the coolest thing in the world compared to this. I think if my dad offered this, I'd probably say yes.
It is just a summer vehicle.
Yeah.
So he wanted something he could drive all year round.
I like the gauge clusters here too. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, the visibility of everything, like the tach, the speedometer, the oil pressure, the battery, they're all very visible by the driver.
Wow. Very cool. I don't know why this car reminds me of the Trans Am. If for some reason it just...
It must be the T-top.
Yeah, it must be.
Do you feel a bit like Burt Reynolds?
A little bit, yeah. Smokey and the Bandit. Very cool. I just can't grow such a badass mustache.
Yeah. All it needs is a CD.
Right. You know, it doesn't feel like this thing has 145 horsepower.
No, I think it's a little more. I've always wanted to get it dynoed, but to see what the actual horsepower is, but
because those upgrades you've done obviously would have added some horsepower. They're not just
definitely made it louder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it just feels that way, but it feels fast. You know.
Yeah. Since I got the exhaust system, well, we put the header pipe in, and we got a custom exhaust system done by Don Fournier's Automotive. They did an awesome custom job and brought the pipes right from the header pipe wide it before the differential and brought dual pipes out the back.
Right, yeah, I saw you. So that bumper, you actually had it removed, had a custom bumper put on for the dual exhaust.
There's a custom skirt around the whole car. I got rid of all the black bumpers, and then in the rear, we did a cutout for the second exhaust system, just to modify it. It makes it different than the rest, and obviously when I brought it to shows before, it definitely stood out because it had dual exhaust.
Right.
Because most of them only have the single pipe.
And that skirt really makes it unique, because when I first saw the vehicle on pictures, I didn't even know what it was. I thought it was more like a Porsche. I'm like, that's not a Datsun. I was really doubting that, but now when you mentioned the old bumpers, it definitely will have a completely different look.
The younger generation still question what car is that. They have to take a second guess and come look or ask the question.
That's not a bad thing. Very cool. So pretty much your whole family's in real estate. You let your brother drive this thing?
I think the last time my brother was in it was probably when my dad was driving. I was slammed in the back seat, and I remember that clear as day because I could hardly fit back there. I'm taller than my brother, but I ended up, because I'm the younger one, I got to sit in the back seat. My dad was driving, and my brother was in the passenger seat.
Wow, it's been that
the
long.
last time I think my brother was in the car with me.
Wow. That's surprising because you guys seem very close. Obviously, you guys work together. You're both real estate agents. I guess you work really closely with your niece, his daughter?
Yeah, if you know the name Hamry and you're in Ottawa, guarantee they sell real estate. Yeah.
That's why I called you. I had our house sold by one of your agents, Karen.
Yeah, Karen's awesome.
Yeah. Shout out to Karen for setting this up.
Yeah, definitely in good hands with Karen McDonald.
Yeah, she's awesome. So it was awesome having you on the show, man. Thank you so much for being on the show. Special thanks to Karen for having you on the show. And
I really appreciate it. I always want to tell my story and own the car for 32 years. Let's see how much longer I can own it for.
Very cool, man. All right, well, we'll see you around, man.
Okay, thanks a lot.
This time on Between the Wheels.
It's unique for me because it was my first car. I bought it just before I turned 19. I had it ever since. I'd look down and I'd be sitting like at 130, 140, and I wouldn't even realize.
Really? This is a luxury vehicle. This is an old man car. No offense.
Oh no, I've heard it lots. I've heard it lots. And the smoker's convenience package with the ashtray and the lighter. There's even ashtrays in the back seats still too. You can put your foot right down.
Right.
And those Cadillac gears they'll just send you flying.
They're 6 years old.
Wow. So this week on Between the Wheels, we're on the road again. We're heading to Renfrew, Ontario, Canada. Check out a 2002 Cadillac Eldorado. This belongs to a very good friend of mine, Nick. Haven't seen him in many years. I'm really excited for this episode. You know, I love these road trips, especially this time of year. You know, it's autumn, the leaves are changing. You get some really unique weather patterns. It just looks awesome. So we're gonna put some tunes on, some Rush, some Subdivisions, some Canadian progressive rock. We're gonna check out Renfrew. All right, Nick, it's good to see you again, man. It's been a long time.
No kidding.
Nice place you got here.
Yeah, it's not bad. Hey?
Yeah.
Small town vibes.
That's right. Nick used to live in town with near me, and now you moved out here to the country. And what an upgrade! I got to tell you, this looks awesome.
Yeah, I don't regret it for a second.
No. Now, before we talk about this car, we actually have a really funny story on how we met, and another car that used to have a very unique vehicle and has a hell of a story behind it. I thought we'd share that before we get into the Eldorado. So back in 2016, I was filming an independent movie. So I was looking to do this film, and I needed to find a police interceptor. And lo and behold, I'm driving down the street near this gas bar, the Canadian Tire gas bar, and I see this mint-looking black and white standing on a Crown Vic. And I remember seeing it, I was like, wow, like this car's perfect, it's so cool. And then I literally spent the next 2 months trying to get the courage to go over there and bug you and talk to you about it.
2 months? I didn't know it was that long. I thought you did it day of.
No, I wanted to go there. I'm like, oh, don't be crazy. And eventually I just went in and I met you, and it turns out you actually took the same program in school that I did in television broadcasting.
Yes, I did.
So we're of the same background, and we ended up using that car for the movie. The movie was entitled Respawn. It was a psychological thriller. It was a really fun movie to film, and the car just looked perfect for the roles.
Are you the homeowner?
No, I live over there. Blue fucking house. I'm the one that called you, remember?
With open liquor?
Saturday, man.
That's pretty cool that you had that car, man.
Yeah, it worked out great. I mean, I had a great time helping you film that. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, so that's kind of how we met, and unfortunately you don't have that car anymore.
No, I miss that car quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I was kind of pushed into selling it, but that's a whole other story we don't have to get into.
No.
But, I mean, you know, everything happens for a reason. So.
Right, yeah. We won't get into that story, but you let your imagination kind of figure out, you know, police interceptors. Some people might not like them.
Yeah.
So we're not going to get into it too much, but it was a really nice car, and that was cool to have.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great winter car for me, and had it for about a year and a half. That was a lot of fun.
So the Crown Vic was really cool, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about your Eldorado. Tell me about this car.
Yeah, so this is a 2002 Eldorado ETC, Eldorado Touring Coupe. It was the last year that they made the Eldorado. It's unique for me because it was my first car. I bought it just before I turned 19 and had it ever since.
So why the Eldorado? Of all the vehicles you could have, you didn't start off with, you know, like a shitty Honda Civic or something rusted out. You end up going with this.
So many people growing up, they always said, "Oh, your first car is gonna be a beater," or like your first car is gonna be this and that. And I don't know. I searched a long time, and my dad and I actually came across this car. When we found it, it was in amazing shape. It had never seen the snow. It belonged to, still with the first owner. It belonged to a snowbird. It had been shipped to Florida every winter. So
Really?
It was in phenomenal shape. So I said, you know, why not?
It's still in phenomenal shape. You know, this is a 20-year-old car at this point, right?
Yep, 20 years.
And it looks pretty mint. So did you ever use it in the winter at all?
Never once. The only I say it's never seen snow. It technically has once.
Okay.
We got a snowfall in, I think it was late October one year.
Right.
And it had maybe like a skiffle of snow on it, and that's
but
it.
It's never seen the salt.
Never seen the salt.
In Canada, it's not so much about the snow, it's about the salt. The salt really accelerates the rusting process, and they use a lot of that stuff here, unfortunately. So
yeah, it destroys a lot of good vehicles.
Right. So this is what happens when you don't see the salt. That's wonderful, and the car looks great, and you've maintained it very well.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of horsepower, torque, what are we talking about? How many cylinders is this engine?
This has a 4.6 liter V8.
It's a V8.
32 valve North Star.
Okay.
It's front wheel drive as well. So it's got a transverse V8. And
what would that mean to people that
transverse? So it's actually sideways.
Okay.
Compared to like your standard V8s, like where you've got your cylinders running this way, it's actually sideways.
Interesting.
Which makes it very tricky to work on. I know a lot of mechanics don't like working on them because there's not a lot of room and it's kind of a pain.
Right.
And I think it's originally stock. They were rated at 300 horsepower for the ETC model.
Okay.
Yeah.
So around 300 horsepower. It's a V8. Do you know how much torque they have, more or less?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember the torque specs.
So now that you've had the car for 20 years, do you have anything in terms of performance that you want to tell us about?
Obviously, you know, it's a bigger, heavier car, so off the line, it's nothing incredible.
Right.
But when you get up to about that like 45, 50 kilometer an hour mark, and it really hits second gear, that's when you can really feel the pull of the V8. And like, it'll really, really take off. The 0 to 40 is nothing special, but from about 45 to 100, it's pretty fun.
Now, in terms of a V8, a lot of people, when they associate V8, they think muscle car as in a lot of power and a lot of noise, but this is not that case at all. Like, this is a luxury vehicle. This is an old man car, no offense.
Oh no, I've heard it lots. I've heard it lots, and I've gotten used to that.
This is luxury, it's meant to be quiet, so you don't really feel, I guess, the rawness of the vehicle. It's not meant to be like that.
No,
it's meant to be
like rumbly shaking of like a muscle car or like a V8 or anything. But you definitely notice the power when you do put your foot down on the highway or if you want to pass.
Right. So now, when I was thinking about this vehicle, first of all, I don't see many of them around. Like, you almost never see them. They're pretty rare at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I've only come across maybe a handful since I've owned this car, and you know, there's always the saying like, oh, once you buy one, you see it everywhere.
Yeah.
I can say that's almost not true with this. I could probably count on one hand the amount of Eldorados I've seen since I've bought this car.
Oh, so it's not like Grand Theft Auto where you find a rare car and they just spawn everywhere?
No, not even close.
All right, so tell me some of the features about this car.
Well, I mean, it's a Cadillac, so it's got lots of bells and whistles. Starting in the interior, you know, it's got heated seats, power seats, the Bose sound system.
Right.
It has a neat valet feature, so you can actually lock out the car, and it'll only go up to, you know, like a minimum speed, and it'll lock out the trunk and everything with 2 sets of keys. Yeah, it's actually neat, and it's actually in the glove box beside the traction control button. So it's kind of neat, like you flip open the glove box and you've got these switches inside.
Really?
For valet mode and the traction control, which is, I don't know, kind of a different thing. I hadn't seen that before
Pretty
in a vehicle.
Unique. Wow.
Other than that, it does have the sunroof, tilt, and the full sunroof.
Nice.
It's got the original chrome wheels on it.
Nice.
So that's when I bought the car, actually the only thing it needed for safety was the tires. And as a gift, my father paid for these same tires actually.
Oh, so they're still on?
Yeah, so they'd be 7 years old. But I mean, I've only put 34,000 kilometers on the car. So probably only halfway through that set of tires, so.
Okay. Now, ultimate question, because a lot of these cars that I do in the show, sometimes people have had these cars as much as 30, 40 years. Would you ever sell this?
No. Okay. I've come close. The amount of people that I've talked to, especially old timers and stuff like that, or just different people that always say, you know, I had such and such, or I had this and that for my first car, and I regret selling it. I should have never sold it. I miss that car so much. I'd do anything to buy that car back. I've heard it so many times that, you know, a few years ago, there was times I considered selling it. You know, I didn't have the space to keep it, or things kept breaking on it, and or
Be nice
I
to have the
wasn't
money.
using, or even that. Like, I guess maybe just nice to have a few extra $1,000 because they're not really worth that much at this time. Maybe eventually.
Yeah.
But the amount of people that I've heard say they regret selling their first car, I'm finally past that. I have a place to store it, you know, and it's I can take it or leave it as I want. I'll never sell it now because I don't want to be.
You got a bug on you. We're in the country.
Yeah, there's bugs everywhere.
You don't want to exactly.
But I don't want to ever live with that regret of selling it, right? Because it's a lot harder to replace something once you've given it up.
Yeah. Well, my wife's dad used to have a 72 Charger, which he had to sell.
So my father also had a 72 Charger.
How do you think he feels now, knowing that he sold this car that's worth over $100,000?
Yeah,
now, actually,
depending on the Charger.
Actually, technically, it wasn't his first car, but it was his first car he bought.
If it was all original, yeah, that would be worth a lot now.
So there's always the emotional connection. Obviously, there's the memories, and then obviously, if you have these long enough, they start becoming rare, and then it's worth something, not just in a money sense, but it's like. People will ask you a question, well, what is that? It looks unique, whatnot. It's a topic of conversation, but
it definitely is.
Right. So this is pretty cool. You know what? I think what we've got to do is we got to take her for a rip.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take her for a little ride.
Yeah, see how she does. Let's take this thing for a burn. Just kidding. It's not really what this car is made for.
No, I used to give it the beans once in a while, but maybe as I've gotten older and wiser, part of me just doesn't want things to break.
I hear you. No, it's you got to drive a little more conservatively than, you know.
Unless you're willing to put out the money to fix things, right?
Right.
And I'm trying to keep this as low cost as I can for now.
Right. How is it in terms of repairs? Like if something breaks down, like, or have you not had enough really breakdowns?
I have replaced a lot of things in this car over the years. Now, was it due to it just being older and it was time, or was it because I used to drive it pretty hard?
Like an idiot?
Yeah. I mean, as a 19 and 20-year-old would, right? I think it's a little bit of both. I've replaced radiators, well, one radiator, pulleys, belts, alternator, fuel pumps, water pump.
That's actually a lot, and you've only driven this thing, what?
Of things.
You've only
35,000 kilometers we're coming up on.
Over 7 years, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, the first 2 years I had it, I drove it to school. I mean, it was the only car I had, so I drove it every day to work and whatnot. Now I probably average more like 500 to 800 kilometers a year.
Right.
A lot better.
Now, in terms of ride quality, so we're going over some rough-ass roads. Like, back there was pretty rough. It looked like an alley. I didn't feel anything. We're just bouncing around here. Like, this thing's pretty comfy.
Yeah, it's got air ride suspension, right? So it's, people always say it's like driving a couch down the road.
That's what it feels like. It's, first of all, it's huge in terms of, like, well, it's a four-seater, it's a two-door, but it still feels giant.
Technically five.
Technically five, yeah.
Five-seater, but yeah, it's not very fun for the fifth person.
No, it's really comfortable, yeah. A lot of these cars I get to drive are comfy old cars. The newer cars, you just don't get that couch feeling.
No, not anymore.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. It's funny because 2002 doesn't sound like it's that long ago, but it is, because I see tape deck, first of all, and you got the auxiliary, which is perfect.
The smoker's convenience package with the ashtray and the lighter and
Love
stuff.
it.
Yeah,
Pretty
I think there's even ashtrays in the back seats still too.
That's hilarious. They just had ashtrays ever back in the day, eh?
Almost as many ashtrays as cup holders.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like I've even seen them in the trunk. Like, what, you're taking a smoke break for those 2 seconds? Like, wow. I need another ashtray.
That's something else.
That's hilarious. Well, that's cool. And you got leather interior, obviously, here. It's everything nothing looks cheap in here. Like, obviously it's out of date, but it's not cheap.
Yeah, dated but not cheap.
For the time being, this would be pretty luxurious.
Oh yeah, top of the line.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, got the heated seats too.
Yeah.
Which I always used to make the joke, like, it's my summer car.
Right.
Right? I've heated seats in my summer car, but I don't have heated seats in my winter car. Right?
That's right.
Kind of unfortunate.
It's got some nice pull to it.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I'll close this so that we don't get too much wind.
Yeah, but you see that? Like, he closed it and it got really quiet in here. I don't know how much the microphones pick it up. A lot of the older cars, you close the windows, it makes no difference at all.
Not at all. You still get the whistles and rattles.
Yeah, so this is a completely different ride from what we're used to on the show. We usually ride a lot of crazy, fast, loud cars. This is totally the opposite. It's still fast. It's just much more comfortable.
Oh, yeah. And that's why, like, it's not crazy off the line, you know, it'll never pull your head back.
Right.
But when you're on the highway or on like a 2-lane road like this and you want to go and pass someone, you put your foot right down.
Right.
And those Cadillac gears they'll just send you flying.
So, speaking of that, how is it on gas being a V8?
If you drive it nice, like I do now most of the time, it's not bad.
Really?
Like, we can see what are we pulling right now. Oh,
it shows you, okay.
I'm averaging 13.5 out of 100. Right. Like, that's my average.
You know, I would have thought it's much worse because it's a V8, but because it's a bigger engine, is it actually more efficient than having a small engine that you're pushing a lot harder?
I don't know. I mean, it could be.
Yeah, interesting. Well, that's pretty cool. It's got some bit of digital stuff on here. Still a lot of old school gauges and whatnot, but it's pretty simple in here. There's nothing too crazy. Like, I'm not a luxury car guy, but I had a luxury car. I had the X5 for a while. Yeah. And it was a great car to drive. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people will be like, "Oh, you don't need the luxury car." You don't. But if you drive long distance, it's nice to have.
That's like, a lot of people say, what does it matter? A car gets you to A and B. It's like, well, if your A and B is very far, or you go to your A and B very often, like if you're in a car, 2 hours a day with your commute, it is going to be important to have some of those features, right?
And there's the biggest difference I find between the base cars and luxury cars is soundproofing. And why that matters is, let's say you're driving a muscle car a short distance and you're ripping it, you want it loud, you want to hear all that stuff.
You want to hear it, yeah.
But when you're going long distance, you got to drive at least an hour one way every day. You don't really want all that wind noise all the time. You just want to put your tunes on and relax, you know what I mean?
Wind noise and engine noise, right?
Exactly, so it can get actually quite annoying if it's your daily driver. So yeah, I like having that luxury aspect nice. Like, the Bronco's nice, but it is a wind noise monster. I cannot wait to get the hard top.
Yeah, that soft top is always brutal.
It is it's crazy loud. So not a big fan of that, and it does get annoying, but it is what it is.
I know a lot of, the thing too though, with comes a lot of features, a lot of things can break, right? For every feature you have, that's another computer that can fail, or another fuse that can go, or wiring that can go.
Right.
And early 2000s or GM products are known, right? They always say that electrical gremlins, right? Any feature you have at some point in time is not going to work for anyone.
And the thing is, replacing these features, like when they had they have some of these features. They could be so much more expensive fixed than you imagine. I'll give you an example. On the 2013 BMW X5, it had like the electronic trunk, and this thing looked like a monster, like huge hydraulics and whatnot, and it was so elaborate. Like you open and close it a couple of times, your battery's dead.
Yeah.
That's how much it drew.
Really?
I'm like, man, if this thing breaks, it's gonna cost me an arm and a leg. And it did cost me an arm and a leg for everything else. Thankfully, that never broke. But so I know what you mean. And like, but you get to a car where they're in the early 2000s, it's hard to find parts to replace, and then it becomes almost impossible to keep them alive.
I know for a lot of the interior parts in this vehicle, I'm not 100% on everything, but I know a lot of them I can use parts out of Monte Carlos.
Okay.
Like I had to replace the window motors and stuff in this door.
Oh, cool.
And we just took one out of a Monte Carlo, and it was the exact same. So in that sense, you know, pull stuff from other GM vehicles, but
But some other cars, like it depends on the part too.
Depends on the car, yeah. Depends on what you need.
Like for example, some of the cars I've shot have flip up lights. And anybody who has the flip up lights, nobody's putting those up for even for the show, because they're like, if those break, I'm screwed. Things you don't think about. So
here, I'll do a little pull here from about 50.
Yeah. Nice. She goes.
Not bad. She goes. Now I did it a little higher than usual, so I was already in third gear, and for some reason it didn't downshift, but...
I think you went so fast that this guy pulled over and just...
One thing, like, notice with this car, you got to use your cruise control, you know, if you're on a long drive and whatnot, because the throttle's really sensitive. Like, we're cruising along here at about 90, and I'm probably only pushing the throttle down maybe half an inch.
Okay.
That's it. So if your foot gets tired on a long drive, like many times, especially when I was driving back and forth every day to school, I'd look down and I'd be sitting like at 130, 140, and I wouldn't even realize.
Really?
Like I'd be just flying.
And you would never know because it's so quiet in here too. So
quiet, smooth. It's a highway car. You know, they always said Cadillacs are king of the road, and at least king of the highway.
I can see why all the old guys like them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and in the glove box, you've got your valet mode and your traction control button.
Right.
So for the valet mode, it comes, you know, old school, still 2 keys on this. So I have a door key and an ignition key.
Okay.
So the way it works is you put valet mode on, you close the glove box, then you can lock it, and you only give them the ignition key. So they can only start the car and unlock the driver's door. Wow. And I think it limits the speed as well, but I've never actually tried it.
It's like a national treasure. Like, you got to do it in this sequence to open up the pyramids.
Pretty much.
Otherwise, you'll get killed by the big rocks. That's hilarious. No, this is pretty cool, man. Well, you know, every car is just a little bit different. That's why we like doing these episodes, because you just never know what you're going to learn. Like all these wild features. I would have never imagined that, but it's pretty cool. Now, it's covered, but you actually have a custom license plate on this car.
Yes, I do. They were my grandfather's plates, actually. So my last name and my first initial are the same as his.
Right.
So his plates ended up working on this car. So there's another reason to be kind of sentimental. Now I could put those plates on any car, but...
Right, but you know, to have it onto this particular car. So.
Yeah, my grandfather was definitely into the luxury cars. He always had like Lincolns and high-end Buicks and stuff, so I think it's kind of fitting to have those plates on the Cadillac.
Nice.
So like I was mentioning, this was my first car. I went and bought it, you know, did a lot of research, and then went to look at this car with my dad. He was very excited. He was probably as excited as I was actually at the time.
Right.
Unfortunately, my dad's no longer with us.
Right.
So we've talked about it. We've got that Oldsmobile 442,
right,
which we'll see later on, and we know that was his car. Yeah. And you know, we'll always have that memory of him in that vehicle. But
exactly.
you know, I like keeping this car too, because you know, like I said, we went, you know, checked it out together, test drove it. He drove this car quite a few times too. He always liked borrowing it. So yeah, it's just another memory of him. So another reason that I'll probably never sell it.
Right. So, and that's actually when we were going to film. We were originally planning on filming not with this car.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to film with your dad's car.
Yep.
Which is in the restoration process right now, but it's just not complete yet, so we weren't ready to film quite yet.
Yeah, running a little behind, but hopefully we'll get there by next year.
So you will see that car on the next season of this show, the 442. It's a very nice vehicle, and ironically, somebody that worked on the vehicle at some point was Sebastien, who was on one of the very first episodes with the Z28 Camaro. So it's a small world. You never know who you're going to know. So mutual friends. So
everything comes full circle, right?
Absolutely. So if you watch next season, you will see that car for sure. You'll hear the story. Now, before that, there's one more thing we got to do before we wrap it up. Every single episode, there's always a hat. I got to give you the hat, man. Between the wheels. It's a pleasure to have you on the show, man. And Nick's done a lot of help. He's actually helped me a lot on this show in terms of the content for these episodes. So I want to give him a shout out. Thanks, man, for the help. I really appreciate it.
Happy to do it.
And so here's your hat, man.
Thank you very much.
And
this is great.
We'll see you guys on the next episode.
This time on Between the Wheels.
Let's do this.
She's not warmed up yet, but once she's warmed up, there won't be any smoke. It'll be black. I didn't see the truck because I wasn't driving all the way out to Manitoba to look at a $1,000 truck.
Was it running?
No. When I first seen it, I just about cried because the doors were seized. Absolutely nothing worked. And I said to my dad, I think I made a big mistake. And he said, no, you're gonna do it.
You're 6 years old.
Wow. This week on Between the Wheels, we're heading to Sudbury, Ontario, Canada to check out a 1985 Ford CL9000. The owner, Randy, has had it for over a decade. He's worked on it for the last 12 years. It's one hell of a restoration, and this is also our first road trip, so we're super excited. Let's go check it out. All right, Randy, so this is your 1985 CL9000?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us about this truck, man.
Well, I've been working on it for 12 years. Done all the work for myself except for do the motor and the oil cooler.
Okay, so you've owned this truck for over 12 years. You've done everything except the engine. So when you bought this truck, what was the condition of the truck?
The doors wouldn't open, everything was seized, brake pedal didn't run. I knew there was a pressure buildup in the rad, the owner told me that. So I was assuming it was either a head gasket, a liner, and I didn't know it until I tore it apart what the actual damage was.
Okay.
Which was everything.
So this truck, how much did the engine cost you? How much did the engine rebuild?
$20,000.
$20,000. That's a heck of a lot of money, but to get it running, what type of engine does it have? How much horsepower, torque? What are we talking here?
400 cat 3406. The owner told me it was a 4 1/4, but it's not because there's no air to air. Okay. So it's an old school 400.
Okay, and what does that mean to people that aren't familiar with that?
In the newer trucks, they came out with another rad in front for the turbo to cool, so it'd force air into the turbo. Mm-hmm. This one doesn't have. This is taking air from the inside of the motor. Right. I don't know the actual spec on torque. To say I know, I don't. No. So I know the newer ones are up to 1,800 foot-pounds of torque.
Oh, wow.
I'm guessing this would be 16, 15. I'm just guessing. I'd say I know, I don't.
Okay. Why this truck?
Because the first time I seen it, I fell in love with it. Yeah. And that did it. That was it. That's all I wanted. And I never drove one in my career as a truck driver because they were kind of done with the cab overs when I got in the 90s.
Okay. And what's the history with these? Like, when did these first come out and when did they stop working on them?
Ford came out with this It was actually 77, but it was a 78 model. It came out in September of 77, and it was way ahead of its time.
Okay. In what way? What does that mean?
It came out with the first air ride, cab, and this is a 4-bag system.
So what did they have before the air ride? Like, what was the suspension?
Just a rubber block.
Just a rubber block?
The suspension was air ride,
okay,
but not the cab.
So it was a hell of a ride on your lower back in those old trucks, eh?
Yes, yes. Because this came out with that, and they had different heating and AC controls in the whole truck.
Okay, so this has AC?
It did. I ripped it out because I wasn't spending another $5,000 to fix it.
Right.
I'll wind down the window and drive.
Fair enough. So these came out in the 70s, and what was the final year that they produced this
91, that was the last year.
Okay.
And they didn't change anything other than the marker lights on top were square.
And this thing's huge in terms of heights. Like, my dad owned a Freightliner back in the early 2000s, and yeah, it was high up like any other truck, but this is crazy high. Like, you're standing here and you're still below the window, so that's crazy.
You're eye level with the floor.
Right. I'm 5'7", like I'm not very tall, but I'm not that short either, so that's pretty crazy. So why'd they make these so tall? Like, what's the reasoning for something like that?
Ford they called it the 2-story Falcon in the 60s. And it was one of their old cab overs that they made, but they just made it, put the cab on top of this piece like this and made it that much higher.
Really?
They called it the Falcon.
Okay.
2-story Falcon, they were called.
And then there's obviously a maximum height for these. Like, I see, like, your exhaust only goes so high. It's still very high, but compared to another truck, it might seem like it's not as high. It's just that the cab is so much higher than the other ones. So
yes.
How tall can you go with these
Maximum
trucks?
height on any truck is 13.6, 13 feet, 6 inches.
Right. Nice. That's pretty cool. And in terms of this truck, I see a lot of work done on it. It looks pretty much brand new. What did you do on the exterior here to the truck?
I sanded the cab. It took me a month just to sand it because there were so many layers of paint.
What did you use, like a palm sander, or did you have
palm? I had disc, I had everything, and I just kept buying pads. But all this is paint except for this. This is not pinstriping.
Okay.
This is all paint.
This is paint, eh?
Everything's paint.
Unbelievable.
So you start...
And you did that all yourself?
Yes, in the backyard. I did this black. I sprayed the top black, just guessing where it would be.
Okay.
And I did that middle black, guessing where it would be. I overlapped it, and then I masked it.
Right.
And I masked all the black up, and then I did these 2 beige.
Right.
Masked that. Did these black ones right here after masking, and masked again to cover this black to do the final on the red.
So what, did you just use, like an air sprayer, I guess? Or?
Yes, I bought a spray gun. I had a cheaper one, and then I ended up finding one on sale for $400.
Right.
Or no, it was $250, but it was a $400 or $500 gun.
Hey, you really can't go with something cheap for something like this, because your finish, like, I've done a lot of spray painting, but it looks like it came out of the factory. Like, this is unbelievable work. You did a really good job on that.
There's a lot of buffing on that.
There's a lot of buffing, yeah.
Yes.
And you ran it probably with like a 5,000 grit or something.
Yes,
like
and
a really
buffing wheel.
Right.
And burnt through the paint a couple times and had to touch up again.
Okay. But it's all worth it in the end.
Yes.
So it looks beautiful. And then here, I see you have something here. It says, "In memory of my dad." Tell us about this.
My dad was the one that I was almost ready to give up when I first got the truck, because I seen it, because I bought it just from pictures. I didn't see the truck because I wasn't driving all the way out to Manitoba to look at a $1,000 truck. It would cost me more than
yeah,
more than what. Anyway, so I bought it, and he gave me the confidence that I could finish it, because the one gentleman told me I was never gonna have this thing finished.
And here it is right now, finished.
Yes, and my dad came over just when I first got it, the wheels on it. I bought new tires and put them on, and I moved it for the first time. And he was there a week before.
Okay.
And passed away a week after, and I never got to take him for a ride in it.
Oh.
I was actually getting the mattress for the bunk the day my brother called and said there was something going on.
Really?
It was kind of surreal, but so that's why it's so sentimental too. Because I wanted to show them that they were a nice truck.
And it took you 12 years.
Yeah.
Wow. 12. That's unbelievable. That's an unbelievable story. Fantastic. Well, that's a great memory of your dad, and I'm sure your dad is very proud of you right now. And you get to rip around town with it and show everyone off. Show it off.
I know he's in there with me when I'm in there.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And then let's talk about some of the other features you got here. So the stack, is that how it came? You mentioned that
you're original. I put in the early 70s, they all had the flaps.
Okay.
And I wanted to keep it original.
Right.
I could have put curved stacks, but I wanted it all original. Right. And that's what they would have came with back then.
Nice. All right, so we got to talk about this amazing front end. Like, when you think trucks, this is as good as it gets.
Ford had a very similar, before this model came out, it was called the W900. And if you Google it, it'll be the Blue Mule. And it was in a show called the White Line Fever.
Okay.
And when I was a kid, I liked the truck, but you know, Dad had a Freightliner, so I liked the Freightliner better. But when this came out, they made it almost similar to the design, but much bigger.
Okay.
And what's cool about this is this moves, so it looks like it's talking. If you look in truck races, you'll see a CL9000.
Yeah.
In a race, and he pops the clutch and the thing's going like that.
Nice. But you're not going to be putting in any of those.
No. She's a gentle rider.
She's a gentle rider, right. And this grill, like, did this come with it, or did you change this grill yourself? Or?
The one that he had was all broke, all cracked. I found this in California online.
And how hard is it to find parts for this? Like, these are super rare.
Super hard. And I check every day on the website, and if I see something that I think I'll need, I buy it. I don't care if I need it at the time, but I think if it's gonna be needed down the road,
right,
I'll buy it. Like these bushings here in this cab,
okay,
they were so wore out, the cab had a lean to it. And I tried to get them made up in town.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody had it.
Wow.
I looked for years, and I happened to find it.
Really?
And I put a new bushing there, same with these wipers.
Yeah.
A lot of buses have them too, but you see how they...
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
See? And the motor for these was gone on that side. I couldn't get it to work, and I found one.
Unbelievable.
Brand new.
Very cool.
But a lot of fabrications, such as this,
mm-hmm,
that broke. And I just bought an old Ford one and I made it fit to look like that.
So to get anything like this to work, finding parts is a problem, but you got to really be creative. Like, you have to, like, what are some of the creative things you've had to do on this to get things other than that?
Well, the dash, yeah. I've spent just the panels on the dash, masking them up. I've probably had 20 hours of painting it, getting it ready,
right,
prepping it. Just the panels for the dash, never mind the rest of the dash.
Right.
And after I'd done it, they come out with this Mac tack, because it used to be like a brushed nickel.
Okay.
And I tried to get that look back with silver paint,
yeah,
with a sandpaper. And after I did all that work, I found it online, brushed nickel.
Oh no.
So I had to do it again, and it's like a Mac tack you put on it.
Much better, eh?
I wish I had it 12 years ago, but I didn't.
Well, this is awesome. You've done a great job. You've restored a truck was pretty much unusable, and it would have went to the wrecking yard, and you saved it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's only one thing left to do, and that's to take it for a drive.
Sure.
All right, let's take her for a rip.
Let's do this. me. She's not warmed up yet. But once she's warmed up, there won't be any smoke. It'll be black.
So you get a bit of smoke when it's cold, eh?
Yeah, the fuel is colder.
Right.
Once it starts circulating, then it'll warm up and be better.
Sounds nice though.
And actually, it didn't sound much worse before I did the motor.
No, eh?
That's what shocked me.
Oh yeah, you got your little CB up there. Do you have a CB candle?
No.
No. Roadrunner, something like that?
No. When I was young, I would bug my dad at least once a week to take me to the Ford dealer and look at the trucks.
Really? And how old were you then?
Well, this came out, I was 11 years old.
And did he take you to the Ford dealer?
All the time. I shouldn't say all the time, but.
Right. And then you got one. Many years later, but you got one.
Yeah. I say Dad owned one, but he'd never buy a Ford, so I got the.
Why was that? Why would he never buy a Ford? What was his reason?
Never liked it. He said they were not as good as the Freightliner or anything else.
Really?
Not that they were a quality truck, but
Right.
they look good, and they were ahead of their time.
You must get some looks with this thing. You just got a thumbs up from someone on the street.
Yeah. We better go get fuel first.
Yeah.
I don't want to run out.
So how much does it cost to fill up something like this?
Well,
normally and then now and this time.
When I owned my own back in the 90s, that was 50 cents a liter.
Okay.
In fuel.
And do you remember how much it would cost you to fill up roughly?
To go to Toronto and back from Sudbury, it used to cost me $250.
Right.
And
how much would it cost you now?
I don't even want to know.
Yeah, because the gas prices are just god awful right now.
I'm guessing this thing would get 7 to 9 miles to the gallon.
Okay.
The way it is, empty.
Really?
Yeah.
7 to mile. Oh, okay. Interesting.
And it's not that much worse than my pickup truck.
That's hilarious. You know, that's actually surprising because when you're saying it's not that much worse on gas and how much technology has come, you know, since then. This is an 85. Technology's changed a lot, so it's not really that much better these days. Like,
it's actually worse. They came out with the emissions for these trucks and they cut horsepower. They made bigger horsepower, but they're actually pulling probably what this thing did in 85.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Right. But it's better for the environment.
Better for the environment because you're burning more fuel. I don't know how that happened.
So what it cost you in the end?
Well, I'm not full.
Oh, full.
I put in 151, $300. I'm probably just under 3/4. So I thought I had less in the tank than that. But 568 liters.
Wow. 568 liters.
So it's 1,000 liters.
1,000 liters.
Total. $2,000, but at the price it was, it would have been just under 3.
Just under $3,000 to fill this. It's crazy.
At least now I know we ain't gonna run out.
You don't want to run out on the diesel.
Now that Canadian Tire bonus cards saved $12.
Wow. Now your visibility is unmatched in this thing.
cars, not in front of me, because I couldn't even see a person standing there in front of me.
Right.
If they were right in front of the truck.
Yeah, this thing's really high up. You mentioned earlier off camera that this is, what, 11 inches taller?
Than the average Freightliner, or the average cab over, sorry.
Right.
See, I blew a gear.
So how many gears does this have?
This is a 13 speed.
13 speed.
An old school 13 speed. The new 18 speeds, you could split all gears, but it took me, I forgot how to do it with my dad's truck back in the 70s. In the new 18s and 13s, you can split in neutral. This one, you have to stay in overdrive, go to the next gear, split when you're in that gear to come down.
Right,
I'll show you. And right now I'm direct. That's overdrive, that's another gear. Now on a normal or a newer style truck, you just throw this back to direct and go. It'll grind if you do it. So I gotta go to the next gear, split, and then it comes down.
Right. That's a lot.
Well, it's just, I forgot all about it when I first got it. Because I went to split and I went, what the heck's going on? High and low range here.
Right.
I changed it to this because this was in the 70s.
Okay.
This is low, direct, all overdrive, all on the same button.
And that's what you wanted.
Yes, because it's old school.
Old school is cool.
But this didn't originally come with that. I did it.
So now you bought this truck a while ago, obviously, and I guess your long-term goal, what was your long-term goal with the trucks? Like a dream if you had with this?
Well, definitely want to go to truck shows and drive it around town. I love that. It's hard to explain when I get in this. I'm just comfortable.
Right.
It's a feeling I can't explain. I could just go sit in the backyard and sit in the truck, and I'm happy.
You know, a lot of people say that about their vehicles. It really doesn't matter what the vehicle is, as long as it has some sort of connection to them.
Yes.
It's kind of like going back in time. You know, I always say on the show, you know, we can't go back in time, but we can relive it. In a way, so you driving this thing is kind of a throwback, so it definitely brings you back to when you were a kid.
Yeah. Like I said, my dad had one. He had a couple cab overs, he had dump trucks, but this is what I grew up in, was these.
Right. And now after rebuilding and doing all these repairs on it, are you happy with it? Was it worth all the time and money spent on it?
You can't put a price on what it means to me, let's put it that way. Yes, it was ridiculous, the amount I spent on it, but...
And what's ridiculous, if you don't mind me asking?
I have over 75 grand into it.
75 grand, wow.
I bought the truck for $2,500, and it cost me more to ship it here than what the truck was worth, because I picked it up from Manitoba.
Wow. So you had to go get it all the way from Manitoba just to bring it here? Like get shipped,
I didn't
obviously.
literally do it, I just called the load broker.
Right.
And I had to wait till it worked for him so that he could pick it up, and the guy I bought it off of pushed it on with his farm tractor.
Was it running?
No. When I first seen it, I just about cried because the doors were seized. Absolutely nothing worked.
Really?
Really. And I said to my dad, I think I made a big mistake. And he said, no, you're gonna do it. Because the guy that unloaded it for me here in town said there's no way in hell you're ever gonna finish that truck.
And did you drive it over there and show him after you
he's seen me one time fueling up, so he knew I finished it.
Wow. Unbelievable. Well, it just goes to show you, you really can't put a price tag on these things, because the feeling you get of driving these and knowing that you've accomplished this is, there is no price on it.
No.
And which makes it all worth it in the end. It just says patience and persistence pays off, man. It just might take you a couple more years. And
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. Well, thanks for taking me for a ride. I really appreciate it, man.
Hey, no problem. I'm glad you came.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? No episode's complete without a little something something.
A little something something?
Yeah, a little something something. Everybody that's on the show gets one of these Between the Wheels hats.
Nice!
So that bad boy is yours now.
Thank you, Max.
You can slap that on when you want, and then there we go.
That'll be in there when we get to the truck shows.
Fantastic, man.
This time on Between the Wheels.
And it will do like 0 to 100 clicks in 8 seconds.
You've had a couple run-ins there?
Yeah. The police were just kind of hunting for you.
Careful, this is where the cops are.
Look at all the cows in sleeping bags. I got side swiped. I stepped on the gas, like zoom. See, now we're doing 80.
It's funny that you would chase him down, though.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, he would chase him down.
Just 6 years old.
This week on Between the Wheels, we're heading to Navan, Ontario to check out a 1985 Pontiac Fiero. The man's owned it since 1986, and his grandson contacted us to do an episode about it, and that's what we're gonna do. But now this episode almost didn't happen because of this. We had a freak storm by the name of a Dureco. I had never even heard of this before. I didn't even know these things exist. It's almost like a combination between a tornado and a hurricane. Now, this is not something common for Ontario. We had never had something like this before. It really caught everyone off guard, and it caused a hell of a lot of damage. This storm was absolutely devastating. It caused so much damage coast to coast. Nobody had ever prepared for something like this. You know, here in Canada, you don't think you can get something like this. You see this happen in the United States or different places, but not over here. So this really caught everyone off guard. It was a real surprise. So our episode got pushed back. We were supposed to film a little while ago, but now here we are. We're gonna do it. I'm really excited. I've always wanted to do one of these cars, so I'm extremely excited. We're gonna go check it out right now. All right, so I'm standing here in Navan with Albert and Leif. It's nice to meet you, gentlemen.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And you guys have a hell of a car here. Leif, you contacted me actually through my real estate agent, Karen. She kind of hooked us up here. She said she knows somebody has a very interesting vehicle and that his grandfather has had the car since 1986. So tell us the story.
Well, I just thought not a lot of people know about the Fiero. I'll tell people, hey, my my own grandfather's got this sweet car, but people don't really know. They're thinking,
Right.
say Fiero, they think you're pronouncing Ferrari wrong.
Right.
But no, it's a Fiero, and we're pretty proud of it.
Okay. And then a lot of the younger generation hasn't heard of this car because this car, it's been around for a while, but hasn't been produced in a while. Maybe Albert, you can let us know how long have these vehicles been produced for?
Well, they started producing them in 1984 and stopped in 1988.
Okay.
Because the executives in General Motors they didn't want any competition with the Corvette.
Okay.
And that's why they killed it.
Really?
Yeah.
So they killed their own car based on their own car?
Well, this was a lot cheaper, than the Corvettes. So they didn't want to ruin the market. They were concerned about the marketing of the Corvette. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is really unfortunate because this is a really cool car. I was really excited to film this because growing up in the 90s, this was a really cool car. Like a lot of people knew the Ferrari Testarossa, obviously, but this is was more attainable for the average person to get.
For sure.
So getting this almost looks like it should be in Back to the Future. I'm pretty sure if they didn't use the DeLorean, they could have swapped this in and it would have been a perfect fit. Yeah. Speaking of Camaro, you mentioned that you bought this in 1986.
That's right.
Maybe tell us that story.
Like I had been researching this vehicle for a long time before it was even built, because there was lots of articles about it and how they were going to manufacture it. It was going to be a new way of producing cars.
Really?
Because what happens with this vehicle is it's street legal without any body panels.
Interesting.
And they had it at a show in Toronto, like whatever fair they have there every year, the exhibition or whatever.
Right.
And they had some lovely lady put the body panels on. And in a matter of minutes. Yeah.
So it had no body panels and somebody literally put them on the vehicle.
Yeah, that's right. And you can
That's so
drive
bizarre.
it. It's a complete car without any body panels.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it's all built. And what happens in the final building of the car, what they do is they drive it into a computerized large unit.
Right.
And that unit drills all the mounting holes for the body panels, with digital precision.
Yeah.
And then the body panels are attached as the final thing. But the car's already mobile and they drive it into there.
Really, that's actually that's pretty advanced for back in the 80s, I would say.
Well, that was how they were going to build cars.
So that was just really early on, and early technology of
Yeah.
using computers to manufacture
That's
vehicles.
right. And then I basically, I kept track of the development of the car and how they were doing with it. And then they brought it out in 1984 as a 4-cylinder.
Okay.
And I rented one. I had to go on a business trip to Montreal. I rented it and drove it, and I was severely disappointed.
Really?
Because it had no guts. It was totally gutless.
So what kind of engine did it have? It was a 4-cylinder.
Yeah.
And what kind of horsepower are we talking about?
I'm not sure, maybe 110 or something.
Okay, so it's pretty low. It was on the low end.
That's right. And they had thought of it then as just a commuter car.
Right.
Low on gas and what have you type of thing.
Yeah.
But I also personally feel that's what actually killed the car as well, because right away it got a bad reputation of being underpowered, you see. And then the following year they brought out the GT and the ES. Like this is the ES now. The Grand Touring is the GT.
Right.
And both of them were available with the 6-cylinder.
Oh, okay.
And that changed the whole characteristics.
So this is a
of the
6-cylinder?
car. Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, so it's not a 4-cylinder. Interesting.
No, it's a 6-cylinder, and it completely changed the way the car is.
And horsepower, how much horsepower are we
It's
talking
140.
about here? Okay, so they added more or less 30 horsepower.
Yeah, something like that. I'm not 100% sure about the initial, but I know this is around 140.
Now that might not sound like a whole hell of a lot of horsepower, but for a vehicle this size, this is a small vehicle.
Yeah.
It's a 2-seater, which is really cool. It's obviously pretty light because it's not very large. That must be, how do you feel about power? Is that an adequate amount of power?
Oh, that's more than enough.
More than enough.
And it will do 0 to 100 clicks in 8 seconds. So.
Oh, we'll go for a test drive after. We'll see how it is. That's fantastic. And Leif, when you saw this thing, well, obviously you've had it since you were growing up, right?
It's always in the garage.
Always in the
Always
garage.
come take a look. what's going on here.
And so what have you thought about the vehicle? Like, you've always seen this thing. What have your thoughts been on it?
I mean, I always thought it was pretty cool, but I think we took it for granted a little bit. Like, you just think it's the old sports car, you know?
Yeah.
Like, everyone's got one of these, but no. And you always think it's cool, you know, and if he's breaking it out, you know, it's kind of a special occasion, or this is going to be an interesting day because he's not going to drive it quite the same as the other cars.
Oh, you could definitely hear it when he turns it on too and revs it, so it must be fun. It's funny because a lot of people growing up, the grandparents usually have the boring vehicles, right? But it's not really that case at all here. It's more the opposite. He's got the coolest vehicle on the block, so.
Yeah, and you know, like it's a two-seater, right? So it's always like, if he's bringing that, it's just me and him.
Right.
We're not bringing any of the other siblings or anyone else.
So you're the lucky one. You get first choice.
We'd go run errands with it.
Right.
And you can have the kids in the front because it doesn't have airbags.
No. Gotta love the 80s. They just ran it the way it is.
So it's the first time you're in the front of a car, it's this.
Yeah. That's true, eh? Tell us some stories about it.
Well,
you've had a couple run-ins there.
Yeah. I used to work in Hull a lot.
Okay.
And it was always interesting working in Hull because it looked like the police were just kind of hunting for you or waiting for you. And the cop is across from me, and he's reaching down, and I wonder, okay, well, what's he reaching for, and what does he pop up? The speed trap. Like, just seeing this car reminded him he should have the speed trap on the dash, and he put the speed trap on the dash, and we both went on our merry way, you know. And then I don't know, it was the same year or a couple of years later, I want to make sure I merge without getting hit.
Right.
And all I did was I stepped on the gas, like zoom.
Yeah.
And I'm waved off because I'm speeding.
Oh. And it's funny because on the Quebec side, you actually don't have much time to merge. A lot of those highways, the on-ramp is like, all right, you're on it, now get on, or you're going in the ditch.
Yeah,
like, you have no time.
But like I said, just doing that, I'd already broken the speed limit.
And that's all it took, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. Well, you know what? I think he was just jealous of the nice car. I don't think the police cars, those vans were really nice back then. So.
He has a good one that I was thinking of too, where you're so low that the semi couldn't see you.
Oh yes. As a matter of fact, again, Hull, a popular place.
Yeah.
I got side swiped by like a big soft drink vehicle.
So one of the big trucks, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I had to chase after him, which wasn't very hard, and get him to pull off the road and like exchange information. But he scraped me on the side.
Did he just hit and run and then just go for it?
Yeah.
He made a run from a Fiero with a truck like that? That's hilarious. Sounds so ridiculous. It's funny that you would chase him down, though.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, he would chase him down.
One other thing I want to mention is that this vehicle is a mid-engine vehicle.
Okay.
And
what does that mean?
Well, it means that the engine is right behind you, ahead of the wheels.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, like the new Corvette has that now.
Okay.
That's how they built the new Corvette, saying that this is the first sports car they've built that has this, but it isn't. This one had it well before. So that's the interesting part, and you would think the trunk is here.
Yes, that's what I was assuming. I wasn't 100% sure.
Because the engine is in the back.
Right.
But the trunk is behind the engine.
Okay.
Okay? And I can, if you want me to, I can show you what this is used for.
I think we have to, because I think there's no other way around it.
Yeah,
All right.
Exactly. I'll just open it up for you.
All right, so this is quite unique.
So the spare tire is there.
Right, there's a spare tire in the front. I've never seen that before.
And the glass that comes out of here lays in there. You see the rubber stops there?
Yeah.
And then on there. And then it's forced down by the hood, kept in place.
So the glass is actually removable?
Yeah. You can take the glass right out and you store it in there.
You store the glass in there and the spare tire in there?
Yeah.
And the jacket. That's really bizarre.
Yeah.
And that's a huge brake booster too. That is huge. Look at that master cylinder.
And then the problem with the radiator is the fact that they've run hoses or pipes all the way from the front to the back of the engine. And,
right.
And that caused a problem initially because the hoses would rub against something which they changed later on, and then at a certain point, all at once, you lose your coolant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even know in some of those areas because they'll be, I guess, inside the panels and near the frame somewhere.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was an issue, but which I have overcome, and I should knock on wood because I hope it doesn't happen again. Yeah.
I've also never seen a radiator on an angle like that before.
Well, there probably isn't enough room because they have that as at a slant there, you see.
Right.
Yeah.
So everything here is just to absolute precision.
Yeah.
Which isn't always the case in older vehicles because the older vehicles didn't have as many components, so you can fit a lot more. But here it's like, there's not much play for a lot of these things.
Yeah.
So what's this thing over here?
Well, that's a deflector for the wind, which you would mount on here once you take the glass out.
So you take the glass out and you put that on, and then you got essentially a convertible, kind of.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Wow, that's very cool. And then you got the lights that actually flip up. These are the lights.
Yeah, well, what happens is they flip up and then, like I don't want to mess with them, but then they open up, like that's part of the body, and it moves them up, you see. Yeah.
Right. Leaf, is this like the craziest car you've ever seen? Like based on this must be just like the wildest vehicle and growing up.
Definitely
It
is, yeah.
pretty interesting.
I know when I was a kid too, I used to have like a little Batmobile toy where the lights switched up, and that's the only thing that toy did.
Yeah.
So when this thing, as soon as I see the lights switch up, I think, oh my gosh, he's got the Batmobile.
It's like it's the silver Batmobile.
Looks, yeah, or like Bruce Wayne's car or something.
Right.
I always thought that was like the coolest part.
Okay. Very cool. Well, now we've seen the front. We have to see the engine. Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
How do you even open this?
Oh, well, let me close this, eh?
You have to be an engineer.
So here is the engine. Well, it's a beautiful little engine. So if you want to know about the engine, the air cleaner is underneath here.
Okay.
And it's a pretty large one. So it gets lots of air.
Right.
And then the battery is over there, and that's why I have some tools there so I can undo that part.
Yeah, it's a little buried, but it looks pretty accessible. Just a couple bolts in.
And then this is like the luggage compartment.
That's the trunk, right?
That's the trunk, or you can strap it on top.
So you got no rear seats, and you got a smaller trunk, but it's still pretty spacious trunk, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Well, with all this talk about driving in this car, I'm really intrigued. I think we got to go for a drive.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, let's go for. Okay, let's take her for a rip, as they say. So you got electronic windows in here. This is awesome.
Mm-hmm. Now, I could have gone that way, but then I don't want to go on the gravel road with it.
No, I don't expect you to off-road this thing. This isn't Back to the Future Part 3. It's got a beauty sound to it.
Yeah, nice, eh? Now Leaf lives down here and then to the right, well, near the end there.
That's very cool that you got your grandson just a few blocks down from where you live.
Well, we started looking after Leaf, or my wife started looking after Leaf when he was 1 year old. Like my wife took early retirement as a teacher.
Okay.
And we've looked after all their kids. As a matter of fact, we're still looking after 2 kids before and after school.
So they have the coolest grandparents with the coolest cars.
Yeah.
Now you must get some looks driving this thing in city.
Yeah, well, people now, because they don't see this car isn't around anymore, you know?
No, you don't see many of these around, and I had heard that these vehicles, when they first came out, were actually horrendous. They had a lot of issues, but by the end, by 88, they were actually really good vehicles. They had really fixed all those issues, like you said, with the engine being underpowered.
Also, it had problems with potential fires, and that's why I have the fire extinguisher, except it was the 4-cylinder one that had the issues. But even this one, they installed special heat shields.
Okay.
You know, in order to make sure that didn't happen. See, we're now doing 80, well over 80.
She goes pretty good for a little car.
Yeah. You know.
This is a really interesting dashboard too. I've never seen something that comes out so much. It's usually much more flat. This has all kinds of edges and corners and
Oh yeah, the other thing I should mention is that this was one of the first vehicle, if not the first vehicle, that's completely computer controlled, but the gauges look like analog.
Right.
But they're getting digital signals that have been converted back to analog to operate the digital gauges.
Interesting.
So when I was going to Montreal one time and coming back, and I didn't know yet how, usually with a car, if the needle is on empty, you can go for quite a while. This car, when the needle is on zero, the lights come on and the car stops.
So it just goes, like you get no warning, eh?
Look at all the cows in sleeping bags. Yeah, we love living where we do, because now there's a lot of big trees in the graveyard, but when we first moved in, you could look right beyond and see all the farmers' fields.
Right.
And when I grew up in Holland, I was living in a little town and there were farms all around us.
Right.
So it was like moving back home.
Leaf had mentioned that, because I actually didn't know your name till today. I knew you as his Opa.
Yeah.
So that you're from Holland?
Yeah.
And where did you live in Holland?
Well, I lived in a little town called Didam, which is near Arnhem.
So yeah, I pulled up that hill pretty easily. You just gave it a little bit. He just flew up.
You just, I didn't have to do that because the car doesn't, like I said, when you're on St. Joseph going up any of those ramps, see, that's a BMW. What do you expect, right?
Yeah.
Assholes. Going up any of those steep inclines, it's just a piece of cake,
Right. That's awesome.
See, now we're doing 80.
Nice.
And I wasn't particularly shifting fast.
No, you're just enjoying the drive, and that's what it's all about. It's all about these vehicles. A lot of people, that have classic vehicles, have a hard time explaining to people that don't.
Yeah.
Why have a vehicle like this? So, what's your reason for keeping it this many years?
Oh, because I love the car, and I love the memories and the holidays we've had. Being in places like Vermont and going up and down the hills, and what's that place in Nova Scotia there where you got the lighthouse and the waves and
Peggy's Cove.
Peggy's Cove. We were in Peggy's Cove with it, Yeah.
Well, that's a beautiful drive. I've been there many times.
Oh yeah.
And I have the same memories as you do, believe it or not, because I went on the Cabot Trail. I drove one of my classic cars.
Yeah.
On the Cabot Trail, actually twice. Nice. And I took the tires right down to the wires both times. That's how bad that trail is.
Yeah.
But anyways, and I'll never forget that trip. And so like yourself, having it all these places kind of connects you with the vehicle, and getting rid of that vehicle is like almost getting rid of that memory.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of family and holidays, so Leaf was really excited to do this episode and he contacted me, which got me excited because driving this car, being in it, this is like a dream come true for me because I always liked this car growing up. This is the cool car. And for Leaf, having this in the family for so many years, how do you feel about, the fact that you still have it and you have your grandson and you can spend time with him? How is that for you?
Well, it's very special, and I like the fact that Leaf really enjoys it, But when Leaf is in it, like I said, he's up to the glass,
Right. He's 6'4", so I don't know how much he might be driving like The Rock in that movie there with Mark Wahlberg there. A pain and gain, but it's not a huge vehicle in terms of height. Definitely my head is almost touching the ceiling, and I'm only 5'7".
Yeah.
But so he might have to pop the sunroof if he wants to drop.
I like Leaf a lot. He's doing well, and I hope his dreams come true.
Oh yeah, she's nice.
Nice, eh?
Yeah, she's good. I like it out here. The field, like in the open fields, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's what I've always liked because I grew up in a little town with farms all around, eh?
Oh yeah.
So
Me too. It was this town.
Yeah.
Pretty similar.
Yeah.
I think that's why my dad likes it here too.
Yeah.
You ever take him out?
I don't think he's ever been in this.
Really, eh?
No.
That's fine. My mom has though, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. There's a little hill, like, then it's going, eh? Be careful, this is where the cops are.
I don't even have it in 4th gear.
Yeah, don't start now.
So that's where it should be.
Hey, 4th gear?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
See, now at 80, it's only doing about 2,000 RPM.
Right. Then it's not revving as much, right? How do you know when you got to shift it?
Oh, that's by instinct.
Yeah, you just feeling?
Yeah, you do it by the engine sound.
Okay.
See, now,
I guess now you've had how many years now to learn it? You got to be like the symbiosis with the car at this point, eh?
That's it.
You're part of it. You guys live an entity one all together.
I had to teach your mother how to drive a standard.
In this car?
No.
No, you want to let her?
Hey?
You ever let her drive it? Just you, eh?
So Albert and Leif, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks for having us.
This is a pretty special car. You even got a special place in the garage for it.
That's it.
You actually built the house around the car.
That's how we designed the house.
That's the coolest thing ever.
Well, I didn't want a 3-car garage. That looks awful.
No, it's too much garage. So
yeah.
You're definitely a very dedicated car owner, and because of that, thanks for being on the show. You guys get hats.
Oh, thank you.
Between the Wheels hats now.
Between the Wheels.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the show.
Pop them on?
Yeah, pop them on, yeah. There you go. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
All right, take care.
This time on Between the Wheels.
The 1994 Audi S4. It may look like a grandpa's sedan, but under the hood it's packed with legendary mechanical masterpieces. This is my childhood dream. And it would eventually come true and create some amazing memories. Unfortunately, for the last 8 years, it's been parked sitting outside, rotting away with no end in sight, and I have no earthly idea what to do with it. So in order to figure it out, I'm gonna need your help to help me decide on what to do next.
You're 6 years old.
So this is my 1994 Audi S4. And unfortunately it's been parked here. It's been sitting for the last 8 years out of commission in different parts of Ottawa, and I just haven't been sure what to do with it next. We're gonna go through the specs of the vehicle, the history, why this thing is special to me. So at first glance, this may not look like the most interesting vehicle. In fact, it just looks like any ordinary sedan produced from 1992 to 1997. It was known as the C4 Audi, but the fact is, under the hood, you got a legendary motor. So the 94 S4 came with a 2.2 liter, 225 horsepower, turbocharged engine. But this isn't the first vehicle that came with this engine. Because prior to this was put into the legendary Audi Quattro. So back in the 80s, these things are really popular for rally racing. These cars absolutely tore it up. Some of them packing as much as 700 horsepower plus. The combination of the engine and the all-wheel drive Quattro drivetrain made this thing absolutely amazing. The cars were so fast, it gave the drivers almost absolutely no time to react. It took an absolute amazing amount of precision and skill to drive one of these cars. So looking at this, you would never know that this is the same engine. And this thing may not have 700 horsepower, it's just a stock engine, but the thing is, this engine is pretty incredible. This is known as a very, very reliable engine, and it's very easy to get a lot of horsepower with very little work out of it.
Oh man, too much fun.
But the fact is, you don't need to just drive in the snow or off-road. You can drive this. This could be a daily driver. This could be driven anywhere you want to go, but you won't have any trouble getting out of any sort of mess. This is really what lured me to the vehicle first, because it was a car that was very capable, even though it was a sedan, it was low off the ground, but you can just be monstrous. There are videos online of people driving these things through snow as high as waist deep, and they're just going right through. Now, when this thing came on the market, it wasn't marketed as a rally legend, of course, because this is being marketed for just regular consumers. However, the ad that they placed for this was absolutely hilarious. They had this ridiculous ad where they were driving this thing in the Andes with no tires. This is such a 90s ad, it's not even funny. And I'm not sure who they're trying to market this car for. Are they trying to get people to go onto the Andes and drive with no tires just on the rims? I don't know. Very 90s, that kind of stuff doesn't age very well, but it's absolutely hilarious, and it's a history forever. So back for 1994, this car was really ahead of its time. First of all, the styling. You look at this thing and you say, you know what, that looks really modern. And back in the 90s, they had a lot of those square cars, so everything looked like out of a completely different generation. But this car was so ahead of its time. It's got the sexy curves and nice appeal, and with this paint color, it just looks really nice. So a lot of people will see this car and think, hey, you know what, this must be from the 2000s, but it's not. It's from the early 90s. And I love the styling of it, you know, the lights, the grille is really nice, everything. The bumper's a little cheesy, I'll admit that, along with these, you know, these orange reflectors on the sides, but other than that, it looks really, really nice. And when I saw it, I thought, you know, it wasn't the most interesting car in the world, but I thought it was a really nice, cool car, and I definitely thought it was much newer than the actual age. It came with these stock, really, really cool wheels. Nothing crazy, just really basic stuff, but you look at this, do you really need more than that? A lot of people will change these and put something more flashy on, but I think it's a really cool, classic Audi style to keep these on. So the rear end is a little more interesting. It's got that kind of boxy vintage look. It still hadn't progressed as much in the back as in the front. I love the wide lights in the back. I think it looks really cool. It's got that European style, and it's not something you see these days anymore, so it's kind of an interesting look. Definitely throwback to the 80s in that case, but everything else is much more modern looking. I like how they kind of mash some of the looks of the 80s, but also went a little more modern. This car was just kind of a hybrid. It just seems like it doesn't really belong in any sort of particular decade. You look at the back, hey, it's in the 80s. You look at the front, it should be in the 2000s. It's kind of a mix, and maybe that's why it landed in the 90s. And these things came with a lot of different features. First of all, it has sprayers on the lights, so you had that feature. You had automatic mirrors, so everything's electronic. There was nothing, you know, crank or old school. Everything was very up to date. It's got air conditioning, power sunroof, all the features you'd want out of a modern car in an older vehicle. Now, obviously, this one's in a little rougher shape. I know it looks pretty good on camera here. You can't really see much, but if you go up close, you can see a lot more issues. There's really a lot more rust starting to happen. And the fact is, this thing was actually painted a long time ago, and the paint's starting to peel off, so it really needs a new paint job. One of the coolest parts of this car is the interior. This is a very modern interior, very nice. This is probably one of my favorite parts about the actual vehicle itself. I remember when I was first purchasing this thing, I looked at the interior and I said, wow, that is really, really cool. And thankfully, this one has managed to stay all original. Now, the only problem is, obviously, as you can see, you got some issues here. Stuff was falling off, the window's cracked, this fell off, and it's moldy, which is pretty disgusting, but that's the problem. When it sat for so many years, it got all moldy inside, and that's just what happens. But the fact is, all the parts are still here. If you look at it, it's a really cool interior. You got the white gauge cluster here, leather steering wheel, everything's leather, everything looks really good here. There's nothing cheap. You touch this, it's not some, you know, plastic fantastic shit. This is really, really nice products. Lots of beautiful stuff here. You got lots of modern things. You got heated seats, you got power mirrors, you got, you know, power seats. Of course, they don't work right now, unfortunately. The battery actually exploded in the car, and that's the second time we've almost had a fire in this car, so we can't use it. So unfortunately, I can't show you that stuff, but that stuff does work. It did have air conditioning. The air conditioning stopped working, so I'm not sure if that's something I'd ever want to replace because I got quoted $5,500 and that was 10 years ago. I can't imagine what that would cost now. I had one little feature here. The Bose deck, I would actually have it come out, and it's a DVD player, so on long trips we would put some stuff on, watch some movies, you know, listen to some concerts, that kind of stuff. It was really nice to have. The battery is actually in the back seat. It's not under the hood. It's a really strange area. And unfortunately, that is a very dangerous game to play because the fact is, this thing has had a fire in it. Several years ago, we were coming back from a wrestling show in Hawkesbury, Ontario.
A little shaky here right now, but Hannibal's gonna fly. AJ moves out of the way. No, this is gonna kill him. Unbelievable. Right through the table.
I had my wife sitting, and in the back was her grandfather, who's passed away unfortunately since then, and her brother was in the back, and they were sitting there, and all of a sudden, her grandpa started saying, "Wow, my ass is getting really hot," and we thought he was joking. And I look back, I look in the mirror, and what do I see? I see flames coming up from under the seat. And I was just like, holy shit. All of a sudden, all the power turns off, the whole car goes black. We're in the middle of nowhere. You can't see where you're going, you can't see anything. One of the scariest moments ever. You know, I pulled over, my wife got out of the car, she started running away. I'm like, stop, we gotta save this thing. So, unfortunately, the battery being under the seat, it was actually screwed down. You can't just take the seat off. So I ran in the back. I started taking out the wrenches because I always travel with wrenches with shitty old cars. I started taking the seat apart. Flames are going everywhere. My hands are getting burned. And thank God I had a fire extinguisher. I always have a fire extinguisher with me. I grabbed the fire extinguisher, put the fire out, saved the car. But you know what? That could have ended this car really quickly. And thank God it didn't because it was a huge fire. And all the wiring harness had gotten into flames and the seat had melted. And it was really fucked up, to be honest with you. It was pretty crazy. Why did it happen? It happened because what happened was Audi has these, in the back you have the seat and then you have wire mesh on it. And normally it's fine, but the fact is we had to change the battery, so I went to the store, changed the battery, and the new battery was 1/4 of an inch taller. That 1/4 of an inch was enough to compress it, short circuit, start a fire, and away we go. And it's funny because since then I tried to buy another battery, and I went to the store and I saw a warning on there, fire warning, make sure the battery is, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I guess somebody else had a fire similar to me. And then I bought another battery recently, put it in, and it actually exploded. Just went into pieces. There was stuff all over the place. All the vents had come off. So thank God it didn't light on fire because I don't want to lose this thing, even though I'm not really using it. So that was definitely the craziest story. You know, but this story is just one of many crazy stories I have about this car. The fact is this car has a really cool legacy itself, but a car is just a car unless it has a story, and there's a lot of stories. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna take you through all the things I've done with this vehicle over the years that make it special to me. So the first thing people ask me is why? Why the 94 Audi S4? What makes this car so special? And the thing is, it's not the car so much itself, it was the engine that I was after. The thing is, this car was my first passion when I was a kid. Growing up, I was always addicted to cars. I always had some sort of truck in my hand, or some sort of race car. Putting on these elaborate races or just messing around. Back in the 90s, I was always watching some sort of race on TV with my dad. He's definitely the one that got me into this stuff, but nothing was more exciting than watching the Canadian Rally Championships on TSN.
Brand new 95 Eagle Talon, a two-wheel drive Toyota, just flew through the stage here. A Mitsubishi Eclipse in their outrageous Pontiac Fiero were incredibly fast.
I just thought it was so cool.
He's okay to this point, but the big problem is that telephone pole. Remy Chevy, goodbye. A pirouette in the dirt.
But there was one car that always stood out.
This is their Audi Quattro S2.
Sprongel has 2 victories, 55 points, and is tied for first place with his arch rival.
There were these brothers named the Sprongel brothers, and they had this super cool Audi S2. was the coupe version, same thing, same engine, just a 2-door instead of a 4-door. 1994 rolls around, and all of a sudden my dad takes us camping. But the thing is, he didn't just take us camping, because the fact is the place he chose to take us camping was right beside where there was a rally race. So we actually went to see one of these things in person. So I got to see all those cool cars I had seen on TV right in person. And who was my favorite? You're damn right, the Sprongel brothers. Coming out at number 2, absolutely flying through the stage. The Sprongels came out with their Audi S2, and I just remember smoke going everywhere. And I remember my life was never the same after that. I remember that day, and I said to myself, one day I'm gonna buy one of those things. You know, I was only 6 years old. I made up my mind right there and then that I was gonna get one of these cars one day. So around 2010, I remember I started looking for these vehicles. Online in Kijiji, I saw a lot of different ads. End of 2011 came around and I found one. I remember seeing this thing, I got inside, and it was like love at first sight. I just remember getting in this thing, just hammering the gas and just hearing that 5-cylinder legendary sound. Just connected all the wires, you know, all those years hearing this thing, I said, damn, this is it, man. I was so friggin' happy. So of course I bought it. And from that point, life was never the same for me, because now I was living my childhood dream. So this became my everyday car. I would go everywhere with this thing. It was such an awesome experience. The car always just had such good vibe, and I just loved having it. I would take it everywhere. I would do everything. I would take it on as many adventures as I could. We got one hell of a storm here. I could be myself, I could have a lot of fun, I could be goofy.
Fuck off, I got work to do.
I was a huge Trailer Park Boys fan, and my brother and I had done these location videos in 2010 and 2011.
So where Julian's drunk on Swish, and Randy's hooking for cheeseburgers out front.
Well, in 2012, I took the Audi all the way to Halifax, Nova Scotia, and did another location video, and that was a blast. So I really enjoyed traveling. Anyone that knows me knows that I love going all over the place, so having this car and the ability to travel, putting those things together, and then putting my filmmaking skill into it, my passion for that, made it the perfect recipe. So I would travel all around Canada, I would put GoPros on my car, do time lapses. I was still young, so I was traveling a lot to different places around, trying to get work. I would take this thing everywhere I went. I would go and film scenery shots, time lapses, scenic stuff at night. We would do astrophotography, get the stars, get all these amazing things. And the thing is, the car would be at every single one of these adventures. I traveled so much that within only a couple years I had done 100,000 kilometers. Heck, back in 2012 we actually filmed the first unofficial episode of Between the Wheels. My buddy owned this 1969 Chevelle, and I had a racetrack. Yeah, that's right, my dad actually built a racetrack in the 90s, but that's for another day. So we took it to the track and we just ripped it around. We did a bunch of cool shots. Had a lot of fun, and that's kind of where my passion started with doing vehicle videos. This was also the first car that I took my wife on a date back in 2013, and then after that we were together ever since, and we just went absolutely everywhere. We did so much stuff together, so many fun adventures, and the car was always at every single one of these adventures. It was just such a great time. So all the adventures are locked in with this car, because everywhere I think we went, this car was there. But the adventure that topped them all was in 2014. We went to the Maritimes. So anybody that knows me knows I'm a huge fan of the Maritimes. I love traveling, I love the Maritimes, I like filming and driving. I did all 4 of these things on that one trip, so this was pretty much the biggest trip for me. So my wife and I went down there. We drove over 5,000 kilometers. We drove all the way through the Maritimes to the East Coast.
Okay, so we're gonna try magnetic hill. So my car's in neutral. This is wild.
We drove through numerous small towns. It's just such an awesome trip to have the car. We stopped at local diners and many cool stops along the way. I remember doing the Cabot Trail with this thing. It's known as one of the nicest places to go and drive here in Canada. And the Cabot Trail is beautiful. Such a scenic place. We took the car and we did the Cabot Trail. Along the way, we stopped and filmed a lot of beautiful places along the way. There's a lot of hidden gems and we did a whole video about it. My wife was big into modeling back then, so this was kind of a dream come true for her, as well as me, to do all this in one trip. There was just so many great memories on this trip. I just think of all the awesome places we saw and all the things we did. We would stay in hotels half the time, and the other half time we would do camping. We stopped at some amazing campgrounds, some hidden gems, like in Lunenburg at the Ovens. I remember my wife cooking up some big meals, and the car was there, we were blasting my tunes. It's an awesome time. So 2014 was a great year. We created a lot of amazing memories, a lot of great times, but there was one more thing that had to be done. We had to go see the rally, the Top Lines.
A 1991 Eagle Pride.
It had been 20 years since I had gone and seen all those cars all those years ago. Now, I didn't have any life-changing moments at this one, but it was really cool to know that after 20 years, we were able to drive a car I had seen at the previous rally that had changed my life. This was kind of the event that just tied everything together, but unfortunately it was the concluding chapter to the Audi. But then I started having a lot of problems. All along the way we had lots of breakdowns. It was just breakdown after breakdown after breakdown. It got so expensive to the point where unfortunately I had to do what everyone else does and we bought a new car. I ended up buying a 2015 Golf. I was just so sick of having all the different breakdowns. It just cost me an arm and a leg, and I wasn't making any money at that point in my job. It was just a really difficult time, so I had to park it. What I didn't realize was how long this thing would end up sitting after I parked it, because I don't think I could have predicted it'd be 8 years. All these years later, I'd be sitting here filming this video, and the car's still sitting. And it's just the worst feeling in the world, knowing that this thing that's had so many awesome memories is just sitting here. And I had tried in the past to, to kind of get things going again. It has a couple little problems here and there, and because it hasn't been turned on so long, it might give us some difficulty. Oh, there you go. So I think we'll just give it some gas. I'm not going to drive it around today. It's got no brakes. One of the calipers is seized, not to mention no insurance and all that stuff you are supposed to have. All right, so today's pretty exciting. Today we are going to be driving about 30 minutes from here to recover my 1994 Audi S4. The thing's been sitting in a garage for the last, I don't know, 4 years, and it's been parked for almost 6 years. So since early 2015. I really hate to let vehicles kind of go like that to waste. That happened with my Jeep before too. The Jeep sat in the woods for, I think it was 6 years. But we brought it back, completely restored it, and in 3 years we got it completely running, roadworthy, and it's standing over there now. So, you know what? Maybe one day we could do the same with the Audi. Now the only thing is, I'm not really sure what my plan is with the Audi, because the Audi, unlike the Jeep, it's not all like body work and really simple stuff. It's all engine stuff. So lots of different engine components and things I've never worked on. Not a mechanic, never done a lot of this stuff, so you know, this is going to be a learning experience for me if I decide to take it on. I'm really not sure what to do, but right now the house it's at is being sold, so it's got to leave. I can't keep it there any longer, so we're going to get it out of there, and I'll show you what it looks like. It's in pretty rough shape, so we'll go grab it right now. All right, so we're on the road. We're going to grab it, as I mentioned before. We're just going to get some gas. We got the compressor for the tires. We have a fully charged battery. Hopefully it works, as well as the charger itself with the quick start. If I can't get this thing started before it goes on the truck, it's going to be really difficult to get it into the new location because it's up on a massive angle at the other house where it's going, and it's a really busy street, so it'll be really hard to put the truck up there. So I really hope it starts. This thing hasn't been started in about, you know, a couple of years, I think 3 years, and it's almost November now, so it's pretty cold. I really should have done this earlier in the year, but you know, that's what happens when you don't prepare. So hopefully we can get this thing started. Hasn't driven for a while. It's time to start figuring out what to do with it because it doesn't deserve to sit there. A legend like that shouldn't rust away in a garage somewhere, that's for sure. Wow. So here she is. That's a dirty car. Look at that dust. Wow. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Hopefully it works this time, we'll see. I don't know.
Try.
I'll try.
Finger.
And hope not to die. Okay. Nothing. Something is going on. Oh. Nope. I think the starter, eh? I think I have a starter in the trunk. Darn! I was really hoping it would start. That sucks. See, look. I have a starter in here. All right, so no luck. Didn't turn on, the starter's completely dead, so we're gonna get it towed. We're gonna put it up in my folks' place for now, and maybe one day we'll get it running, but it's not today, that's for sure. Ironically, I have a starter in the back, but I don't have a jack to put it up or the proper tools, and I don't feel like doing that today. That's it. She's gonna stand for a couple years, and one day, hopefully we'll fix it. Not sure when, but one day. Well, it's been 2 years since that was done. I still have no idea what to do with it. You know, sitting here, the one thing I really feel is, unfortunately, regret. You know, regret that I didn't do more with this thing, because time just goes by so quickly, and next thing you know, you're sitting here and the car is rotting away. I remember when I brought this thing in for safety the first time, 2012. I got it safetied, and the person said, "Wow, there's not a speck of rust on this thing." So he was looking underneath, and it looked awesome. And I look at it now, and you look underneath, it's just full of rust. You look outside, the paint's coming off, there's all this stuff to do, and there's a lot of issues. Some of the issues, the rack and pinions leaking, needs to be absolutely changed. The turbo doesn't work anymore. Some of the doors are jammed, you can't open it. Lots of the interior is broken, pieces here. Window needs to be changed, and it's just a lot of money. And I know a lot of people are like, well, that's easy, you know, just start working on it. The thing is, these cars aren't cheap to work on. If you've watched the show and you watched previously, you would have seen the episode with my friend Mark. He has a Mercedes C32, and he had one of these cars. He sold it. I remember I was mad at him that he sold it, and then, you know, we spoke, and I understand why, because these cars are very difficult to maintain, and that's kind of the position I'm in right now. So sitting here right now, I'm at the same crossroads. What do you do with this car? Because the fact is, to restore this car, it's not necessarily easy. This isn't an easy vehicle to work on. You know, I worked on a '88 Jeep Cherokee previously, and we called that the Mad Max series, and that was an awesome series. That was a very simple vehicle to work on. It was pretty good, and the engine, I didn't really have to do anything with it because it was in good shape. So it was mostly just cosmetic stuff, a lot of body work, and I was just souping that thing up, adding as many things as I could. But this car, it's different. It's got more electronics. It's a little more complicated, and it's the parts are hard to get. That's the main problem. The thing is, you can get parts for a Jeep Cherokee really easily. Not so much for this thing. Getting parts for one of these, very, very, very difficult. Go watch that episode about Mark talking about the remaining rolling chassis in Ottawa. There's really not many of them left. So the thing is, how do you do it, right? How do you get the parts to restore these cars? It's not the easiest thing in the world. So at the same time, it's not impossible. And it's not that I can't do it and I can't find it. It's just, it's such a massive task. It's extremely overwhelming, I would say. And sitting here right now, I look at this car, I'm like, yeah, you know, it's beautiful, it looks good, I could do this, I could do that. But what is this gonna do? Can I really pull this off? And if I do it, what am I gonna do? Should I restore it back to its original shape? You know, this is where I'm not one person to ask for help. I don't like doing it. You know, I'll renovate my whole house, I'll try to put all the drywall up myself if I can. And I'm always like that. I don't like asking for help, but here I just feel so stuck. I don't know what to do because I have this car. It's still in good shape. It needs a lot of work, but I'm not sure what to do. And at the same time, yeah, we could restore it, but what do? Do we just get it back to its original shape, make it look like the way it did? I feel like if I'm doing it, there's almost something like there's something missing here. That's what I need your help with to let me know is I feel like this car could be so much more. I like the interior. I would love to keep it, but maybe do something different with the outside. I don't know. I'm not really sure. But this is a huge undertaking, and I know this project's going to cost a lot of money. And then I have another conundrum on my hands. The fact is, I am not a mechanic. This is not what I do for a living, and I never pretend to be. So it's going to be a big learning experience. But I also have this other dream. Now we're doing this show, and I really want to restore a car. You know, I did the Jeep Cherokee and I really enjoyed that. That was a simple project. But the thing is, I don't really want to restore something so complicated. I really wanted to do an old muscle car. So I've been looking around for a 1968 to 72 Nova, so a Chevy Nova. The last several months I spent a lot of time looking up old Novas on Kijiji, Facebook Marketplace, things like that. There are still a surprisingly large amount of cars you can buy out there, but most of them are in pretty good shape, and that's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is something completely different. I'm looking for the rundown car that someone left for dead and doesn't want anything to do with it. Of course, I want the car to be complete because I don't know what I'm doing, so I'll need to know where all the parts go. It doesn't need an engine or transmission, but other than that, it'd be good to have all the other components so I can learn the whole process. But at the same time, this car has to be solid enough that it can actually be restored. So if the structure's not there, it can't be restored, so it has to be at a certain point. You know, I've been looking at a few different cars. This particular one might be a little too far gone. I have somebody looking into it, but I'm kind of looking for a car like this that has the story. I just think it'd be so cool to take something that someone dumped, something that nobody wants, and bring it back to life. I just think that'd be the most amazing story. I know it'd be a lot of work. It'd be a lot of time and effort, sanding, you know, painting, welding, all that kind of stuff, but I want to do that. I know that's going to take a significant amount of time, but it won't be necessarily that expensive at the beginning because it's just going to be a lot of man hours, and of course it's going to get expensive once I get into the parts. But what I want to do is I don't want to have some crappy old car that continually breaks down, so what I want to do is actually put a brand new LS motor into it and a brand new manual transmission. So this car would look vintage, but it'd be all brand new inside. Make all the working parts brand new, you know, brand new suspension, brand new exhaust. So everything it's essentially a new car, but with an old shell. You know, give that car a second fighting chance at life. I just think it'd be really cool to have something a little more reliable. So I think this would be a great process because I don't know how to do this. I could spend all those hours learning, getting it all in video, showing every step of the way, all the problems, you know, all the successes and failures, much like I did with my Jeep. I just think it'd be really cool for the viewers and for myself. It's kind of a dream come true, and if it happens, of course. So we're looking around, we're looking for these cars. Yes, it's going to be a very expensive project. It's going to cost more than the Audi project. However, the first, let's say, 2 years will not be that expensive. It will mostly be just man hours getting this thing done, doing all the body work, doing all the welding and painting and whatnot. Afterwards, once we got it all the shell all ready to go, then we could start spending some money on the components. Obviously still battling with the Audi idea, but we'll see what happens. But I'm more enthusiastic about this particular project than I am the Audi. I just think it'd be really cool to start from a chassis, you know, spend a couple years restoring it and everything. And that's kind of a dream of mine. So I'm kind of conundrum, do I fix this or do I do that? I could buy a chassis and restore it for a couple years and it won't cost that much money because it's going to be all body work. I want to put a lot of work into it, a lot of time, and then eventually, you know, save up money. Whereas this thing, it's going to cost a lot of money right off the bat, and I won't be able to do that. The fact is, my wife and I, we just moved. We had our first child. We're hoping for a second, and life just keeps changing. You know, it gets more expensive, more time, and you know, time is of the essence, and so is money. So you just got to think to yourself, what's the priority here? What should I do? What could wait? And maybe it's kind of a selfish thing for me to want to do an old muscle car first, but she's very excited about that idea, and so am I. Or do I do this? I don't know. I need your help. Let me know what you think, because I feel very ashamed the car's in this shape. You know, we've moved on, I've grew up and created new memories and stuff, and this car kind of just got left behind. It's just sitting here rotting away, and I'm very sad about it. You know, it's easy to be emotional about something like this because this is a beautiful car. And like my friend Mark said, these cars are meant to be driven in the winter. If I'm going to restore this, I'm going to drive this thing in the winter. And I know a lot of people would say that's insane, but that's what they're designed to do. They're not meant to be stored for the winter. They're meant to be driven. These are off-road vehicles. And that's what I would like to do. So other than that, I'm not really sure what to do. I would like to have your help. Let me know what to do. See what's in the realm of possibilities, what makes sense. You've heard my story kind of from afar. What would you do? What would you do with this car? You let me know.
This time on Tween the Wheels.
So this 5-cylinder, it's a legendary motor. But the thing is, you sold yours.
Yeah, I decided to go to the dark side. 2002 Mercedes AMG, a supercharged.
And you gotta convince me why you bought this thing, because right now I'm still not sold on it.
Not a problem, Maxie.
Just 6 years old.
So this time on Between the Wheels, we're doing something a little bit different. You know, usually we do vehicles from the 60s to the 90s, American domestic vehicles, muscle cars, that kind of stuff. And we do cars with crazy backstories and whatnot. Well, this time we're doing none of that. We're doing a Mercedes from 2002. Now, let me tell you exactly which model it is. It is a C32 AMG W203. And I don't know what the hell that means. Honestly, it sounds like a motor oil, and I'm sure a lot of you have never heard of it either. And on top of that, the owner's only had it for 2 years. So you're probably wondering, why the hell are we gonna go see a Mercedes from 2002 with almost no history on it? Well, the thing is, the owner of this vehicle is a really good friend of mine. I haven't seen him in 3 years. He used to own a 5-cylinder Audi Quattro from the 90s. And anybody that knows me knows I'm pretty passionate about these vehicles. I got one myself. And he put a lot of money into it. He souped it up. He did all this stuff. And then he sold it. I remember him messaging me this. I'm like, what the hell, dude? Why did you do that? Like, you just sold a legendary vehicle and bought a friggin' Mercedes? So obviously I was a little upset because I love these vehicles. And that's the whole point of this episode. You know, every episode is a little bit different. Well, this one's going to be pretty different because the thing is, I'm going to go meet up with Mark. We're gonna have ourselves a little barbecue, catch up, and he's gotta convince me why the hell he bought this thing, because right now, I'm a little upset about it. Let's go. Grilling burgers, cheeseburgers. Look at those dirty things cooking up nice, filthy burgers.
I mean, we are killing every single kind of.
All right, Mark, I haven't seen you in about 3 years, man. How you been?
Very good, Max. Yourself?
Dude, I'm good. I'm so psyched to see you again. Last time I saw him was at my wedding. First of all, I gotta thank you because he was actually the one that convinced me to get married. So I was going out with somebody for several years and we would come into his auto shop. So he's a mechanic and we get work done and he was always like, Maxie, you gotta ask the question.
Gotta jump on that.
You gotta jump on that, you know, you gotta do that, you gotta have a kid, and that's what I did, man. So like, I never got to thank you for it.
Oh, you're welcome. It's not like I need to help you in any way.
That's cool, man. I appreciate it. I'm a very lucky guy. I'm married. You know, I love my life, and it's because people like you, man, that motivate me to do the right thing. So,
thank you.
But I have you on the show for another reason today. So, First of all, we have something in common. We both at one point had the same vehicles, similar vehicles. These are Audi Quattros from the 90s.
C4 Audi. C4 Audi produced 1992 to 1997.
That's right. And what is so special about these cars?
Their heart, the plant, the engine.
The engine, right?
The 5-cylinder motor.
Mark, oh man, too much fun. So this 5-cylinder, it's a legendary motor. It's why I bought mine, because this was very popular in rally back in the 80s and then 90s as well. So this is a really well-known motor, especially in Europe, not so much in North America. So that's why I bought mine. I'm sure you had a very similar reason why you bought yours, and I know you loved the car.
Well, the story behind that love for the 5-cylinder happened, believe it or not, same way how anybody falls in love with it. Somebody else introduced it to them. Right. So a good friend of mine showed me one day when I was, of course, a big General Motors fan, and I loved my old Trans Ams and Camaros. So,
yeah, damn right, man.
Well, then, of course, my friend shows up with this Audi, and it's questionable. Okay, this is kind of different.
Yeah.
What I didn't know, of course, was the engine, and I didn't know the drivetrain. And, well, let's just say I didn't really learn the lesson, but it was quite an impressive car.
Right.
So that's my first interest came in, and then I met some other friends that fell in love with those same cars, and I ended up getting one, and I have had a few of them.
Yeah, and not only do you have one, but a lot of people you know. So like most of these vehicles at one point were owned by your friend Ray, I'm pretty sure.
Correct.
One of your buddies had so many of them. That's how I kind of got to know you guys, because he was selling one. I was interested in it. I didn't end up buying it, but I bought another one, but I kept in contact with you guys. And so anyways, you had this one, and you put a lot of money into it. I remember you putting like...
I definitely put a lot of effort into my second one, sorry. My second one was, basically I did everything what I could do to the car.
Right.
To make it still reliable, but actually absolutely a blast to drive. And it was.
Which is why a lot of people buy these cars, because there's so much you could do them, and that you affectionately named Ice Rocket.
No, that was not me, that was Raymond.
That was Raymond's?
Raymond's was Ice Rocket.
Oh, I thought yours was
I didn't have any personal plates for mine. I've been contemplating on getting one now for the other car, but I definitely never put a personalized plate because it was already obnoxious enough. I didn't need to put a plate on it to be more obnoxious.
So you had one, and anybody I know that has these keeps them. But the thing is, you sold yours.
Yeah, I just figured it was time to go. It was done.
Dude, I remember you messaging me about this, and I thought you were kidding. I'm like, no, that's bullshit. He didn't sell it, because nobody sells these cars. And then I heard that you bought a Mercedes. What the hell, man?
Yeah, I decided to go to the dark side.
Okay, we're going to have to talk about that car.
Sorry, the darker side.
Darker side? Yeah, you're going to have to convince me. The whole reason here is for you to convince me why you bought this thing. Because I hear Mercedes over Audi. I'm like, dude, I don't know. You're really going to have to convince me on it. So that's the main reason why we're here today.
My analogy for my purpose or my choice was that I had a car that was a beautiful car to play with in the winter.
Right.
Which was a shame. It was a shame to store it for the winter.
Yeah. So like what's one of your reasons for getting rid of the Audi, first of all? Like,
because it was a car that should have been appreciated for the 4 seasons it's worth. It's not a car that should be stored. So I wanted to sell it. I sold it for a price that I was very happy with. Let's just say it wasn't going to go away for anything less than I wanted. And I got what I wanted, which in this market today is not really hard to do, but back when I sold it, it was.
And these cars, I have one, and unfortunately it's been rotting away in various parts of Ottawa right now. I think it's rotting away in my driveway. These things are really hard to maintain and keep them running, like getting parts, right?
You were saying with Ray, our friend, we had to basically buy them up as much as we can and parted them out to, of course, preserve the other rolling chassis that were still around Ottawa. You have parts on your car that have been salvaged from cars that myself and our friend parted.
So there's only a few of these left. Oh, maybe not a few. There's a little more left around town, but not many. So keeping these
Not too many are around anymore.
Right. Wow. But what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna go to your Mercedes. We're gonna go take a look at it. And you got to convince me why you bought this thing, because right now I'm still not sold on it. I don't know. I've never been a Mercedes fan, but I'm open-minded, so you got to educate me.
Not a problem, Maxie.
All right, Mark, so what am I looking at here?
2002 Mercedes AMG. It is a C32. It is a rear-wheel drive. V6, 3.2 liter. It's a kind of cool car. It's hand-built in Germany. There is mechanics specifically made to build one engine, and usually the engine's badged, but this is a first-year production. They didn't badge the engine. Yes, it is truly a hand-built engine. The internals are forged, so they're hardened. It's built to put out. AMG is like a subdivision of Mercedes that
I like that word.
builds cars. If you ever see an AMG on the road, usually those cars they're pretty badass Mercedes.
Okay, and the thing is, when you see AMG now, not that many people associate something like insane or amazing.
It typically looks like a normal Mercedes.
Right. So AMG back in 2002, how is that different than now, I guess?
Well, the newer AMGs supposedly, they're not all hand-built motors anymore. They're not forged anymore. I know that much. They stopped forging the engines after this version, which was the M112K in this car. Then the big brother, which was the V8 class. This is a V6, big boy V8 class. That's the M113K. So after that motor and this motor, they stopped having forged motor internals. So they weren't as tough, robust.
Okay, so let's talk about this car in particular. So it doesn't look like anything out of the ordinary, but this is a little bit different than your average Mercedes.
Pushes about 8 to 12 pounds of boost on a supercharged. So it's
supercharged?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So the air is directly rammed in. So the difference between this car and a turbocharged car is, or say our old cars, Audis, the turbocharger has lag, and it takes exhaust pressure to increase boost.
Right.
Supercharger's instantaneous. It's belt driven.
Okay.
But it's instantaneous. So it's like the closest feeling you can get to a electric car.
So the difference to the average person, when you hit the gas with turbos, you're going to wait a little bit. You're not going to have the instant power.
Correct.
Obviously with electrics you get immediate power. A lot of people know that with Teslas. But with supercharged, you get a very similar effect.
It's pretty much instantaneous.
Okay, and how much horsepower are we talking about on this battery?
Well, when the car came right from Mercedes-Benz in 2002, it came about 350 horse. I'm assuming that's crank, not wheel. But with a few little modifications, easily bolt-ons, I'm pushing over 420.
So you got 420 horsepower on this thing, really?
But that's to crank. I've never actually dynoed it, so I really don't know the proven numbers. These are specs coming from the actual tuning company and, of course, the specs with the pulley and other little mods that I did.
Okay, so you got 420 horsepower, rear-wheel drive, supercharged. What is that like?
It's definitely, you can have some fun spinning the tires and spending money on rubber.
Okay. Okay, well that sounds about right. And you got some really nice rims on here too, I see. Are these the stock rims that came with the AMG?
No, they did not come. The stock rims are my winter storage rims, considering we have Ottawa winters, and this car will never see winter. So the stock rims I unfortunately don't have to show you, but these are much, in my head, prettier rims.
Okay.
Suit the car a little better.
And let's talk about the front end. Do you have anything you want to mention about the front end?
Just put a nice little lip spoiler on the front, just to complement it, make it look a little bit more.
So you added that yourself?
The spoiler I did maybe not even, I'll say about 3 weeks ago.
Okay, nice. And let's talk about interior. This has a really nice interior.
For some reason, Mercedes has like versions of leather that don't justify quality. But when the AMG, they have like a real leather. It's absolutely amazing.
And I see a blue tint here too. It's not like pure black.
Yeah, it's got a blue, dark navy blue insert, I guess, as you can see on the back.
And this thing looks like it's been lowered. There's no way. This is how high it is.
Yeah, it's lowered on Bilstein B16 coilovers.
Okay. Now, why would you want a lower car? A lot of people do this.
Performance, basically, just being able to take that turn and not have body roll. It's just, it's a lot more solid car.
Okay. So it's more like I have a go-karting background. These things are like an inch off the ground. So when you're going, you really feel it.
For a family sedan, it's a go-kart.
Okay. With that much horsepower and with that suspension, it must be a blast to drive this thing.
It's enjoyable.
We haven't been in this thing yet, but I'm starting to kind of understand your mentality of why you would sell the Audi and get this. We're gonna have to go for a ride, obviously. And so for the average person like myself, when I look at a car like this, it doesn't stand out versus anything else I've seen. It's nice, but it's not like, wow, there's a Charger, there's a Challenger. Most people wouldn't recognize this in the street.
It's not meant to stand out. It's meant to stand out looking like a normal, looks like traffic.
Right.
Is what it's supposed to do. So
the S cars were like that too. A lot of people didn't know how quick they were. So I guess there's a similarity there.
Yes, I made mine very not subtle.
Right.
Mine was obnoxious as shit. It was.
That's the best way to put it. Well, you know what? Let's go take this thing for a ride because I'm dying to find out what.
Let's go do it.
What this thing has to offer. All right, Mark. Let's take this thing on the road. We got Jen in the back, your girlfriend. Apparently, hell of a driver as well.
She's a better driver.
She's a better driver than you?
Just know how to answer those questions correctly, Max.
So how did you end up with a supercharged car if you're the worst driver?
That's just what she says, Max.
Yeah?
Doesn't always mean she's right.
Okay, so first thing I notice, other than I'm used to being really high up, so it feels like my ass is on the ground right now, which is really weird because the Bronco's really high in the air.
You're going to feel every single bump in this car.
It does feel like a go-kart, kind of, but in a good way. It reminds me of the old days.
It's very responsive, let's say that much.
Okay, cool.
You can actually hear a little bit of the supercharger whine too sometimes.
This is the first car I've been in that has a supercharger. I've never been in a supercharged car before. No? No. So it's awfully quiet.
I didn't do anything to the exhaust. Like I said, my Audi that we were talking about, it was absolutely obnoxious. I couldn't sit here and have a nice conversation with you like I am doing right now.
Right.
The fact that I just did that and we could talk, is beautiful.
That really pushes your ass in the seat. I like it.
That was only half throttle, Max.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. That was already comparable to, we did a Z28 Camaro, and it was fast, but it was very comparable with that in terms of.
I was definitely going over. I didn't have it actually set, so I don't even know what I was going. But it's with air conditioning on too.
Yeah. Is it faster without air conditioning?
Of course. Really? Every car runs better without air conditioning running.
Okay.
It's just it's almost 28 degrees outside.
Yeah, it's freaking hot. Yeah. Nice. So the car's quiet. Obviously, they did a lot of soundproofing in this. I'm used to driving in very loud cars and can barely talk.
So again, Mercedes, they pride themselves on their quality and engineering, how none of their cars are ever, you can't hear the engine running, it's in a class of its own.
Right.
I mean, the Audi, it was nice, it was good. When it was stock, it was quiet also. I mean, but like anything else, nobody keeps anything stock.
Right. So with these, obviously, you got a toy here because it's fast, it's fun, but at the same time, it's really like, it's a daily driver. It's subtle. You can...
This is actually, I take this to Toronto tomorrow. This is just as much as a daily driver.
Right.
I vowed to myself that I will do very little to this car compared to what I did to the Audi.
Right. So what I'm amazed by right now, last year, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, we were looking at GLKs.
Okay.
Because Jess, my wife, was interested in them. And when we drove it, every bump, you could feel every bump like horribly. Like it was so uncomfortable to the point where she's like, no, I don't want one of these. It doesn't feel that bad in here at all. It actually feels really comfortable. I don't know if it's the seats and everything or what it is, but it's a really comfortable drive.
Well, brand new suspension definitely helps. I mean, again, the suspension that was in the brand new Mercedes you were probably looking at, you're able to adjust those electronically. This is old school. This is another reason why I like this car, because it's still old tech in this car. I don't have Bluetooth. I have a tape deck.
Right. There is a tape deck. Yeah, that's awesome. They made this car look very modern. Like it's almost before its time, I guess.
Well, this was the first year they also did the body change. They went from that traditional 90s boxy Mercedes look to the more... This was the first year that they changed their look.
Okay.
And they sold these W203s like crazy. They're still around. That's another reason why I kind of bought this car too, is that there's still a lot around that I can find parts if I need be. Okay. Power plant is a different story.
In which way?
These engines aren't just a dime a dozen.
All right, so in terms of more of a daily driver, this car makes sense to me, but at the same time, you can leave anybody in the dust at any point, really.
It's quite nice. When
It's quite nice.
When Mercedes released this car, they released this car as well as with a V8. The V8's a torque monster. It sounds like the devil.
What are we talking about torque? Like how much torque are we talking about?
Well, okay, it was a 300, I think just over 370 horsepower possibly, which was 25 more horsepower than this.
Okay.
They said that they broadcasted this car to be the inner city businessman car, and then the V8 was, the party monster. Okay, I don't really know how or what the market. 2002, that was too long ago for me.
Right.
But they made these cars. This one more for the city because it's a little quieter. It's still a rocket.
Right.
But the V8s, I guess, were more catered to outside. There we go. Hear this?
Yeah. So this car is more, it's more sophisticated power, I guess you could say. It's like sophisticated driving.
It's nice and quiet.
Right.
I'm actually having a normal conversation with you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Half the time I do drives, I can't hear the other person because there's so much noise.
There's noise, and their windows are probably down because they're not have the air conditioning. You know, I strive on air conditioning and cruise control.
Yeah.
My Jen can definitely vouch for me for that.
Yeah. Nice. And what kind of fuel mileage do you get?
It's terrible.
Yeah, I bet. What are we talking here? I'm curious.
I've never really looked into it. I mean, when you have these kind of cars, first of all, you said daily driver. I try not to daily drive it. It's more of my weekend warrior, I guess.
But you could daily drive it as well.
Oh yeah, there's no problems. I just, the way I look at it.
Not to, obviously.
The mileage on the thing, it has 135,000 kilometers. It's not even broken in. I've looked at forums online and people having 250,000 plus miles on theirs, and that makes me happy. It means that I'm going to have this. I could have this thing a long time.
So you're saying like a lot of these engines can hit 400k
easily,
whereas the five cylinder
just as good.
Yeah, we're very similar. So
every single engine I've ever owned, personally, I've owned, as in not given to me like a hand-me-down car like when I was younger, but every engine I've ever owned, I've always researched the engine. I really looked around what the engine can do, because I don't want to buy a lemon. Nobody wants to buy a lemon, but I wanted to buy a good daily, which would be my diesel, Volkswagen Jetta ALH engine diesel. I got 450,000 on it.
Still got it.
Yeah, it's rusted to hell, but that's Ottawa life.
Right. That's true. Yeah, we get really bad winters here, so it's not worth having a nice car.
I have a nice car. I'm driving right now.
Yeah. Well, during the winter, you're obviously not driving this thing.
You were saying 5-cylinder. 5-cylinder is a great car, but I ended up buying a Volvo V70R for my winter car.
Right.
And it's honestly probably one of the best cars I've ever had.
Yeah, because
It's
you
a great
still
winter
have
car.
that 5-cylinder. Is that one all-wheel drive?
That's all-wheel drive
Yeah, it
too.
is.
So
Okay.
it's nice. I can give it to Jennifer if she needs to be safe. If it's a blizzard coming, like it's versatile, man. Wagon. I love wagon life. Wagon life.
Wagons are nice. There's a really nice wagon, obviously, in the 90s with the 5-cylinder cars.
Yeah, they didn't come to Canada though. RS2.
RS2. Sorry. See, that's one of those shitty Broncos.
That's a little Bronco. That's a front-wheel drive.
That is a 3-cylinder engine.
What?
How funny is that? Yeah.
Gutless little thing. Very gutless.
Made in Mexico.
Seriously, what's yours then?
Michigan. Well, Mark, thanks for giving me a drive. That was fun.
No problem, Max.
It's nice cars. Always nice to see you, but we're not done yet. We got some. Jen, can you hand me that hat over there? Everybody that's on this show gets one of these bad boys.
Swag?
You got swag. So yeah, you get to have a Between the Wheels hat. So that is now yours, my friend.
Thanks, Max.
Might have to adjust it to your head. But yeah, man, it was good having you on the show. Thanks for.
It's a pleasure having me on your show. Yes.
Yeah, man, it's good. So, and who knows? There might be other episodes to come.
I'm gonna put my wife's Hyundai in next, okay?
All right. What a beauty day. Nothing better than sitting down, having a little drink, enjoying the weather. You know what? Today was really cool. It was really nice to see Mark, catch up with him. And it was really cool learning all that stuff I didn't know. And I hope you guys did too. But I know a lot of you are wondering, what the hell, guys? Use a car with a supercharger, 400 horsepower, rear-wheel drive? No donuts or driving crazy? Well, the thing is, that's not what this show is about. We've done plenty of that on this show, and we're still gonna do it, but that's not what every episode is designed to do. Mark's a smart guy. He's not gonna go and destroy his car for no reason. Now, Mark maybe didn't have a big elaborate story behind his car, but he sure as hell had a good reason. You know, I really didn't understand going to this why he would sell such an awesome vehicle and buy that, but now it just makes much more sense. You know, I got one of these too. It's an awesome car, but maintaining this thing, keeping it on the road, it's so expensive at this point. Why do you think mine's been parked since 2014? You know, it all makes sense now, and I think it's really cool that Mark was able to educate us on the subject, and now we understand why. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do with this old girl. You know, she's been sitting here for a while. One day I'm gonna figure out what to do, but today's not that day. Would I sell mine? I don't think so. I'm a little more personally attached, but I understand Mark's point of view.
This time on Between the Wheels.
It's a working man's truck.
Every given time, this truck always had 300-400 pounds of tools in it. He came through a red stop sign, I KO'd him. Boom, put his car in the graveyard. Still has a bit of pickup to it. Lady cuts right in front of me at a red light, and I hit her. I'm bigger than you, I can cross in front of you. I sent her into the next person in front of her.
So you're just wrecking people with this thing, eh?
I was gonna buy that bobber, it was $600.
I like how you just modify this thing based on these crazy events.
When you're in the old Ram here, you gotta put the hammer down together, put the heel to the steel.
You know, I really don't want to test that bumper today.
They're 6 years old.
Wow. So this time on Between the Wheels, we're doing our very first truck. This is going to be a 1999 second generation Dodge Ram. The owner's had it pretty much for the entire span of its life. And the truck is as unique as the owner, I'll tell you that right now. I can see him coming right now. Trust me guys, you haven't seen somebody like this. This is one of the most unique individuals. He's one of the coolest guys, and there's not anyone else out there like him, I'll tell you that right now. I can see him coming around, I'm going to show you right now. You're not going to want to miss this episode. I haven't seen this truck in ages. I do not know what to expect. Wow. Only Freddy makes an entrance like that. What's going on, dude? Yeah, man, holy cow, look at you. How you been, dude?
Good, buddy.
Wow, look at this thing. Wow.
What happened was, The bearing went yesterday in the.
Oh no.
Yeah, on the pulley.
Yeah.
So it's okay. So I went in. I ordered all new aluminum.
So Freddie, it's good to see you, man. I haven't seen you for a couple years.
Thanks for having me out here.
As always, Fred's honestly one of my favorite people to film with.
Want to say hi to everybody?
This thing has really transformed since I've seen it last.
Yeah, I've done a few things to it for sure. There's a good story to this old truck. Me and this old girl been around, man. We've been in some ditches, pulled cars out, and I'm impressed, man. This is when, as far as I'm concerned, when they used to build some badass old trucks, these were them. You know what I mean? And the second gens, when they came out, let's be realistic, man. They hammered the system out there. They came out.
We're definitely going to talk about this truck, and we'll talk about the history. Before we do that, you're probably one of the most interesting individuals I know, because you have quite the array of skills here. You're a working man, you're a tradesman, you know how to do pretty much everything, and you're also a wrestler.
Time to lay some pipe! You're going through the tables, courtesy of the Bruiser. What happens to you? I'm more humble about it. I don't talk a whole lot about it because, to me, in a weird way, it's sort of boring. But I talk about it a little bit here and there.
But you're not a boring guy.
No, I'm not saying I'm a boring guy. But I mean, where do you want me to start with wrestling? Okay, I will say this though. I was wrestling for quite a while back in the early 2000s. I had a big hiatus. I stopped for a while because you know why? Independent wrestling, you make some money. Let's be realistic. You don't make any money in wrestling. It's a weekend warrior thing. I quit it. Got a job. Got a life because I had a child. And the whole bit, so I bought a house, blah, blah, blah. You know, the white picket fence, stuff like that in general.
Yeah.
Got it going, worked, and started saving money because if you stick to independent wrestling, most of you are going to starve to death and your life's going to go by you in a blink of an eye. And I'm 57 now, right? So you have to understand something. You get to a certain age, if you haven't got stuff paid for in the beginning, you cannot go back at older rates to catch up. You can't do it, I'm telling you. I mean, I feel the aches and pains now.
Right.
But yeah, so I mean, wrestling's a lot of fun. It's a weekend warrior thing, you want to have fun with it. And that's it. And what I've learned in the ring, guys, do not do things that you don't trust the other guy with your life. Man, I've seen kids break their necks. What? For $25 or a piece of pizza? Are you kidding me? I mean, don't get me wrong. I get paid a little more money than that. But I mean, but today, it's overwhelming how many people are in there. You see it yourself. If I had to do it again, what I know I have now a little bit, I would probably go more to the acting stuff, maybe some commercial stuff.
You are worth millions.
Well, no, I'm not worth. I'm not worth millions, man. But I'll tell you one thing, guys. We're going to get back onto the Ottawa, ODDAWA, and we're going to do more on that eventually.
Yeah,
and,
we're going to talk about that.
This truck was seen there, but from then to now, people watch it, you're going to see a difference in the Ram.
We'll get into that and we'll show the changes, but before we do it, let's talk about the Ram itself, because this is really unique. Tell me about the truck.
5.2 liter, which will be, my day, a 318 cubic inch. 318, 360, same block. Just a minor few things they do to it. 230 horsepower, the 360 was, I think it was 250. 245, it was 15 horsepower difference. Torque-wise, if you put the 360 automatic, I think with the standard, they had the same torque, 315 pounds each, because standards normally is a little more pull.
So when you're talking about the 360, what does that mean to viewers? Can you explain
three cubic inches. Well, the new Dodge is 5.7 liter. Ram had the 318. They went to a 4.7. Dodge, you should never left the 318. You should have kept advancing the 318, the 5.2 liter. They went to the 360 because it was kind of the happy medium motor for Dodge for a little more power for working. And my dad had a 1980 like this bad boy. And so now I have this one here. It's the identical truck he had, theoretically, other than a newer model. Right. And he was a 1980, but it came with the crew cab. It was the first time they had a 360 in it. And the explosive power back then to a 318 on the jump, the 4-barrel was different. But they had a torque converter transmission in them at those times, and because your truck would automatically click at a 4-wheel drive at 35 mile an hour.
Really?
So he ended up building a tranny to somebody. They took a few pieces out and made the tranny better. So
interesting.
It was a bad transmission that year.
That's cool, man. You can customize things.
You got money and time. If you're going to rebuild these trucks, I got about 20 grand in this. If you're going to start rebuilding trucks, then he will tell you, you better have a good bank account or a good line of credit or a lot of balls knowing how much you're going to pay.
I know what that's like.
It took me 5 years to get it where it was back, because it was a work truck. I mean, this poor old girl's been worked. There's no doubt about it.
But she's still pretty much, she looks pretty original. You haven't changed that much. You haven't done anything stupid on it. It still looks very classic. I got
to tell you how the bumper became. Really fast, short story. A guy was going to Iraq. He came through a red stop sign. I had to right away, which I did. I wasn't going very fast. I just got in second gear. And it was really, you know how time stands. I was going through the red. I guess it was on his mind, right?
Okay.
His family's at home, his wife, his kids.
Gotcha.
I get it. He came through the red stop sign. I KO'd him. Boom. Put his car in the graveyard. We're good friends today, actually. After that, you know, he's a good guy. And we driven bikes together. Eventually, we got to show that bikes I have. But anyway, the bumper got fixed. All it was bumper damage. Like I think it was $500.
Okay.
So anyway, we put another bumper on it, stock bumper. Blah blah blah. So about 5 months later, it's the winter time. Lady cuts right in front of me at a red light. It ended up being a 50-50. Actually the accident, because she pulled in, and I hit her. And she cut right in front of me. Like, I had no time to hit the brakes. There was just no time. That's how fast. But it ended up being 50-50. I hit her so hard, and I wasn't going that fast. The truck's heavy. It's almost 3 tons of truck here. I sent her into the next person in front of her.
So you're just wrecking people with this thing.
But no, and then it's like.
It was an accident.
Yeah, it was an accident. I could go deeper into what.
So that's why you got this crazy bumper, because of all this?
I was going to buy another bumper. It was $600 and everything. And I want to thank Mark Marine over in Gatineau. I have to thank Mark. His guys are Ace One welders. This kid was 23. I can't remember his name, but I told him I'd mention him. And did an amazing job, man.
One of a kind.
316, you know what I mean? It's badass. She's mean. I cut it down, leaner to meaner. Look good.
Yeah.
Definitely save a little bit of weight. It's stronger than a stock bumper. It wouldn't be as strong as a steel bumper.
No
as
way.
far as that. But it has a look, right?
Right.
And this stuff's pretty much all original. This truck in the day when we got it was $30,238. I still have the paperwork to this day. Right. So that's the trick of this one here.
Nice.
I went to a 6600 spring, 3/4 ton. The one ton I think it was 8,800. I didn't know at the time. I checked online, see what the Americans were doing. What they were doing, lift the truck. I was going to do the same thing, because your half-ton suspension wore out, but the 3/4 ton suspension was cheaper because they don't wear out as fast. So I upped it about 3.5 inches in the front. Then I went to a Toyota tire. I went to a 285, originally 75/16. It had a bit of a round because it was like 9.5 inches wide, the rim 7. People know it'll round. On the highway, the truck was always.
So this thing's lifted and it's got Toyota tires.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. It's like Baja. I love it.
You know, and so basically when I went to the narrower tire, what they call a pizza cutter tire, I was on YouTube talking to people. Dude, I asked how tall are these tires? The guy measured with air and tire was 32.25 inches. Okay. Other ones were 31.5.
Okay.
So the tires I really wanted were like over $2,000. I just wasn't going to go for that much height. No, it wasn't worth it. But it was a 17-inch. So I put them on there, and pretty much here we are. I upgraded the brakes a little bit to a 3/4 ton, so it would stop better. I did take some weight off the truck because the tools in the back. I took a seat in the back. I'll show you after. Because I put tools in the back. Because every given time, this truck always had 300-400 pounds of tools in it. Contractors know that.
This is a working man's truck. It's not just that.
This truck was ordered to work. It was heavy-duty half-ton.
Yeah, I think you got a bumper in there right now. You got some stuff in it.
Yeah, just a bumper and stuff, eh? But the suspension on this truck will not budge till about 700 pounds.
So another thing that we did together is we filmed several movies together. They're called Ottawa. There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
And this truck was part of one of them.
Yo, what's up, Freddie? How's it going? Ooh, ooh.
Boom! So you were in this movie, and you pretty much played an exaggerated version of yourself. You're still the working man. You're still a handyman, tradesperson, and you had your truck in here, and that was a lot of fun. We did that movie together.
And we just use our own props, right?
All right, man. Not gonna lie, I got myself into a bit of a jam here. Got a lot of work to do. I need your help on this side.
Johnny, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you getting it ready for the junkyard? Are you parting it out? What are you doing?
You gotta get deep in the core, bud. So help me pop this thing out. It's already loose.
It's all jammed. Well, hang on. Hold on. Oh, you just broke something. Did you hear that snap?
Yeah, it's things snap all the time. They're meant to be glued back on.
Oh, you're gonna what?
They're meant to be glued back on after. It's fine.
Yeah, okay. We were just running with stuff.
You wore that same shirt, I'm afraid.
I'm a mason. Weekend I'm a wrestler. Ride a motorcycle. I'm as strong as you know what? Fuck, which I am. And I'll tell you something. I love my rake. I've 8 motorcycles, like I said. Where the hell am I going with this? Well, you know what? I wasn't sure what to wear because I'm not a kind of guy. The only time I hate to say it when I dress up is if I go to if I go to a wedding or a funeral. It's the only time I'm dressing up. Other than that, I'm just pretty much, this is me, man. There's not much I can't do. Ladies, here I am. Available.
That's just you, man.
You either like it or you don't like it. I mean, take me as I am, right?
That's right, dude.
You know, I try to be humble, get along with everybody. Even when people are miserable, I still try to be nice. Dude!
Just help me with this shit.
You know what I'm gonna do, man? I think I'm just gonna go home and have a ginger ale or a beer or something
Now, off camera, we were talking about the frame. You said this frame is unique in terms of what Dodge was doing at the time. What were they doing with the frames?
At the time, from what I'm understanding, Dodge, they had a half-ton truck, a heavy-duty half-ton, and 3/4 1-ton. But here was the thing, Dodge was smart in the day. As far as I'm understanding, a fellow buddy of mine, Dodge only had a 3/4 ton frame. Why have 3 and 4 different frames? Just have 2 and be done with it, which was smart.
Right.
It's like the bolts and the wheels. They stayed the same pattern for years. It's just that's why Dodge
Makes it easy.
a little cheaper. I kind of look back now as I was younger why the Dodges were cheaper than other trucks.
Yeah.
The second gen is that truck. Sorry to say, guys, and truck guys understand that. Oh no, the Ford, the Chev and Ford build a good vehicle. Do not get me wrong. Depends what you want to drive. That's it. So basically, they had a 3/4 ton frame, and that's what it came with. So you could beef the truck up heavier and make it to a 3/4 ton frame, and roughly that's what it became.
So that's what I was going to ask you about. This seems like you kind of answered half the question I haven't asked yet, is why buy a Dodge over a Ford or a Chevy or a GMC?
In those days, you had the bigger warranties on the Rams, right? They had 80,000, 90,000 kilometer warranties, the Dodges did.
You've had this since the 90s, right? You were the original owner or the second owner or something like that?
Well, I came right into it right after a person had ordered. I got the truck right afterwards, then and there. So basically it was brand new.
So you had the warranty then?
Yeah, the warranty was all on it. So
gotcha.
Basically, like I said, it was a pricey Ram, man. I mean, I put some like 7,500 bones down in this bad boy when I bought her, you know?
Right.
So, because my credit was a little shaky, so I was lazy paying bills. I'm not lazy now, but at the time we're kids, I was running around, ripping it up, partying, being an idiot. Like so many people, not everybody's like that, but I was like that.
Yeah, at least you're here. You're still here today, and you have a story to tell.
So this is how I ended up with this big old girl, and I've been keeping it ever since. And I undercoated every second year. As a matter of fact, when I'm done here today, I'm going to undercoat it over here now. I put a shock in the front there. I changed it to front shock there.
Okay.
Because the other one was weak. Because when you have the original shocks, they're like they're regular suspension shock, garbage. They're garbage, folks.
Yeah.
Vehicles will put you on the road with the basic shit to get you on the road, and if you want to upgrade after. Anything after OEM is going to be better.
Right. Well, a lot of the American vehicles actually had the problem. Ford had a Jeep. I had the problem was the death wobble. I don't know if you've heard of this. You're driving, all of a sudden your wheels will go. That was because of the shitty shocks, and there's a bunch of other problems.
Even the Dodges have that a bit because they had a.
Right.
This is all original. I'm talking. I have not. Like I put ball joint stuff in it, but I mean it's all original.
It's maintenance though.
Yeah, just regular maintenance. So the biggest thing is if your engine doesn't blow up, you're not beating it. Drive the vehicle. Don't kill it. If you're gonna, people out there driving, look at me go. Well, the motor's going to blow, something's going to happen, the vehicle's going to break. They're not designed to beat on it. They're designed to take a pounding, but to a point. But everything is pretty much stock. I went to the shock in front and then improved the steering. So now I ordered one for a double.
Okay.
Which was like $350.
Let's talk about the interior. So this is a manual.
Yeah, it's a manual. It's a 5-speed manual. At the time, you're probably talking about $900,000 difference in them at that time. My dad had a manual in 89.
Right.
We had a manual, 88. And Ram, it had a low gear, first gear. I mean, it hardly moved. You could start off in second gear. Right. This one here, you could start off in second gear, but I can't remember. I think I wanted 410s gears. This has got.
You don't need to necessarily.
Yeah. This has got 355 gears in this one here. And you get 373 in a Dodge and 410.
So for the interior, like I'm looking in there, it looks pretty simple. Like these days, they make trucks look like they're about to, blast off into space. That leather couches.
You live in them.
This is simple. This is a working man's truck, right? They kept it nice and simple.
It's a pretty plain Jane truck. You know what I mean?
And that's what it should be. That option is not really available these days anymore. Everything's pretty.
But those days you could order what you want. This does not have anti-lock brakes.
No.
And when I went into there one time to the gas station, they were doing all that restriction stuff. The guy goes, need anti-lock brakes. I said, dude, it doesn't have anti-lock brakes. It was ordered without them. I'm telling you, it has.
That was an option back then?
Yeah.
Like that wasn't standard? That's hilarious.
This is regular brakes, man. This is what it was. Just regular standard brakes. I mean,
so funny.
Basically, it's the truck. These trucks were plain Jane. The new trucks today, the problem with new trucks and cars today, as far as I'm concerned, is they have all the electronic stuff. We have a lot of different weathers here. Damp, cold, you know what I mean? There's your issues right there. You take your phone outside, what happens to your battery? She's gone, no time at all. So, and you sweat it. So what's happening to a vehicle that's sitting out with damp, cold, the rain? These trucks are pretty simple. You open a hood, you can work inside of them. New vehicles, you open up now, you open a hood, you shut the hood because you can't do anything.
Right.
You know what I mean? And okay, it doesn't have the horsepower the new ones has, but this old girl, I've had it in 16 inches of mud with these tires, and I'm happy I had these tires on. I was doing like 10 mile an hour and the mud was flying 40 feet behind the truck. They really toss them out. So Toyota, you build a damn good tire.
Oh man,
damn
that's
good.
right, they do.
Straight up, man.
And then the last thing I want to talk about is the rear end. What's that cage you got back there?
Well, the cage, you know what it was? I was out driving around, I was looking for a fifth wheel cage for a second gen. They're hard to find. To buy one for this truck was like, I think it was like 400, 500 bucks. I was like, oh my God.
So that's instead of the tailgate, right? You just have that.
Yeah, I put it on just for more view. But I'll tell you something, when you see it after, I drive out to my property and, so I don't want to say where it is because
no, don't.
But anyway, I saved 3 liters of gas. And you know what they say, the air goes down the truck and the tailgate's made the back. I'm a bullshit. Don't listen to them. Tailgate down. The reason why tailgate is actually there, believe it or not, is to help support the actual walls of your vehicle. Truly, back in the day, in the older days, we didn't have them. We didn't have strong sidewalls. The sidewalls have been doing this.
Right.
Today, they won't do that because they're built stronger. Okay. But that's why I'm getting the 5th wheel. I'm saving, when I go out, say 80 kilometers, I'm probably saving 2 or 3 liters of fuel there and back. That's a lot of gas with today's prices. And I get 22 on the highway with this truck at about 55, 56 miles an hour.
So one more thing about the rear end, you got a really unique bumper. Tell me about that.
The actual bumper there, here's another story. One day I was in the yard, I had it in neutral, and I don't know what I was doing. My laneway went like this, I had an angle on it. And I'm not gonna lie, man, I can leg press 1,000 pounds. This sure is who I am. I'm not saying I'm the strongest guy in the world, but I'm no slouch.
He is one of the strongest guys I've ever met. Like, he's a monster.
He's being too modest. I'm just a regular dude.
I'm not at all, dude. That's just straight.
But
anyways, continue.
But seriously, the truck started rolling, and I had a hold of the bumper in the front. I'm like, oh God. So I thought, okay.
So it's coming at you?
No, it was rolling down a hill.
Okay, you were trying to hold it back?
It was on a bit of an angle, but I'm grabbing onto the other bumper and I'm holding on to it. I am slowing it down, there's no doubt about it. But when the weight starts to move, long story short, it kept going backwards, it dragged me down, and I thought if I ran around to the door and hit the emergency brake or put it in gear, it'll stop, eh?
Did it?
This door was locked, because this is the closest one I was to. But there was people walking with their kids coming down the road, and I could see it, I'm like,
The truck was going for the kids?
No, but it was rolling down, but that's what I was worried about. So anyway, I yelled at them, she stopped. The truck rolled down the hill. My neighbor's tree, it's like time stood still. The neighbor had a tree in their yard, that round, and the truck went over the curb and hit the tree and it bent the back bumper. So anyway, I took it off, I put a steel bumper on it.
At least it didn't bend the kids.
I thought it was gonna break the tree. Yeah, I was worried about the kids more than anything. It's always like time stood still, nobody really saw me. He goes, wow, that was close.
I like how you just modify this thing based on these crazy events that
yeah,
happened
well,
to you.
I didn't like the bumpers anyway, because I always look at it one day came. And the way it came is how it happened.
Right.
So I actually put a steel bumper on it, and I thought, I want to get a cool aluminum bumper. It was 36 pounds, I didn't like it. Oh, it did the job, it was strong. I mean, no doubt about it. So I put the aluminum bumper on the back. It holds 3 of us at 250 a piece. So I said, this has to support my lawn tractor, my ramps, my motorcycles, and they built it that way. So when we're driving this truck, it does make a little squeaky noise because the bearing went, and it happened like 2 days ago. I'm like, are you kidding me? Before this?
It's bad timing.
It was a bad time. So I ordered everything, and it won't be here like Thursday.
Yeah.
And I got everything, I saved like $200 on the whole deal if I bought everything one time.
Right. That is what it is.
But it is what it is, so.
So let's go for a ride and we'll check it out.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go for a ride.
Oh, old age, buddy.
I haven't been in this bad boy in a while. Should I put the seatbelt on or not?
No, don't put it in there, Donnie.
It'll never come out.
No, put it in here.
Seatbelt's all fucked up, man. I can't get out of this thing.
Jesus, Donnie, what'd you do to it?
I didn't do anything. I got in your stupid truck and I'm stuck now.
For Christ's sake. What's wrong with you, man?
Jammed in there.
No, you broke it like you break everything else.
I gotta slide out of this thing somehow, man.
What are you doing? You're sitting on my goddamn license plate, Donnie. Did you not put it on the truck? Give me back the goddamn team shirt.
I want the shirt,
Something's
man.
wrong with you, man? And you put the plate on. Jeez. You're wrecking my 2nd generation Dodge, man.
That's hilarious. In the seat, I remember in the movie there, you put the wrong.
I forgot to put it. There's a story how that broke.
Yeah,
But
I'll show people.
I'm not gonna go there.
Not gonna go there. All right, let's go for
My
a ride.
wife will be angry. It was my buddy that broke it. See, that's a chirping noise, eh? It's like a little weenie, I got a baby squirrel under the hood or something, or a bird that got run through the wire.
Baby squirrel.
Oh, I don't know, man. I ordered all brand new aluminum, cost me like $4, but I got black ones. You know why I got black from aluminum?
Why's that?
Because they were $28 cheaper.
Oh, there you go. Still sounds nice.
Yeah, it's not bad, eh? I got the horsepower checked. That was 226 horsepower. I lost 4 horsepower over the years. So now, but I mean, it's got 144K on her.
Yeah.
And that noise is irritating. You're gonna hear me say that now and again.
It's all right.
We just go down towards McDonald's, eh? Big old Rotten Ronnie's. The food's poison.
Rotten Ronnie's.
It is Rotten Ronnie's, man. Still has a bit of pickup to it.
Sounds nice. It's just rare to see a manual in a truck these days.
She's a little bit bouncy, man, but if you're not bouncing, then fuck you. And why is beeping the horn for no reason? I shouldn't have said that, but it just comes out, eh? Some people just, I don't know, man, what's wrong with people today. If you had more people like me and you, this world would run a lot better. Some people are so goddamn miserable in this life, they're trying to make other people's lives miserable. Yeah, but I mean, if she is what she is, this roundabout, you got to be damn careful, man, because
people have no idea what the hell.
I seen people come right through here and smash them. This guy here just giving her, and then you get the grannies coming through going slow. But I mean, better to go slow than fast, right? Oh, that's a Nissan Leaf. I had one of those things, man. Didn't like it at all.
No, I can't see you driving anything that doesn't run on crude oil.
You know what? I like the Teslas. I like the Ioniq 5s. They're pretty badass.
Yeah.
And,
now, this thing, though.
This thing
man,
is just...
we are high, like, honestly, I'm pretty high off the ground with the Bronco, but this is pretty damn high as well.
Oh, this is probably at about 8 inches on the Bronco.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's the way it's designed, right? It's the way I built the damn thing.
Yeah, you can see everything. You got great visibility.
If you're not higher than everybody else, it ain't no fun.
No,
you know what I mean? Like when I come down the road, what I like about this old girl, old boy, whichever way you want to go on it, and when I pull up beside other trucks, 4-wheel drives, they're all looking at me going, "Damn, bro, that's a badass." And the thing is, I want their brand new truck, and they want mine. I mean, I wouldn't trade, but that, you know how you look at each other's vehicles? I mean, I want that one he has, but I got this one, and I'm happy I kept this old girl.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm still stuck back in the 90s, right?
That's okay, man. Nothing wrong with the 90s. I'm stuck in the 80s, and I was only there for a couple of years.
Yeah. There's a 5th gear there, man. The cruise is pretty good, right?
It's a smooth drive, man.
It is. It's a good, comfortable ride, this old truck.
Yeah.
That's right, baby. I'm bigger than you. I can cross in front of you.
You know, I really don't want to test that bumper today.
No, man. I
don't want to get added to your story.
No, can you imagine though?
I don't want to do it, but
no.
At least I got the cameras if it does happen.
I just don't. Can you imagine that? But it runs good, the old girl. I like this old truck.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a few things I want to do to it still. Like I said, I got another 3. I'm thinking 4 Genos. Turn here, right?
Yeah.
I got another $4,000 to put in this old girl to where I want it to be, and you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you a story. One time I was, okay, I wasn't. Oh shit, I wasn't totally drunk, but I mean, I'd been drinking, and it had fresh dirt down by going towards, you know, kind of like down towards the 401 way there.
Yeah,
it was like that. I don't know, man. And buddy was talking to me. I ended up hitting a bit of gravel. The truck pulled. It went into the dirt. I was going down. I'm not kidding you, Dad. This is God's honest truth. I'd only had 3 pints, and it wasn't. I was bigger than I wasn't drunk. Well, not really. But it wasn't a business. So as I was going down, I put neutral. I hit the 4-wheel drive shifters on a newer Dodge's shift really clean and smooth. They're nice. I got it 4-wheel drive high. So what happens is, I'm going down the hill this way, right?
Yeah.
So what I do is, and I shift it into 3rd gear and push her down, right? Because I'm like, I got to get up on the other way and come back down and get back up because I know I'm going to get stuck. So I go down, I come up on the hill, and I got it. And the rut side, good thing I had like aggressive tires, and only 245s at the time, right? They were small little shit tires. And we got up that hill, man, and I don't know how we got back up. That was my first venture to the ditch with the big old round. We got in and got out. If we had to get stuck, man, we only had 3 pints of beer in 4 hours. It might have been, I don't know if it would have been impaired or not, but if Coppy came along, doesn't sound too bad for 230 horse, eh?
Well, not bad at all. Like, this is a big truck for this size.
Yeah, that's
like,
why.
In comparison to now, the trucks, that's not a hell of a lot of horsepower.
No, but you know, the extra weight off it now helps a bit. But if I had to do it again, I would have went to the 360.
Right.
And for sure, or if I had had the extra $3,000, I would have bought the diesel.
Okay.
Would have went to a 3/4 ton diesel there and been done with it right.
Yeah.
See, like, you're in 4th gear, it picks up not too bad.
Yeah.
See how things not working? I got to get that little pave thing there. But I mean, it holds itself on the highway pretty good, and then it becomes a very, very smooth ride for a big truck.
So do you drive this all summer? Is this kind of your...
Just off and on a play toy now, eh? I mean, if I want to go out and just do whatever, look cool, I guess. I don't know. I mean, being older, it's just nice to have that one vehicle that I kept, you know.
You don't need much to look cool. You're a pretty cool looking guy.
No, it's not even that, you know. I'm just another regular dude having fun, right? I mean, I think every man should have one vehicle or motorcycle that's his. And what I've learned is, I tell a lot of my friends, you know, they get married and whatnot and get divorced. Keep that one vehicle that's yours, because when you sell it, you're going to wish you didn't sell it, because you're going to miss it every day, and you're not going to be able to get one back because they're expensive.
Right.
So keep what you have and keep fix it up. I mean, here we are. We're at 60 miles an hour.
Yeah. And it doesn't feel like it. It's pretty.
No.
It's nice in here.
I mean, now we're pushing 70.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, now we're at 75. I mean, it's not a fast truck, but I mean, at 75, it rolls good.
Yeah, but it's not meant to be a fast truck. It's comfy for
And those
it.
tires are aggressive, they're not that noisy.
No, they're really quiet, actually.
Like the new transmission, it went at 140, so the standard. So
this is a 5-speed transmission. You can go 4-wheel drive on this bad boy too if you need to.
I can shift it right on the fly here if I have to. This was designed to do that. But I always stop. I always stop. When I was in the ditch, though, mind you, I had neutral. I don't know how I put it 4-wheel high, but I pumped it down, man. I don't know how I get out of that ditch. And I don't know what Dodge has in the front wheels for the pulling. Like, I thought a Chevy and a Ford before, which were good vehicles. But whatever the Dodge has in that front differential for pulling seems to be a little better than the Fords or Chevys. And I'm a Ford guy, guys, and I like Chevy. I'm a Ford guy. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, whatever Dodge had in the front of these vehicles back in the day, even for snow plowing, I noticed they were pushing it a little bit better than the Chevys and Fords. It doesn't mean it's better. At the time, Dodge may have had a better differential in the front. Yeah. And I didn't forget that as a kid, right? And my dad drove Dodges. He liked Ford, but I mean, as a kid, I grew up with Chrysler.
Nice.
See, there's a torque. There's that Cadillac converter that's clunking, eh?
Yeah.
The damn thing. I gotta cut it out. But once I get new exhaust, I'll put it all in. And,
just park it in a bad neighborhood and someone will take it off for you.
Yeah, it was brutal, man. I almost swore there. I'm trying to just keep
you
the
can
swearing.
swear as much as you want. I don't care.
Yeah, but don't sound good, man. You don't sound professional, eh? You know what I mean? When you're Canadian, there you gotta be kind-hearted and watch how you talk to people.
Gotta be kind there, bud.
When you're in the old Ram here, you gotta put the hammer down the gear, put the heel to the steel. And see, we can actually turn the tires on that a bit, you know.
Yeah, we got a little tire spin.
got a big old posi track there, eh? In those days, the posi track was like $300 extra to put her on. You might need her to go down in that ditch and come out of her.
We just turn into straight Canadians when you start filming this.
Exactly,
I'm burning some rubber there, bud.
Burning some rubber, man. Don't be shy.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Fred? It was awesome having you on the show, man.
Yeah, it was good, man. It was
Thanks
fun.
a lot, dude. We'll see you. We'll definitely see you again. If you want to see Fred again, let us know.
Man, you probably won't want to, but I'm okay though. I'm just a kind of one-shot kind of guy. And believe it or not, I get asked to do a lot of little videos, and I actually say no to a lot of them because some of them are kind of crazy, and I don't want to look more crazy than I am.
And if you want to follow Fred, he's got his own Instagram channel, Bruiser613, is that what it is?
Yeah, 613 Bruiser.
Yeah.
If you want to check me out and say hi to me.
You got a YouTube channel too, I believe?
Yeah, I don't use it as much anymore because YouTube is
it's a weird place.
Yeah, man, I'm thinking about turning over the Rumble. I'm going to say as it is, maybe go somewhere else next time.
But you'll see him on there for sure. He's got workout videos and a whole bunch of fun stuff.
Yeah, man, just having fun there, and me and Gary, and
All right, no episode's complete without Between the Wheels hat.
Between the Wheels hat, baby.
Yeah,
you know something? I'm going to wear this to work. I'm going to put this on my YouTube, on my Instagram, and I want people to follow this. I think this is going to be a really good up and coming because it's Canadian. And if people are Canadian or American or whatever, watch this. We're going to put an episode, or Max is going to put an episode at once every month. So you know what?
I appreciate it, dude.
We have some badass vehicles here in Ottawa.
That's right.
And we're going to find them. And I know some badass vehicles I'm going to send to him. Some really nasty, cool ones.
I appreciate it.
Okay, dude. Thanks a lot, folks. Hope you enjoyed the episode. Truly, this is who I really am. You know what I mean? Like me, hate me. This is it. Ciao, folks. Be good.
I don't think it's possible to hate him. He's too cool.
This time on Between the Wheels.
It's my 93 180 SX, imported from Japan.
Just 6 years old.
Nice. Check that out, pretty awesome, eh? You know, no summer would be complete without coming to Peacher Island, getting up at 5 in the morning, checking out one of these amazing sunrises. I've been coming here for the last 12 years, getting amazing time lapses just like this one. You know, it really doesn't matter how many times I come out here, they're always just a little bit different. It's like Between the Wheels. Every vehicle has a different story, slightly different look. It doesn't matter if they're the same type of car. They're all a little bit different, and it's always worth telling the story. This place kind of signifies that. Of course, you can't come out here with a Canadian staple, Tim Hortons Double Double, because that's the good, wholesome Canadian thing to do, and a little synthwave music just to set the mood. So this week on Between the Wheels, we're doing something a little bit different. We're not checking out an American domestic muscle car from the 70s or 80s or even 60s. We're actually gonna go over there at Gatineau side, check out a car from the 90s that's an import from Japan. You know, there's this huge culture in importing Japanese vehicles with right-hand drive. That's right, this is gonna be the first vehicle on the show where the steering wheel is on the wrong side. There's a huge culture for this. A lot of you may have heard of the Nissan Skyline. This is something very similar. This vehicle we're gonna be checking out today is a 1993 Nissan 180SX. He's had it for over 10 years. He's done a lot of modifications on it. So we're gonna pop over to Gatineau right now, check out this car and hear his story. All right, so I'm standing here with Pat in Cantley, Quebec. Beautiful area, man. This is a really nice spot you got here.
Yes, it is. Definitely.
And you have a beautiful car.
Yeah.
Tell us about this vehicle, man. This is a beauty.
So yeah, it's my 93 180SX, imported from Japan in 2009.
Okay.
And yeah, I have it since then.
Obviously, there's a story behind it. We'll get into that story. And there's a reason you had this, and everything happens for a reason. So
exactly.
And before we get in that story, let's talk about the engine itself.
It comes with a SR20 DET. It's a 2-liter turbo. Stock it used to have its 205 horse at the flywheel, and now currently I'm at 353 at the wheels. It's give or take 400 at the engine. Double the amount that they used.
And this is a rear-wheel drive?
Rear-wheel drive.
Okay.
Exactly.
So you can do some nice burnouts
yeah,
in this thing?
Yeah, it does.
And you have really nice tires to complement that. So you've done a lot here. What did you do in this engine? Because I'm looking in here, and it's pretty unique. I can see definitely, what did you do to the engine to get to this point?
Well, a few years back, I blown the engine. I cracked a piston in it.
Oh no!
I took it out, strip it down, bring it to the speed shop.
You stripped it down yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. So you took the whole engine apart.
Exactly.
Okay.
So while he was rebuilding it with forged pistons and the whole kit, I repaint the engine bay. When I get the engine back, I repaint all the engine.
When it's out, you might as well. And it looks really clean. Like you did a great job in here.
Well,
this is awesome. I can't even tell. You know, had you not told me, I wouldn't have known that these are different. Like I can only see maybe in the texture a little bit. But the color is right on. Like you did a great job. Yeah.
Just a little.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's really nice. Spent a lot of hours working on it. But it was it's like a therapy. You know, it's good for the soul and.
Yeah, man, good for the soul. It's enjoyable. You got a really nice shop there, so
it helps.
It helps.
It helps, yeah, definitely.
So what is going on over here? Like, what is this madness here? I see you got some aluminum welding going on here.
Intercooler piping.
Okay.
And it's the mass airflow sensor. Usually it's at the intake near the air filter.
Yeah, I've never seen it there before.
The guy that at the speed shop really knows these engines.
So he recommended
and
putting
he built his own box to put the sensor in it.
So it's custom built?
Custom built, exactly. With a CNC, with aluminum block, and he put the sensor in it, and it's much easier to read closer to the throttle body.
So I was gonna say, reading closer is one of the advantages. What is another advantage of doing this?
Apart from a better reading, more accurate reading.
Not much?
Not much. It's a 300ZX MAF sensor. So it's not the MAF sensor from the SR20. It's a bigger one, so they can calculate more flow.
Right.
So you can run higher boost
Okay, I was going to
more
ask.
power.
So what's the advantage of having a better reading?
To be more safer with the tune.
Okay, so more for tuning. So you get readings that are more accurate, and you get better tuning, which gives you more performance
And more reliability.
Got it. Really nice. And what else did you do in the engine here? Because it looks really clean. It's a beautiful.
I try to keep it as OEM as possible.
Okay.
So anybody can open the hood and
still see the original
still
engine.
see exactly.
Yeah, you didn't mess around with the whole engine too much, right?
Well, it's forged pistons, middle head gasket.
Okay. Forged pistons. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right
on. Wise Echo pistons.
Very nice.
Put some HKS cam in it, so it's stage 2 cams. So it brings a nice idle to it.
Okay, so the camshaft change is what gives you that nice idle sound.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, definitely. Like the V8s, but it's a 4-cylinder.
You know what's really funny that I just noticed that's really throwing me off is seeing the brake booster on this side.
On this side.
I'm used to seeing it on that side. I'm like, what the hell is it doing here? But this is right-hand drive.
Exactly.
So your steering wheel is on the right hand, and what's that like driving something like this?
The first times were special. It's to get centered in the road.
Yeah.
So usually your eye is focusing on the yellow line to stay straight in the middle, but you have to focus on the white line on the other to stay straight in the road.
Okay, just take some time getting used to it.
Exactly, because I was always in the middle of the street.
And you'd also drive a truck. So do you find it hard going between the vehicles?
Not anymore.
Not anymore? Okay.
Not anymore. In
the
first, exactly. When I bought this one, I used to have I had a 91 Mazda MX-6. And it was a standard too.
Yeah.
So.
And this one's standard, right?
Yeah, a manual transmission, yeah.
Okay.
So when I was hopping from one to the other, that was a hard time. I was always in the door panel trying to look for the shifter. Wipers and flashers are swapped too.
Oh my goodness.
Not swap.
Yeah, they're inverted.
Inverted. Yeah, exactly,
gotcha.
exactly. So it was a bit common that I use my wiper to turn left and exactly.
So
but
definitely some learning curves, but
definitely.
But that's not once you, like you said, you get used to it, you're good to go. This is really nice. Well,
apart from that, the turbo is bigger.
Okay.
GT28 76R. So it's a big ass turbo down there.
It's a big ass turbo.
Yeah, it's nice.
We'll see what the big ass turbo does when we're driving later on.
Right on. Right on.
And any other changes or anything else you want to mention about the engine?
Aluminium radiator, the clutch.
How many cylinders is this? I never actually.
It's a 4-cylinder.
It's a 4-cylinder. Yeah. Okay, so this is an inline 4, as I can see.
Yeah, injectors are bigger. They used to be 333 cc's.
Okay.
And they are 850s now.
Okay. So you have changed a lot. You changed injectors, math sensor, turbo, camshaft, piston. So
fuel
a lot
pump,
of fuel pump too.
Yeah, fuel pump's bigger too.
Okay, wow.
It's time by little by time.
Yeah.
Every year, and yeah.
Very nice.
It is.
What made you want to get this car in particular?
Well, I always love the 240 SX.
Okay.
There's the Canadian model, since I'm this high. Always loved them. Went to get a GTR, Skyline GTR.
Yes,
but
Skyline,
the day before I went to the GDM shop in Montreal, it was sold.
So they had a Skyline in Montreal, and you went to go get it.
Exactly.
And they sold it the day before.
The day before.
That's brutal, man.
The day before. So anyway, I'll go anyway. Take a look at them.
Right.
And she was standing in a corner. In the dark, all by herself.
So she was waiting there. And how many kilometers did she have on it? Do you remember roughly?
72.
72, okay.
2000.
And how many do you have on it right now?
150, 152.
So you've driven it about twice the amount it had
Exactly,
originally.
exactly.
So you've been enjoying it. And what is so unique about these vehicles? Like a lot of people like the Skylines, right?
Definitely.
That's the thing. A lot of people, the right-hand drive. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And this is a big thing. Why are people going for these right-hand drive Nissans?
Well, at the times they were cheap, and reliable for the price that you pay for,
right?
And they're unique.
Right.
It's real different on what we can get here.
And Japanese vehicles are known, especially at that time period, very reliable.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can really beat the crap out of these things. Not that you have to.
No, exactly.
I wouldn't expect you to. It's a really nice car, but I know the Japanese cars now, the Nissan isn't as great as it was before maybe, but in the 90s it was really well known. And let's get back to the Skyline. So what made you want to get a Skyline first?
Well, it's the iconic. It's the unicorn of the...
The unicorn?
Yeah,
I love it.
unicorn of the Japanese Japanese market.
Really hard to find.
Yeah,
That's right.
well, as I was saying, I always loved the 240 SX here.
Okay.
And when I saw her, I completely fell in love with her. She was bone stock suspension, stock exhaust, stock wheels. Nobody touched it.
Nobody paid much attention to it.
Went to the other shop. There was 4 or 5 shops in Montreal at that time. My mind was always coming back to this one.
Okay.
So.
And what brought you back to this one? What was it that was dragging you? Like, it was pulling you back to it?
That nobody touched it. It was OEM.
Okay.
So nobody beat the shit out of it.
So you had the opportunity of having a pretty low mileage vehicle, because 70,000 is relatively low mileage in general, and for a car like this, it's pretty low, because these engines could go pretty long.
If you
take care of them.
If you take care of them.
Right. So you wanted stock and you wanted to put your own personal touch. And how was that story? Like, how did it come about that you started working on the car?
Well, we start by little things. I did the exhaust system, so you want to hear the little rumble.
Yeah.
It was a bit high, so there's coilover suspension on it.
Right.
Wheels, slowly.
So you just started one thing at a time and started going into. Did you plan to do all this stuff? Like,
No. I saw a deal for some wheels and the coilovers, so I jumped on it.
Yeah.
Rebuilt the coilovers because they were noisy.
Right. And we didn't talk about the rims earlier. Are those the stock rims that came on it? Probably not.
No. It's a bit bigger. Those are 16s.
These used to come 15s. They not
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So you're able to put 16s on here.
And I bought them the second year.
Right.
And they are on it since then.
And these are slicks. These are slicks, eh? On the tires?
Semi-slicks.
Semi-slicks?
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. It's the
middle ground.
Middle between slicks and street tires.
Very cool. Okay. Nice.
Well, I rode it for a few years, enjoyed it as much as I can. Went to Quebec with it and Montreal, and I was doing something like 20 Ks by summer with it.
Okay.
In the first year.
In the first year you did 20,000?
Exactly, because I really enjoyed it. And
that's a lot for an older car. A lot of people just keep them in the garage and wipe them with a diaper.
Exactly, but I really drove it.
So you used the car for what it was designed for?
Me and my buddies, a lot of my friends used to have those. We were like 10 or 12 that have S13s like that.
Okay, so the group of friends, you guys all went together, you went to the drift events.
Exactly.
Those are great memories.
I didn't drift it because I was too much respect.
Yeah, you were a little more responsible, right? Oh, that's cool. I can understand that.
But it was really nice to be part of it and live it.
Well, you know what? I'm really excited looking at this thing. I can't wait to go for a ride. I've never been in a car that's right-hand drive. So, and I have never been in this type of vehicle before, so let's go do that.
Definitely, for sure.
That is a lot of power.
Yeah, it's nice.
That is nice.
It's nice to have the power and still be able to, drive it.
I can't believe how much you're able to stay in control when you have that much power on a rear-wheel drive car. Is that the tires, the suspension that do that?
Exactly. And it's semi-slicks.
Okay.
So it really helps with the traction.
Right.
But they wear off faster.
All right. Very comfortable. I love it. It's like sitting in the couches in the 90s. I like it. I feel like I should have an N64 controller. This is great. Play some GoldenEye. It's a nice fun drive. And you got some gauges here too. You got your oil gauge and your water gauge.
It's always important to know your oil pressure.
Right.
But with this gauge here, I can really see how
inaccurate that was.
Inaccurate it is. Exactly.
You never really know with those gauges. I guess there's nothing better than having a solid number.
And it's not a needle.
Yeah.
It's digital, so I know exactly what's the water temperature, exactly what's the oil pressure.
Right. Well, yeah, and then you have these vehicles, you put all this work in, and I'm bad for this. My Cherokee has no working gauges other than this speedometer. So if I have any sort of problem, I'm screwed. And you have these vehicles where you put all this work in.
Exactly.
And you're essentially fucked because you don't know what's going on. So it's smart of you to put all this kind of stuff on. Yeah. And then you have 2 more gauges there. What do you got? Air fuel ratio?
Yeah, exactly. It's really important to work with that boost.
Okay. And how does that work? Like, what does the number tell you?
It's the it's like an O2 sensor, so it calculates the amount of oxygen or of fuel, onboard fuel in the exhaust system.
Right.
The higher the numbers, the leaner the engine is running.
Okay, I see.
Too lean, you'll overheat and you'll blow the engine.
Okay, so you got to keep your eye on that. You're playing around with it.
If you're playing around with it, yeah, exactly.
So you've had this car for 13 years. You've done a lot of work to it, and there's not many of these around. How does it feel driving this in 2022?
Well, it's nice because it's the same drive as it was 13 years ago, you know?
Right. It's a throwback. It's
exactly. As I was saying, it's like a therapy.
Yeah.
So you really clear off your mind.
You haven't stopped smiling since we started driving. Well, I think that makes sense, right?
When I was younger, I used to jump around when I saw a cool car, and you know.
Oh yeah.
And now people jump around to look at my car.
I think that's awesome because when you're a kid growing up and you see something cool, and then that's what you want. You never know what kind of effect it's going to have on you. I can't believe you're pushing 400 horsepower on a 4-cylinder. That's crazy.
4-cylinder. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
That is it's not a big car, so
it's not a big car.
It moves fast.
It really moves. Yeah, exactly. I want to go back to the dragway.
Yeah.
And give it a try to see what she can do.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you this: of all the people that have been on the show so far to date, this has been the fastest car.
Really?
Absolutely. When you put the hammer down, so. Not that I'm challenging everybody to go as fast as they can.
Well, challenge is on.
I don't need to die, but the challenge is on. That's fine. I didn't say it, he did, so we'll see how it goes. That's awesome, dude. Well, you know, I think you proved why these vehicles are so fun.
Yeah.
And you know what? With that, I think you deserve this, of course.
All right.
Every episode, you know, I like to give a hat out. There you
Definitely.
go. Definitely. There we go.
Right on.
Thanks for being on the show, man. That was
my
friggin' awesome, dude. Thanks for bringing me back to the rawness of enjoying cars.
The 90s, yeah.
The 90s, yeah.
90s shitbox.
90s shitbox, yeah, not so much.
This time on Tween the Wheels.
Rally racing. It's exciting. It's unique.
It doesn't have to be a Subaru. We're not to race any car. That's the whole point.
It's dangerous. And it's underrated. This time on Between the Wheels, we're on the road again. We're heading to Bancroft, Ontario, Canada to check out the 2022 Rally the Tall Pines. Let's get going.
Just 6 years old.
So welcome to Bancroft, Ontario. This is the host city of the 2022 Tall Pines Rally. We're staying in this awesome Airbnb here in town. Haven't went to one of these in a long time. This is how I kind of got into the sport, watching these rallies. This is the first time my son's getting to see one. He's only a year and a half and it's already one of his favorite things in the world, and my wife Jess is here, of course. Yeah, and he loves cars, eh?
Oh yeah.
And we're also here with your family. Your dad's here and your brother. They haven't seen one, they've never seen a rally before either, so first time. Yeah, so we're gonna go kind of as a family and check this thing out. First I'm gonna go check out the cars, and then tomorrow morning is the rally itself. So the cool thing about rally, it really doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, or what you do for a living. Like, look how cool this car is. It's got pink lipstick. Actually, she just told us that's just duct tape. So this is the car of Margaret Sharon. I just met her. She's the only female competitor in this race, and one of her competitors is her husband. So he's driving the Subaru over here, and his car is held together with green duct tape. Must be love. So for the most part, most of the cars in this rally are Subarus. However, you still have some of these old beauties, like this old Volvo over here. Any car can enter.
There was a set of like pretty raggedy looking snow tires around. Where are those?
You don't gotta have an exotic ride to be in this race.
No, you wouldn't know that from watching the official media coverage though.
Really?
Yeah.
So what, the official media coverage doesn't show the
smaller guys? No, we don't get any coverage.
No, we've got coverage here. Look, these guys are running a neon. Why the hell not?
Yeah, look, you can come out and race any car. That's the whole point. Like, it doesn't have to be a Subaru. Like, you can take anything you want.
Hell yeah.
If you want to go and do stuff, that's what matters.
So engine's stock?
Yep.
Wow.
Everything is technically stock beyond suspension.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a production class car, so there's not much crazy done to it.
Nice.
Stock 2-liter motor, stock transmission, stock open differential.
While I have a moment, I'd like to thank the Waters family for letting us use their property. And this is the 51st running of the Rally of the Tall Pines. Lincoln Electric is our title sponsor for the 5th year. So it's the Lincoln Electric Rally of the Tall Pines.
So the Rally of the Tall Pines is an annual event, happens every year here in Bancroft. Hundreds of people show up from all around the city and all different provinces to check out these rally drivers. Now this is a really cool event for me because 20 years ago my dad brought me to my first rally, and this is how I got into it. This was such a cool event to see. Now, I was only 6 years old, but already there I was obsessed.
Come on, man!
Now my son's only a year and a half, but I thought to myself, why not start them earlier? He already loves cars. Now last time we were here was back in 2014, and I gotta tell you, these cars really put on one hell of a show. Some of these guys really take it to the limit and you get some amazing stuff. But you don't want to be standing close to these roads because you can get in some real trouble. Oh boy. So the competitors go down over there across the bridge and down this hill, and they do that 3 times, and then the rest of the rally goes on. This rally is over 300 kilometers long and it takes all day to complete. So this year it's a whole new year, a lot of different competitors, but some have been here as long as 1978. So you got all kinds of ages, people from different backgrounds. This could be a really cool one.
Car before the competitors come by. Together here. Number 5.
Awesome. What a view. You know, it really doesn't matter where you go in Canada. Year long, it's always beautiful. You just might have to dress up a little warmer, or in summer, we have to strip down. You know, this is my second favorite thing to do after watching fast cars. It's going to beautiful places like this. You know, I've been really fortunate to be able to travel this year, see all these different places in Ontario, and check out all these different cars. This is a really cool experience to do. I really wanted to share this awesome sport with people because a lot of people don't even know about it. It's really underappreciated. If it wasn't for rally racing, this show probably wouldn't exist because that's where I got addicted to cars. And it was awesome to bring my son and start the next generation. So this is what rally's all about. It's about bringing people together. It's a true family sport. You got multi-generational teams, you got families that come for many, many years. You know, once you kind of get hooked, you just keep coming back. That's what it's all about. I know it hooked me back in 1994, and here I am all these years later, and to have my wife there, as well as her family who have never even seen the sport before. So Gilles and Mathieu loved it. It was really cool to bring them. They want to come back next time.
I freaking love it.
Yeah. First car, I was on the corner, and to be honest, I got scared, like really. Like the first car there, the adrenaline. After that, I got used to it, but it's super nice.
Like that one lady was like,
What was your reaction to that first car coming by? I almost shit my pants.
Yeah, that was really funny. That was the first car as well, yeah.
That was a nail biter. That's what rally's about. We hope you enjoyed this episode and got to check out this beautiful place. We'll see you in the next episode.
On the season's finale of Between the Wheels.
It's fun smiling every time I can drive it.
It's kind of got that Top Gun feel. I like it.
One part of me is like, oh yeah, I'm super happy, but on the other part of me is, okay, I need more power. No replacement for displacement.
This is a Gen 3 LS 6-liter V8. It's out of a 2500 GMC Sierra.
Just 6 years old. So this week on Between the Wheels, we're gonna go check out a 1978 Corvette Stingray. It actually belongs to my best friend, and I'm not taking the Bronco because it's literally right across the street. I think he lives like 500 feet away, so it's kind of pathetic that I'm taking a car to go there, but you gotta take these old beauties out when you got the chance. I think him and I have wasted our life savings just going to the corner store just to have a reason to drive. So let's go check out this car. This is one of my best friends. Really excited. I've actually never been inside this car before, so this will be the first time, so let's go check it out. Hopefully this thing starts. It's been sitting here all summer. Pat, how's it going, man? It's good to see you again.
Yeah, thanks.
Same here. Long trip from my house. So good over here.
Yeah, good walk.
Yeah, no, I end up driving, which is funny because I made a joke about that. That we still end up driving our cars like any reason you get.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I always see you driving your car to the local corner store to get anything, you know.
Gotta find a reason to take it out.
That's right, man. So this is your car, dude. Like, the cool thing about this car is this is the car that we've known each other since, God, I don't know, like elementary school, like really early.
Like 93, 94?
Yeah, something like that. And like, I remember the earliest memory with you is you're like, I gotta get my vet. I gotta get my vet. And like, you always would say this. I remember like, you were always like so passionate about it. And obviously as a kid, you don't really understand it, but we were both really big into cars.
Yeah.
Like I remember we spent many hours doing like model cars and stuff.
Building
like,
models, man.
Yeah, people were doing trouble. We were building model cars in the basement.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's what we were doing, and I remember, but it was always the vet. Like you always wanted the vet. So now you have the vet. So tell me about this vet. So what am I looking at here?
Well, it's a '78 Corvette, T-top, automatic transmission, small block 350 that came in it. But I mean, originally these come stock with 180 horsepower-ish, I think. 180 to 220 depending on the engine, I'm pretty sure. It was more torque than horsepower for sure, but with the small Gara, the 180 horse. Right now it's got a 383 in it, so it doesn't have 180 horsepower anymore, which is kind of nice.
All right, so first of all, this engine's beautiful. I'm just gonna mention that it looks really nice, really well kept.
Yeah, that's what sold me on the car when I went to see it. It looked clean, and the bottom of it, there's no rust at all. It's beautiful. It's well maintained. Bushings are all new. Suspension works like it should. Like shocks aren't old or anything like that. 3-speed automatic transmission. Final gear is a 1-to-1 ratio, so on the highway when you're doing 110, you're turning about 3,100 RPM on that because it's got a higher ratio in the back. It's a 373. I did a couple upgrades on the engine because it was running super rich. Like you'd start it up and you just smell like gas.
So what did you do? Like what are some of the upgrades you did?
Well, first I changed the distributor. So it's not really an upgrade, it's kind of a maintenance item. Because we weren't sure, and when I bought the engine, I like changing the distributor and spark plugs. Yeah. The basic things to make sure that I know it's running well. We reset the timing, and that seemed to work pretty well. It was running good. It had an Edelbrock carburetor on it last year. Okay. Can never really tune it right. Now that I've got this one on there, and I know how it should feel. Yeah. It was definitely not right last year. Right. I mean, it ran and it drove, and I mean. You had a lot of problems. I remember you mentioning you had trouble with it, and it was always running a little rich and stuff like that. So. Yeah, and hard to start, and so there was a learning curve. I had a Edelbrock 650 vacuum secondary on it, and I changed it to a Brawler. Look at that. 750 double pumper. Right. Which the double pumper is not good for automatic transmission. Yeah. But I bought that with respect to putting a manual in it eventually. So. Right. Yeah, that was the plan. That was the plan. Now, maybe we'll get rid of the carburetor altogether. Right. Yeah, there's definitely options because you can actually get rid of the carb and you can make it essentially fuel injection. It's not like a true fuel injection, right? Yeah. And that's always an option. And that's something you were considering. However, you're not going to be doing that because you're going to be putting an LS motor in. Yeah. If I'm correct on that one. That's it. That's it, my friend. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But before we do, let's continue with your story a bit because this story is pretty cool on your car. So you wanted this car. This was your dream car when you were a kid. And how did you end up actually getting the car? A friend of mine, when this COVID started, he had a Mustang GT 2000 convertible. A lot of issues, and there was a huge rattling coming from the engine. But it had very low kilometers, and it still drove like nothing was wrong. Okay. So he brought it to a couple of places, the dealer, a couple of mechanics. Nobody wanted to touch it because they thought it was something to do with the heads, valve springs, whatever. And it would be an expensive job. Big project, yeah. And with everything else that was wrong with the car, it wouldn't be really worth putting the money into fixing it, you know what I mean? When I got it, it had a huge dent in the fender. The top didn't go up and down. The power locks didn't work. Yeah. Needed some love, you know. Managed to get the noise out. It was just like a broken plastic piece that covered the PCV valve. Okay. So I just took the valve cover off, and that's all it was, eh? It was just loose in there kicking around. Wow. It had no chips off of it, so I'm assuming nothing got into the engine oil. When I did the oil change, I didn't see anything in there. So, and it drove fine. It had lots of torque, had lots of power, and so didn't throw any codes. Yeah. It was really good. It was kind of fun because fixing the dent in the fender, I did myself. I did all the metal work. Got it pretty straight, a little bit of Bondo in there, not a whole lot. Then did that, repainted it in my garage, and it turned out wet sanded, polished it. Nice. Then I wet sanded the whole car, polished the car. Oh wow. I replaced the cylinder locks so that the power locks would work. Yeah. I refilled the reservoir with, I think it was automatic transmission fluid for the top going up and down. Okay. But it was basically just empty. So you just found like problem after problem. You just, even though you've never done this stuff before, you just took one issue at a time, knocked her off, and there you go. Like, that's the beauty of these things. You just got to have the confidence to do this stuff. Just did the research, and just got to do it. Yeah. Then I put a whole new suspension underneath it, lowered it a couple. I think it was like 1.5 inches all the way around. Right. Because the shocks were done, the springs were kind of, it gave it a nice stance, made it look good. And then I went to the junkyard and actually found a hood scoop from like a newer model GT. Oh, nice. And I managed to retrofit that onto the car to give it a good look. Yeah, and then, so I spoke to the guy that gave it, because he did give it to me, right? Yeah. He's a good friend of mine, Mark, and I didn't, the plan wasn't to make money on the car, No. The plan was just to have something fun to work on, because he knew that I liked doing that and learn on. So when I pitched the idea that I found a car I wanted to buy, but it would entail me selling his Mustang that he gave me, he didn't bat an eye. He was like, yes, Pat, really? Go do it. Oh yeah, Mark, he's super supportive and nicest guy you'll ever meet. That's so cool, man. And
that's awesome because it's a dream of yours, and then you did something truly amazing by learning how to fix that car when no one really wanted to touch. So you know what I mean. I'm sure he was happy to see that at the same time.
Dude, he was shocked. He was like, "That was it."
Yeah.
And yeah,
that's the fulfilling thing about doing these projects.
That's it.
I know the feeling. And then you bought your dream car. So you built your way up, man.
Ever since I was like 12 years old.
Yeah.
When one of the neighbors on my street had a black one, he would rumble by, and
yeah,
just always wanted one.
And you got it, man.
I was bitten.
That's cool. That's really cool, man. I'm super happy you were able to get this thing, and it's a great looking car. Maybe tell us about some of the features, because I see a lot of stuff here to talk about on the car.
Everything else is pretty much stock. The rims are a little beat up. I put side pipes on it.
Right.
So it's a lot louder than it should be.
So maybe it's not as loud as some of the neighbors wanted to be.
Yeah, exactly. I will ask the neighbors, and I did some stuff on it. Like I changed the gauges because when I got it, it had crappy digital gauges in it that weren't really working.
Yeah.
So I replaced all that with. They're not great gauges either, but they work a lot better. They're all electronic. Put in a O2 sensor and AFR in it, so I know how to tune the carb. And then the rest were just kind of vacuum gauge, fuel, your basic coolant, oil pressure, oil temp. Oil pressure was the one I really wanted hooked up. Make sure that you don't kill your engine, you know?
Yep, I know what that's like. I got no gauges in my Jeep, none.
None?
Just the speed.
Man, you're crazy.
And speed and the fuel gauge. That's why I don't drive it.
Like living on the wild side, eh?
No, that's the stupid side more than anything. Anyways, that's the way she goes with these older vehicles. So you've done a lot of work here, and you've really even just since you've got this thing, you've learned so many different things on it, and
yeah, it's amazing what you can learn. I mean, you need to buy a couple tools there. I had to buy a timing light and learn how to make AN hoses, things like that, and weird size wrenches and ratchets that you didn't have.
Right.
But learning how to set timing was kind of the biggest thing.
Not easy to do.
Well, it was. Yeah, it's not hard to do. It's just trying to understand the timing. Took me a little bit to how to do it before top dead center and advance and retard and.
Right.
So there's and then getting your ignition curves in there too, so you have 36 degrees all in.
Yeah.
So yeah, it took a lot of learning.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roadkill.
Yeah.
And
you just got to start with something that inspires you and go from there.
Yeah. I watched a show called Engine Masters, and they did a lot of good knowledge, and they explained it pretty well.
Nice.
And then YouTube and the internet after that, and trial and error.
So this is great stuff.
And I love it. It's fun to work on the engine.
Yeah.
You get it running right, and once it gets going and just purrs, you're like, oh man.
But you know what? This is not the only project that you want to do, because you actually want to swap this engine.
Yep. It's going to be an LS. I'm going LS. I resisted as long as I could.
All right, let's talk about that. So this is an LS motor.
This is an LS.
And you told me you're going to pull an engine out of the junkyard, and you did.
I did, yeah. Not by myself, with the help of Sylvain and my dad, thankfully, but...
So tell us about this crazy project. And first of all, tell us about what an LS engine is and what the swap is and why people want to do it.
Like an LS is a V8, it was a Gen 3 and up. There's a couple LTs in there, which are loosely based off the LS, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
But yeah, this is a Gen 3 LS. There's a Gen 4 as well from, I think it was 04 and up. I'm not 100% sure on the years of the LS engine, but they were introduced in the 97 Corvette. This is a 6-liter V8. It's out of a 2500 GMC Sierra, 2003 year. I don't know how many kilometers are on it because I don't really care. It's going to be torn down to the block and rebuilt.
Oh, so you're rebuilding it so you don't have to worry about any sort of what's been done to it?
Yeah, I mean, you have to worry a little bit, make sure there's no cracks in the block, and
right.
It's nice to find one that was taken care of, so there's no scores in the cylinder wall. Things like that could save you some money down the road.
Okay.
The C5 Corvette had the LS1 in it, which made, I think it was 340, 345 horse.
Okay.
Aluminum engine, aluminum heads. Just a good, it's a good base to build an engine off of. The heads are really, really efficient. Like on the old small blocks, you run almost 40 degrees of timing if you have like a good head and some good power. On these, the timing, is 20 to 23 degrees after top dead center. So
what does that translate to in terms of
it's efficiency. So you're burning all the fuel that you put in there.
Okay.
So you're really maximizing the amount of power that you can get out of an engine by having a good head. And that's what these are. Well, these are 317 heads. They're not the best. They're a rectangle port head, and it was from a truck, so it's going to make good low end torque up to probably about 5,000 RPM. The Corvettes, Camaros, I think the Escalades, some of them might have the rectangle port heads they're called, and they're much higher flowing. They flow like, you know, big block numbers, which is like 350 CFM, which is, it's a lot of, that can support a lot of naturally aspirated power. That's a big reason why people go for this, because the stock bottom ends, you can make a lot of power on them. You just gap your rings and you can really boost it if you wanted to.
So for people that aren't too familiar with all the jargon, basically what that translates to is it's much easier to work on these newer engines. You can get more performance out of them than the older engines, right?
Yeah.
And reliability also, these are much more reliable than your old engines, obviously.
Absolutely.
And more fuel efficient.
Yeah, well, if you can keep your foot out of it.
Yeah, but when you have, you know, the fuel efficiency aspect, then you also have the fuel injection rather than the carb. It's just more reliable and easier to work on it, as you were saying earlier. So
yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of advantages to having an LS engine.
Yeah, and now that the small blocks are phasing out, you know, parts are getting more expensive. They're not really hard to find, but they're getting more and more expensive because they're not as popular. Whereas these, everybody makes parts for these. So if you need anything for the engine, any support, you can get aftermarket. You go to the junkyard. You can get it directly from GM.
Okay.
There's lots of options out there, and there's a lot of different things people are doing with these engines. So.
And what are you doing with the pistons? I remember you mentioning something that you wanted forged pistons.
Yeah, well, that's the bottom end. When you rebuild it, that's what I was going to replace. That's why it doesn't like you replace your bearings, your pistons. You can do the crankshaft if you want.
Right.
And that's like the heart of the engine. And then from there, you can recondition the heads. You can get new coils for it. You redo your springs and your camshaft. So it'll be like almost a brand new engine, just with the moving parts are new.
Yeah.
You know, so it's the bearings and stuff that can go. Like, well, when I get it torn apart, we'll see how much wear is in it, and that'll really determine what you replace and what's still good to use. But I mean, if you know, it's easier to tear it apart on a stand than in the car. So
absolutely, and then having the forged pistons, having that hardened steel, it just ensures you won't have as many breakdowns, obviously, and you can push the engine a little further than it was originally designed to.
Yeah, and I'm not looking at anything crazy either. It's a Summit Racing brand that I was looking at.
Right.
And they tested it to 1,200 horsepower.
Oh, wow. Is that what you're going to
do? No, that's a little much. I don't think my transmission will be able to handle that.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, you just know it's going to last. The main thing is that you do the gap on your rings. Because what happens is when you boost them, it builds up a lot of heat in the cylinders and a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
And it's the rings that usually expand, and then they push into each other and blow either the top or the bottom of the piston off.
Right.
And then you have pieces flying around your engine, and that just wreaks havoc. So, but the connecting rods also tend to break from what I've seen. So if you replace your connecting rods, your pistons, do your gap, I think the crankshaft should be good for about 1,000 horsepower if it's in good shape right now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, but you can always purchase a new one. If you want to do a stroker, you can go like a 403 or 408, depending if you need to bore the cylinders out.
Right.
And yeah, replace an intake, get a bigger throttle body, and pretty easy to make 500, 550 out of it.
And right now your car is automatic, but you actually want a standard transmission.
Yeah, that too. That's what I originally wanted.
Yeah.
The standard. But now that I have this and the power you can make from this, I don't know if this manual will hold up to the power.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to do a little more research on that and see if it's worth, you know, downgrading the engine just to drive a manual. But the new transmissions that you can get from, you know, the performance builders out there, they shift very quick. They drive great. You can get like a fully manual automatic, if that makes sense.
Right.
Where you just shift it and there's no clutch basically. And that allows you to have like a two-step. You can do a trans brake for your launch control if you wanted.
Right.
You can, with the computer you're getting, you can do boost by gear, so it kind of help you with traffic, like traction and stuff. So there's a lot of cool features that the automatics will come with, and that's why I'm kind of leaning towards that, because it would be nice to have the trans brake if I wanted to go to the drag strip, or you know, it'd be easier to set up a two-step type thing instead of, you could always, you know, put the clutch in and then get your foot timing right, the right RPM, and launch it that way. But the trans brake is guaranteed. You're not rolling anywhere.
So what is the trans brake?
Oh man, I was reading about it, but it basically locks, I think it's first and reverse in the transmission. It's electronic, and it just keeps the car from going anywhere. You just push the button basically, and then you rev it up to your two-step, and then you let go as soon as the light changes on the tree, and boom, you're gone.
Right.
So, and that's what the drag racers use.
So you're leaning towards the automatic transmission, I guess, right now?
It's sounding like it, to be honest with you, is cost-wise and performance-wise.
Pat wants the 1,200 horsepower.
We'll see. There might be a tune in there where I could press a button and it'll go.
Yeah.
And then, like, you know, if we get really stuck and you know, my partner wants to take the car, then she can drive it too. And and go from there. But I mean, the manuals, it sucks because I love manuals. Yeah. But for this project, I think the automatic is looking
makes more sense,
better and more economical.
Cool. Well, I think that's a really cool project. We will definitely check in with this project as time goes on. But right now, we got to take the car for a spin. I've never been in that car before. Now, I've waited all this time. I see him driving around. I'm always like, I gotta go, and I jump in. But I'm like, no, you gotta film this on camera. Just chill down. So
I can't wait. It's gonna be good, and it's got the quiet mufflers on it right now, so we might be able to talk.
Nice. All right, let's go take a spin.
All right. Comfortable to drive.
How's this thing on gas, anyways?
Terrible.
You're not the first one to say that.
It's a lot better now that I got the carb tuned very properly. But yeah, I don't bother calculating it. Put it that way.
You don't drive it for the fuel efficiency.
No, this is not a fuel efficient car. I mean, this I have 2,600 kilometers on this, and I've probably put like 20 tanks of gas.
Right.
Especially if you put your foot in it,
Yeah. Which you do.
Every now and then.
Yeah.
Because I have to modify that centerpiece there. I have to chisel or sand it.
You did a really nice job, man. It looks really, really good.
And then my brother actually 3D printed the surround for this. This is the stock cluster holder, I guess you want to call it. I'm not sure the technical term for it, but
wow, 3D printed, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I designed it, and then he kind of took my design to where it would be able to be 3D printed, and because the center piece there is the hard part. It has the LED lights behind. Well, not LEDs, they're incandescent or whatever from the 70s now, but there's lighting behind it basically for your turn signals, your handbrake, and hazards, I believe, or the other one.
Okay.
There's no check engine lights and trap in here, but I did want to keep those functioning, so.
Nice. Yeah, no, it's good to have. So this is cool, and I love the interior too. The interior, it's obviously of everything stock other than that, but I really like what they did. This is a very unique interior compared to some of the other cars I've been in as well.
Yeah, it's small, but the sunroof T-tops really do help. The smoked glass T-top makes it feel a lot bigger than it actually is.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is not a big car. I usually put the camera on the ground, but I can't even do that because there's not that much space. But with the T-top, it does feel pretty big. So it's kind of got that Top Gun feel. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no trunk, so there's the little space behind me here.
Right.
That acts as your trunk, but there's no way to get in it from outside. You got to push the seat forward.
Okay.
So that's kind of I think it was the 80 model started with where the rear glass opens up as a hatch.
Okay.
So that's kind of the nice thing about the 80 model, which would have been cool to have, but I should look into see if I can retrofit one or something, but.
Right. So this car had AC at one point.
I guess. When I bought it, there's no AC compressor on the engine, so it robs too much horsepower, I guess, but he thought.
This thing drives smooth, man.
It's not bad, eh?
I can see why you wanted this.
Just the sound that's the one thing I'm gonna miss is that when those secondaries open up on the carburetor and you can hear it. Oh,
yeah. Wow.
Beautiful. It's a thing of beauty.
No, this thing has nice sound, dude. That's phenomenal.
But like you see, it's not blow your face off fast either. It's got pickup to it. It's not terrible. It's one of you sit back and just the way you sit and look out, it's kind of, I don't know. That's why I'm smiling every time I drive it.
Yeah.
Get behind it.
That's right. You got that look on your face that tells you about earlier.
It's just easy. It's not, and some people think that the old cars, they're all over the place and hard to drive. But I mean, this one tracks pretty straight. But at 100, maybe a little bit more difficult. But it's not terrible.
So how does it feel, man? To have this, your dream, to drive it, and what does it feel like?
It feels great. It's I don't know. It's hard to put into words because like one part of me is like, oh yeah, I'm super happy, but and the other part of me is okay, I need more power. Like, you know,
so you're never really quite happy with. They're always improving it.
Yeah, but I'm always going to be like that.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is I'm always going to want more, and
it's like a disease, man. I know. I've met a lot of people that have this, and
you know, and then once I put the LS in, and I can wrap the car and get the body kit and new wheels for it and whatnot, and put the suspension underneath it that I want. You know, once I'm done with this, I'm just gonna buy another project. So it's gonna be never ending. You know, I would like to get like another square body truck or an old truck and put an LS in that.
Did you see how many cars are in my yard, man? Like, it's a sickness. It just gets worse and worse. This is cool.
Keeps
though.
me busy. Keeps me out of trouble.
Dude, I'm so happy for you, honestly, because this is always your dream. And obviously, I don't have videos or anything of you wanting this when you're a kid, but that's all I heard when I was young. So this is awesome. This is as good for me as for you to have, because I'm just like genuinely happy for you, man.
Yeah, and you know it's funny because what that black Corvette that made me want a Corvette when I was like 12 years old.
Yeah.
The guy that we knew, the gentleman that owned it on the street.
Yeah.
And so when he was ready to sell it, I had almost bought it.
Really? I remember that thing rolling down. You're like, oh, there's the vet. Like that's that one day I'm gonna get my vet. You
grumbles but when he was selling it, I was only 16, and we didn't have the space really in the driveway. I definitely didn't have the knowledge to keep a car like that going, or the money.
Right, but what a better story that rather than just get it as your first car, you were able to, take another car that was in pretty rough shape and fix it up and make something of it, and then earn your way to do that. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's a great story, man.
I'm just so thankful for Mark and giving me the opportunity, and really, like, I knew I liked working on cars.
Yeah.
But when he gave me that Mustang and I actually solved the problem, that kind of put in my brain that something that you could do.
Yeah.
Like, Pat, you just did that. I was like, holy crap! I got it running well, and then I had a shot at bodywork, and that worked out pretty well. You make mistakes along the way, but
that's right, man.
You learn and you redo it. It's nothing else to it. And pulling that LS was another thing too. Holy crap! And Dad Sylvain was there helping me out. He's a licensed mechanic, so he was able to give tips and tricks, and we would have had it out a lot quicker had I not taken the torque converter bolts out in the wrong spot.
Shit happens. There we go. I'll turn her on now.
Got some rocket fuel.
Rocket fuel? All right. All fueled up, ready to go.
Well, I'm putting 91 in the fall. It doesn't need 91, but when you store it, it's better to have 91 and 94 because there's no ethanol in it.
What? You're not driving this in the winter? Imagine that.
People do it. And apparently, it's all fiberglass.
Yeah.
It won't really rust. The undercarriage will, like the bird cage.
Just the idea that people used to drive these cars that were so overpowered with rear-wheel drive back in the day, just like shocking.
In the winter.
Like, how did they not all die with like no seatbelts, half the cars? Or like the seatbelts are just like go over the lap.
I remember my grandfather had like I think it was probably a mid-90s Caprice Classic.
Oh yeah.
And I think it was either a V6 or V8, and we were able to drive though, but I could just see that thing just sliding all over the place in the winter.
Deathmobile.
And nobody put winter tires on back then.
No.
It was just like the all-season crappy tire.
It's hilarious.
That's the thing with it. I think with the modern transmission, this would be much more fun.
Right.
Because I think the Turbo 350, 3-speed transmission just doesn't do this engine justice.
No way. Yeah, it's the fine tuning that really makes a difference in these vehicles, not so much what's under the hood exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've driven cars with, this probably has 300, 350 horse.
Yeah.
I've driven cars with that much that feel, twice as fast as this.
Right.
They were heavier, but it's all in the gearing and the
gearing,
transmission, right?
It's funny, you hit the gas, my phone just went whoosh, flying. So it's got some power.
It's got the torque.
Yeah.
That's what the stroker really it gives you. It doesn't really give you horsepower.
What is a stroker, if you're to define it?
Just increasing the amount of stroke in the engine. So
right.
I'm not sure what the small block 350 is in this, but I know in the LS it's a 3.6522 or something like that stroke.
Okay.
Inch stroke. And when you stroke it to a 403 or a 408, depending if you bore the cylinder at all, you're putting it to a 4-inch. And there are ways you can go bigger too. Because I've always wanted a 7-liter, like a 427.
Okay.
I mean, a 454 would be sweet too, but with the LS, it's a 427 7-liter that came in the Z06.
Right.
So I was thinking, like, if I could stroke it out to a 7-liter, that'd be cool. But you have to sleeve the block and do a bunch of, because it brings the piston, it brings into like a sketchy zone for the skirt going out of the cylinder.
Okay.
If you go that big for the stroke, so like people say it's not really worth it unless you. And I mean, at that point, I think probably just buy a 7-liter.
Yeah.
So, but the 408 is a popular stroke combination for the LS. This is a 383, and it's popular. And I think these can go to 408s too. I know that I looked, and there's a 454 small block on like Blueprint engines that you can get.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Nice.
everybody's done everything to a small block. So I mean,
Yeah.
really whatever you want to do, you can get. But yeah, it's basically just increasing the amount of travel that the piston does.
Okay.
Which gives you more torque.
Nice.
And horsepower is a byproduct of torque. So
right.
In sense, if you can rev it out to 7,000 RPM, you're going to make the horsepower too.
Yeah.
But like, you know, around town and stuff, it's the torque that makes the car fun to drive.
That's true.
That's why strokers are popular.
Nice.
And I mean, more displacement, more horsepower, obviously. No replacement for displacement.
No. Well, this is the most Canadian thing ever. Drinking some coffees.
Ooh, it's hot too.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Gotta love Tim's. Yeah.
Good old Tim Hortons, man.
You know, no road trip is complete without some Tim Hortons.
I think I'd bleed Tim Hortons if I was to get cut.
Yeah, I mean, me too, man. That's awesome. Well, listen, Pat, there's one more thing we got to do. Everybody on the show gets something. One of these Between the Wheels hats.
Shit.
So there's no difference for you, man.
Sweet.
Well
Thanks.
deserved. You know, thanks for being on the show.
Beauty.
And it's so cool to have you finally tell your story and everything. So
I'm happy to share. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, man.
It's nice. It's fun. It's a cool concept you're doing. And
so we'll keep people updated on Pat's projects.
yeah. More to come.